All right, hey there, YouTube. It's Friday, June 16th. We're doing another co-working video. Just a regular disclaimer. These things are messy. Co-working is where I just work. High percentage of the video is billable hours, so I don't spend a lot of time talking, but we do take breaks, and I talk during the breaks. Here's just a quick view of how you can go check everything out. But if you want nice polished video, this is not the place. The mandatory explanation at the beginning of the video. All right, so today, what are the goals? Well, you'll remember yesterday that we actually, wait, how much time is it? Okay, so you'll remember last time, and actually, I know how to fix this. You remember last time when we did this that we were working on trying to get this klogin thing, and we were working on our kubeconfig file. So, you know, the overall goal, once again, is to log into Kubernetes using OIDC, and actually found a really good tutorial on this. I put this in the lab notes. Let me make sure the lab notes are committed. github.com/rdbxrob/lab. Yeah, here's the lab notes. I want to see if I got the last ones committed. It is a really good tutorial. It's probably the best one I've ever seen. It's a tutorial to teach you how to do OIDC login to Kubernetes with kubectl and keycloak. It's actually part of a multi-part tutorial to do single sign-on for multi-cluster, including LDAP-backed keycloak, to enable single sign-on, enterprise sign-on to multiple Kubernetes clusters that all use the same authentication. It is an absolutely fantastic write-up. It does some things that I might do differently. In fact, I'm going to open it up in a traditional web browser so you guys can see it. Hopefully, here we go. So here's the URL. It's in the lab notes, but I will put it into the Twitch chat really quickly here, so you guys can look. I mean, I normally don't go this far out of my way to show off a tutorial somebody else has written, but this one is really, really good. A commonly cited pain point for teams working with Kubernetes clusters is managing a configuration and connection to the cluster. All too often, this ends up being either sending kubeconfig files or blah blah blah. And I'm going to show you something else. You guys probably know about this. Have you guys seen the Kubernetes iceberg? Have you seen this? You probably have seen this. I'm guessing you've seen this. Right, where I don't want Reddit. I want the iceberg. Where's the iceberg? Where's the iceberg? Okay, so here we are. So this open image new tab. Okay, watch. Okay, so that is right. All right. I know it's hard to see here, but when you do Kubernetes stuff, this is in a nutshell. You get this stuff up there: ingress, jobs, secrets, config, map, services. This is the deployments. This is the blue sky. This is the stuff they teach you, when you do like Udemy or whatever you're going to do to learn about it. Right? They don't teach you all of this stuff. They call this stuff the day two thing, but this is the stuff that has to exist in order to run a Kubernetes cluster, particularly on-prem. In fact, the thing that we're specifically working with right now is it's hard for you to see. It's like, I want to zoom in. It's not allowing me to zoom in any further, but let's see. There we go. See that right there? OpenID Connect is right here. And then you have rbac right here, certificate renewal right there. You have IAC for Grafana. We haven't done that. etcd, we didn't do that. Kubernetes upgrade, didn't do that. Oh, that's a tough one. Upgrading Kubernetes. But actually, even lower than that is dealing with login. And I'm trying to find it. I thought it was funny because it was such a deep thing, and yet it's so important because you can't even log into your cluster without it. Where is it? Log management and init containers. These are kind of up here. Yeah, Helm templating. Ugh, I hate Helm. Dynamic storage class provisioning. Damn, that's hard to see. This is all the stuff that in Kubernetes they don't talk about, but in here is the stuff that we're doing, right? So the cert management, the OIDC Connect, and the creation of the login code, which I'm trying to find. There's actually a specific listing for it. I remember reading it and going, hey, where'd klogin go? High availability control plane components. Oh my God, totally. There you go. Here it is right here. So third from the bottom layer is configuring kubectl for remote access. That's exactly what we're doing, right? We are configuring kubectl for remote access, and the number of variations that exist for that are wide and complicated, and depending on your enterprise, particularly if you're using your own root CAs and stuff like that. So we've been living down here for the last week, and strangely enough, I mean, there's things up here at rbac, for example, that I really don't have a handle. I'm going to have a rough handle on it, but I don't have a big handle on it. Stuff up here, yeah, I've written applications, and I can manage applications up here that use all the high-end services and stuff. And even that is really complicated for a lot of people to learn. But this stuff down here, yeah, you have to have this if you're going to have, plus, picking a CRI, all of this stuff is a bit part of the big picture for Kubernetes. It's also the reason Kubernetes is regularly criticized as being overly complex for most people's needs, which is a fair criticism, actually. And a lot of people don't need Kubernetes. So, but why did I show you this picture? Because this picture is a part of this really great blog entry that I found from, and I don't know who this person is, but I'm going to give him credit because I really like it. Ben Dixon, CTO and developer with a passion for building things. He loves Elixir, LiveView, Write React Native for Doctor, Kubernetes, co-founder and CTO of Sona, where we're building operating system for the world's deskless workforce. I mean, there's a lot of cool things in this. I love too that this person is like writing. It looks like they did Ruby on Rails stuff too. Yeah. Anyway, it's like a very no-nonsense blog. But the reason I'm showing it to you is because this breakdown of the steps, this is a perfect summary of the steps that we've had to do. And this is where we are right here. OIDC kubectl login with Keycloak, right? Now, we've talked yesterday and the day before about just using the Keycloak users without linking to OpenLDAP, but I actually do want to link to OpenLDAP. So we're going to do that. I'm going to do that myself as a learning exercise. I don't necessarily have to do that for work, but this OIDC kube login thing definitely needs to be done for work. And all these, this is just, you're setting up Harbor registry, having your own Docker registry. That's what Harbor is. Harbor is a Docker registry. It's actually not a Docker registry. It's a container registry that's compatible with Docker. All of this stuff is stuff that I'm going to be doing in my cluster here and that we have on site. Most enterprises do. But this thing right here, this step right here, OpenIDC kubectl login with Keycloak, that goes through pretty much everything we did. I mean, they use kube login, which is stupid if you ask me, but I understand why they did. First, we'll create a new Keycloak login ID. So they created a new client ID. Basically, they go through a lot of the same steps that I went through. They setting up the kube OIDC proxy. They actually set up a single proxy to go to. This is for the OpenID stuff. Anyway, if you know about this stuff, you can actually use this to. This is don't use kube login. I'm telling you, don't use it. But you can use this. There's lots of really relevant information in here. And the reason I found it is because of this. Okay, so this gets us back to where we left off yesterday. So yesterday we got minikube to answer the request from a remote container that was, running kubectl that was authenticating against the Keycloak with HTTPS that has its own root CA. And we were able to get minikube to check out the authentication. We were able to, by hand, we copied the kubeconfig file that was generated by minikube over to the remote host, in this case container, and we whatever, get pods and that kind of thing. But we ended because we got it all to work. We got past all of our API problems and everything, and then we got this error from server forbidden. Pods is forbidden, user blah blah blah, right? And this is actually a good error. So we ended with this good error. This is an error that says, look, I see that you got all your data in your requests, in your API request, and your bearer token. I see that you have a token from OIDC, and I actually checked in with the same provider that you told me to go check in with, or actually that was configured on startup for minikube. I've checked in with them and seen if your signature is fine and everything. And hey, guess what? Your signature is fine. So your token is good. Let's talk. And then so after I got all of its authentication done, it went to the next step. And what was the next step? The next step is, let's see what you have permissions to do here. And I just did get pods, and it's like, nope, sorry, you don't have permission to do get pods. Right? Because even though the token, the exchange authenticated as a valid connection in order to enable the connection into Kubernetes, we still, inside of Kubernetes, we still have to set up a user inside of Kubernetes, a cluster rule binding, so that we can tell Kubernetes that this particular user identified right here. Now they use a different user. Actually, by looking at this, I learned a different strategy for identifying, creating unique identifiers for users that I want to employ, as opposed to using the default, what I'll get into. But that's the thing that uniquely identifies that user inside of it's the unique identifier inside of Keycloak, which can then be mapped to a user identity or a cluster rule binding inside of Kubernetes. So that's the identifier that we're going to use to match everything out with. And then it's got the commands here to create the cluster rule binding, which actually creates a cluster rule binding for an existing user, which I thought was super interesting. And so I want to look at this. I mean, I know how to make this happen, but what this does is it creates on the command line without using YAML. It creates a cluster rule binding to an existing role that already exists, right? So a cluster role. There's already a cluster role called cluster admin, and there's also another cluster role called system::basic-user. And those are roles that all Kubernetes clusters already have. And you can just piggyback on top of those. At least we can, because we're just trying to, the only thing we're trying to do is get that authentication token information into the kubectl file when we run kubeconfig, which we're going to do today. That's very easy to do now that we know all this other stuff. So spoiler alert, I actually went through and did all of this stuff last night after I stopped streaming, before I played Witcher for 2 hours, just to see if I could get past the error. And I did. I was able to get past it just by editing files by hand, which I'm going to do again right now, because I want people to see that what we're about to do can be done by hand. But the process that we're doing by hand is the process that we want to program into klogin, or the tool that we use for setting up the kubeconfig file, which is what klogin is. All right, so then we have this. So let's actually go start. I did notice that. I noticed that when I did this. So let's get back on to, where are we? Let's call this one. Let's call this one our klogin box, and let's SSH over to home, and so then we'll start up our podman start -a klogin, which is already there. So that's just basically we just logged into our remote computer, which really not, it's just a pod. But so now we do get pods, and you'll see we're going to get an error. Now this is a different error, right? Why did we get this error? Okay. We got this error because the token that we saved in .kubeconfig, right? So here, let's break down this kubeconfig file for you so you understand it. I'm going to go ahead and, for my own purposes. So one of the things, by the way, that I had to do to get this to work properly with our root CA that we've been using is I had to add, and I'm going to make sure I document this, I had to add the root CA to the .minikube/certs directory, and then it got imported when minikube started up. So what do I mean by that? Let's do this for a second, and so here we are. So here's the start OIDC minikube. This actually works now. Funny thing is, I didn't even need the authorization rbac anymore. It uses that by default. So I did not need that line. I was able to remove that successfully. So this is how you start minikube so that it uses all this stuff. The one thing you got to make sure to do, though, the script starts the minikube IC context, blah, blah, blah. Don't forget to add a realm to the URL if it is keycloak. We didn't set up a client key. We don't need one. You can, though. I actually figured out how to get a client key. You can't even get a client key from keycloak if you list it as public. You have to set it as private. If you change it from public to private, then it will allow you to have a client key. Otherwise, you don't need one. But because we're using password type grants, which actually has a name, yeah, it's got an acronym actually. It's called, I forget the name of it. It's called PO. What's it called? I can't remember. I think I put the name. It's got a name. It's resource owner. It's anyway. It's when you have grant type equals password. So if you're going to do that, then you don't need a client key. It's completely irrelevant. So we're not going to talk about that much more. So I need to put another thing here. Make sure to put root CA or interim root CA into tilde.minikube certs, which I found out it actually pulls in automatically before running this for the first time. Remove tilde minikube for clean reset. This is super important. If you don't do that, it keeps around artifacts that will cause your system to fail, which I had happen many times. Okay, so then we got to put, then make sure the following line is in kubeconfig. .kube/config for client kubectl. So you have to make sure that this line is there. Yeah, I already did this stuff, but see this right here? So when you use minikube, this is a minikube thing. This is not so much a Kubernetes thing, it's a minikube thing. In order to get minikube to use the same root CA that you've set up for your, mimicked enterprise environment, you have to tell minikube about it. And so it's the same, in this case, it's the same cert, same root, intermediate root CA that I use to access Keycloak, which you can get from here. So if I go to Keycloak here, right, I can go look at the cert, which I've spent time documenting before. Connection is secure. Certificate is valid. And here you see it. Here's the intermediate cert that I made sometime back. And you see it's rbac ICA. So that's how you know what cert is being used, right? You can't do this with the root cert that signed the ICA if you're using an intermediate cert, right? The intermediate cert is the root cert in this case. So don't confuse those. Depends on your cert chain. So that is the same one, right? And so what happens when you run a minikube? And this is not documented. I swear to God, it's not documented anywhere. So what minikube does when it starts up, that after going through much trial and error and just watching it, what it does is it takes whatever is in the minikube cert file, right? And this is why it's sometimes good to just reset it. Certs, right? It takes whatever's in the roots. See how it says interim.cert? It takes whatever's in there and it puts it into some sort of cache, and then it changes it. In fact, one of the reasons I found this out is that by doing this, I says, well, where is this cert? Is this cert getting renamed to something else? Because it obviously isn't using interim.crt. And then I noticed that it did need to use, it needed to use the ca.cert.crt file. That was the one that was put into the kubeconfig file. So I was like, I wonder if those are the same. There's no documentation on that. And so I went ahead and I compared the two, and they are not the same. Okay, so that's important to know. So even though it loads it in there, I think what it's doing is it's using the CA to sign that cert, and that is the session cert, that is the server cert for minikube, right? But it's been signed by the same root CA. So, however, if you compare it to other stuff in here, you will find that it has gotten kind of interesting here. I think it's this one, ca.pem. Nope. Let's try one of the other ones. What is it? Cert.pem. No, that's not it. I could have swore it was just copying it to some other name. I guess not. But for some reason yeah, anyway. Interesting. I can't remember how I did it, but last time I got it, I noticed that file is the exact same as another file, and I can't remember which one that is. I'm trying to find it now. I don't know which one it is, but proxy client CA. One of them, there's one of them that it's the same, but I can't. Anyway, so God, I hope I can recreate that step. I mean, I tried to document it all, but now I'm kind of afraid of it because I don't want to lose this flow. There's a lot of stuff to get right. So let me just go back to what I did. So I did, you know what? I'm going to do the entire thing. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it so I can recreate it and make sure it actually works the way I'm talking about, because we have to reset these anyway. So the reason we're getting those errors in the API request is because the refresh token time has already expired. So now we have to update. So before I leave the kubeconfig, this is the kubeconfig file. I know it's kind of ugly right now because it's got big old tokens in it, but by default, the kubeconfig file looks like this, right? So minikube makes a kubeconfig file that, if you do the CA right, it points to this specific cert. If you don't do that, by the way, if you don't have that cert in the minikube certs directory and then start up that way, you'll know because the certificate authority will be a cert and it'll generate a cert, and that'll work, right? That'll just work. And minikube by default uses certificate authentication and not OIDC authentication, which is totally different. And you still need to have both of them there, because in order to add the rbac role later, like we're talking about doing, you have to be able to log into minikube from a system that already has access, because you haven't granted that permission to your OIDC user, right? So you still have to have that access. It's important that you understand the difference between those and that. So then we've got, but this is what a kubeconfig file looks like without getting touched, okay? And then down here, you'll see down in the user section, the user section gets kind of interesting. You see that the name of a user called minikube, there's a single user, the very simplest of users. It's got a client cert and a client key, and these were generated and signed by the CA, right? So that CA that we pre-configured. I'm going to show you the difference between this file, the minikube file that gets generated when you have a CA and when you don't. And that is, I want to demonstrate that now for myself and for archival purposes and stuff like that, because it's actually not documented and it's super important. So the takeaway is that minikube by default will generate a root CA. It'll put it in the minikube config, the kubeconfig file. It will then create profiles for the client.crt and the client key, so that anywhere this kubeconfig file exists, The user of that system using kubectl will be able to authenticate against a Kubernetes cluster with admin root authority. And that's designed to make it easy to do stuff. The other thing that's really cool too is it actually also, we caught this yesterday, but it will actually already put the server IP for the API port in here. And if you're on the same subnet, which we are, then you can go off to another machine, copy this kubeconfig file, and you got access. And so actually in the blog, if you read that blog, it talks about, swapping kubeconfig files around and everything. And that's, one of the ways to do authentication. That's one of the, higher level strategies for dealing with authentication. It gets annoying because you got files everywhere, right? So minikube by default, any minikube, if you run minikube, no matter what, no matter where it's running, if it's on the same subnet, you can go on any other machine and you can copy the kubeconfig file that is generated by that, which, by the way, make sure you don't do this on a system where you've got, production access, because it's going to screw over that kubeconfig file. It doesn't care. It doesn't care if it'll override your .kubeconfig/config file, which you may already be using for other production clusters of development or something. This is another reason to use containers for this kind of thing, or a virtual machine or some lab or something like that. Because if you are using minikube to do some testing, but you're also accessing your production cluster using the same kubeconfig, you're screwed, right? You can provide to minikube the full path name to where you want to put that kubeconfig file so that you override that every time it always uses that file. But that's extremely dangerous, because then you're going to end up accidentally overriding or forgetting it. You're going to override your kubeconfig file. So the moral of the story here is get on a system that's clean. Get on a VM if you're going to run minikube on there. Yesterday, I spent a fair amount of time, laboring over the decision to put kubeconfig to put my minikube onto my HPC 640 server. Whether to put minikube and run it within a container, a virtual machine, or to have it just run bare metal on top of HPC 640, since it's already using KVM, which is already virtualization. So it's already creating virtual nodes for control planes and nodes and everything. And that was a tough decision, but I ended up going with keeping minikube, keeping a live minikube on the host HPC 640 in my lab. Now, the only reason that I wouldn't do that would be if I was ever going to use minikube for more than one development task at the same time. And I don't know. I'm not ruling out the possibility of using spinning up virtual machines and then running minikube inside of a virtual machine, which is still using virtual machines for its back thing. So that's a little bit of a difficulty there, but I just wanted people to know that's what's going on. So the way it is now, anytime I do anything with minikube, I am like blowing away that minikube instance and then adding a new one. And that destructive action is preventing me from using minikube for more than one project at the same time. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. I'm still debating whether to use minikube or kind for this kind of thing. One of the things that I'll tell you that I'm hesitating on here that kind of annoys me about this is that I can't script this, right? I can't write a script that pops up a minikube with all the right things and a key cloak and all that stuff like I wanted to do, because I'm going to have to blow away the other minikube and then bring up a new minikube. There's no way to safely bring up minikube in a way that is not going to destroy the other minikube on the system. So that the only way to safely script bringing up minikube would be to fire up a VM in order to run minikube inside of the VM, and that might be something that I do. What the end goal for me here, this is kind of not relevant to work right now, but the end goal for me is to be able to run one script and get exactly the test environment I want without having to pay cloud services. So So that would mean, running the one command to run podman in a container. That would mean starting up a VM and then making sure that VM had everything needed to run minikube in it. Which would mean, updating the virtual machine or creating a virtual machine image that already has minikube configured in it. Which is probably going to be the way to go. Actually, is probably going to be to get a minikube snapshot that is, a virtual machine snapshot. A kcow, a qcow2 or whatever, that has all of my configurations for minikube in it. And I just need to go over there and then pop that up and then reset that. So the long-term architectural plan, open source free version. I did not see that. They made an open source free version. OpenShift did, and it's just a matter of time. Yeah, OpenShift is gonna really become interesting because that does OpenShift covers a bunch of these iceberg problems. And that's why OpenShift is like kicking butt right now. It really is. OpenShift has taken the problem with Kubernetes, the day 2 problem, and said, we're going to make money on that. And they have. They very successfully have deployed, the largest on-prem solution for Kubernetes. And I imagine learning OpenShift and getting good with it is probably more valuable than learning how to spin up your own Kubernetes. So Mossy, that's good news. Mossy's telling us here that there's new news that OpenShift has decided to make a free version of Kubernetes. That's worthy of a look. Kubernetes are getting started. What's the difference? You got the link for it? All right. We got to look for this because this could actually change. This is the kind of thing. Remember, I've been saying that you have to keep track of where the trends are going and stuff. And the move away from Docker towards Podman last year, that was a good one. Canonical extends its commercial OpenStack offering to small-scale cloud environments with Project Subbeam. This is not the same thing. Wait, is this something different? This is different. I don't know what the hell this is. I want to look at the OpenShift for free. I'm not playing with OpenStack. OpenStack is a bunch of Python mess. I don't want to touch it. I tried to get behind OpenStack. I really did, and no way, man. No way. I mean, no. I don't want to do that. If somebody asked me on another time, ask me what I actually think of OpenStack and why. Dude, I have heard from people who have been really deeply embedded in the OpenStack project, and everybody just thumbs their nose at everybody else unless they're 100% Python. They're so Python centric, it's crazy. And the governance team is actually, I've heard, is not the best to work with. So I am not a fan of OpenStack. I am, however, really interested in. Oh, you're saying that OpenStack made their offering, not OpenShift? Well, that makes me sad now. I was all excited. I was like, oh my God, a free version of OpenShift. Is OpenShift shift? Make sure you type that right. Yeah, they were just asking for people to... Free trial, Red Hat OpenShift. Damn it. It's free trial. OpenShift service on AWS Roses, pay as you go. Yeah. OpenShift versus Kubernetes. OpenShift is Kubernetes. Settle option. Damn it. Mossy, am I getting it right? So OpenShift is not free, right? I know I'm still chasing this because I want it to be true. I mean, it's not like Red Hat to make OpenShift free. That's why I was super interested. Cloud service editions render OpenShift are available as low as 70.076 per hour. Prices based on 4 CPU. And this is their cloud service, which is where they make all their money. Can you use OpenShift on-prem? I mean, I'm sorry, I gotta read about this. It makes it two up. Yeah, OpenStack can bite me. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't. Sorry. Maybe I need to look at it again. To be fair, I just had a horrible taste in my mouth last time I looked at it. Maybe that's why they're making it open and free. How is it? I thought it already was free. OpenStack. Oh, they made an OpenStack offering. Ubuntu made their OpenStack offering for free. OpenStack has always been free, but it's a pain. Oh my God, it's a pain. OpenShift is a family of containerization, more than Kubernetes. OpenShift is a family of containerization software products provided by Red Hat. Flagship products, OpenShift Container Platform, hybrid cloud platform as a service built around Linux containers, orchestrated and managed by Kubernetes on a foundation of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So the family, by the way, this is why you should probably learn Red Hat as a hosting platform, Linux operating system, instead of, Arch, because, if you're going to work in a job that pays money, you're going to be dealing with Red Hat Enterprise. The family's other products provide platforms through the development of OKD serves community-driven upstream. What? The family's other products provide this platform through different environments. OKD serves as a community-driven upstream, akin to the way Fedora is upstream. What's OKD? Several deployment methods are available, including self-managed, cloud-native, and Rosa. Arrow and Red Hat OpenShift and IBM Cloud on AWS. OpenShift Online is software as a service, and OpenShift Dedicated is a managed service. I just want to pause for a second. I know we're going to go back to our minikube setup here in a bit. I want to talk about OpenShift for a bit. And I'm gonna take how many minutes am I gonna allow myself to talk about this? And this is for my own benefit, and Friday is learning day, so talking about what to learn and planning my learning plan and helping you find out what to learn is very much billable on Fridays for me. So I'm going to spend about 15 minutes, I'll say, talking about whether you should learn OpenShift, whether I should learn OpenShift, how to go about learning OpenShift, and where learning OpenShift fits into your learning plan based on learning Kubernetes and Linux or whatever you are. And that's the reason I'm pausing here, and the reason this is catching my attention right now, especially the whole idea of it being free, which apparently there is a free version. As I said, OpenShift is hands down, I don't have the actual objective numbers here, but anecdotally, just based on my experience in talking with people in different enterprises, including lots of interaction with people on the stream here who are all over the place, consultants. OpenShift is the leading Kubernetes platform for on-prem deployments, right? It is the lead. Because it is, big companies already have, with deep pockets, already have strong relationships with Red Hat, because Red Hat has won the enterprise Linux market, period. There's no debating that. I mean, I could probably get 5, 10, 15 industry experts, including some that might disagree, but they will all agree that Red Hat is the dominant enterprise Linux platform, period. There's just no debating that. Now, when we're not talking about cloud services, right? We're talking about on-prem, running on their own hardware, air-gapped sometimes environments, right? Some enterprises are trying to run Ubuntu on the server, on hardware, on Metal, we'll say, and some are trying to run, Ubuntu. Some are trying to run SUSE. There's still some shops that are probably doing that, but almost all are running Red Hat. So why do you care? Because enterprises have already got this, cozy relationship with Red Hat. Whether you like it or not, that's just how it is. And if you want a job in this industry, it would serve you well to learn that. You don't believe me? Go watch Het Tanis, HET_TANIS, who does nothing but Red Hat, and Red Hat variations, Alma, Rocky, Fedora. They're all Red Hat variations. And so knowing that, when Red Hat comes along and says, hey, we're going to cover all of that Kubernetes iceberg for you, and we're going to fill in all the gaps for you, and we're going to give you a turnkey solution that is Kubernetes, so you can get all the benefit of Kubernetes without all the hassle of paying and expense of paying a team to set it all up from scratch. And as you can tell, just hiring a Go programmer to write a keylogin program is the kind of thing that most enterprises don't want to do. They don't want to home grow, their own enterprise tools and stuff. They want to be able to just, and OpenShift covers the whole identity management problem. It covers the whole, OIDC thing. Actually, I understand from talking with somebody, I haven't actually done it, that OpenShift has a login page where you can download the kubectl, the kubeconfig and the kubectl binary to go with that version of the cluster. And they've dealt with multi-tenant. They've just done pretty much everything that somebody would want to do. The only reason not to use Red Hat OpenShift is because of how much expensive it is. But having said that, we have to ask a question. Are there going to be jobs to manage Red Hat OpenShift? And the answer is hell yes. If you're going to do on-prem cloud native management, infrastructure management and stuff like that, being certified in OpenShift or having equivalent knowledge of OpenShift is really valuable. And frankly, I've used it somewhat, but I haven't really gotten into it. So one of the reasons that I want to put learning OpenShift into my plan, and I'm actually at this point, now that I see they have a free version, I'm going to consider deploying OpenShift someplace in my enterprise architecture, my lab architecture, my pretend architecture here. The reason for that is because I want to see what OpenShift looks like, I want to know in specific terms through experimentation how OpenShift has handled the day 2, 3, or 4 problem for Kubernetes that comes about when you build your own cluster, which is what we're doing right now. And I think that and then there's the entire, cloud offerings through GCP and Azure and stuff like that, which is an entirely different Kubernetes offering approach. All of those approaches are competing against each other. And if you're going to call yourself a cloud native engineer today, you really should have at least some handle on all of them, especially if you're working for multiple clients. A lot of us, including myself, don't need to do that, right? Because we just need to know, we got our blinders on and we only have to manage that one cluster and keep it running. And we are not in charge of architectural decisions outside of that. We're not decided to, we don't get to decide to throw it away and use a cloud or something. That's higher up. But we can inform that decision by saying where the pain points are and stuff like that. So this has been a diversion to explore if and when I should deploy OpenShift and how I would deploy OpenShift to my home lab in order to learn it, so that I can say that I have experience with it. I mean, fundamentally, the reason you would care to do this is to be able to say one thing. If somebody asks you, do you have any OpenShift experience? Right now, what do I say? No. I can tell you about it. I know what it's like, but I can't get any experience on it. How can you get experience on it without paying the money for it, right? It's this chicken and the egg problem. Well, if you have a lab, in this particular case, this is why I did this research and was interested by Masi's mistaken statement about OpenShift being free now, is that it does appear that there is a Fedora-like upstream OKD that is free. And today is the first time that I learned this. And this means that I'm now interested in installing OpenShift, setting it up, and running some applications in it, so that line on my resume says, or somebody asked me point blank, do you have any OpenShift experience? I say, well, yeah, I'm running an OpenShift instance in my home lab. You see how that goes, right? And you're saying, so you feel comfortable like managing OpenShift in the enterprise? Well, I say, well, I mean, I use that at home. I don't have the volume of applications, but I'm pretty sure I could learn it because I've deployed applications to OpenShift at home as as a matter of learning on my laptop. That is how you want that interview question to go, right? That's how you want that interview question to go. If you say, I have no OpenShift experience, which is what I have to answer right now, then they're going to go with somebody who does have it. Now, maybe they don't need it, right? Maybe they're interviewing and they're saying, well, first of all, the fact that they're going to have anybody with cloud native on-prem experience at all, dude, I'm not going to get into it. I can't. But if you knew how long it takes an HR department to even drum up basically suitable candidates for anything in the cloud native space, they can't find them. They don't exist. They're almost impossible to find because of the volume of learning that they have to do, as has been evident in these co-working streams. There is not only do you have to know pretty much everything about networking and Linux infrastructure and the right drivers and GPU management and stuff like that, but terminal command line usage and editing with Vim and all these other basic things. You have to add an entire layer of containers. You have to know everything about containers, pretty much the differences between Podman and containers, and on top of that, you have to add Kubernetes, right? And all of its different variations. And if you're doing an on-prem thing, you got to know how to do customized vanilla, Kubernetes on-prem, which means you have to know CNI and a bunch of stuff that is included automatically with GCP or Azure, which is extra knowledge, storage classes, all that stuff. You got to know what NFS is and how it's got problems. We got to know what's the difference between CFS. You got to have all that, and all of that would get you a really great senior system administrator, senior infrastructure engineer salary all by itself. But then on top of that, you have to have, OpenShift experience. So if you are working in a multi-cloud environment for a really huge company like I am, we'll say multi-tenant, then you've got like multiple clusters. We have our own Kubernetes cluster, we have OpenShift, we have GCP, we have a little bit of Azure, we have it all. And so if you are looking for a position, or if you're trying to hire somebody that has, working experience of all of those things, it's good luck. Good luck finding them. And it's actually to your benefit. When they hired me as a Kubernetes administrator, I had zero Kubernetes experience, and they said, "Oh, it's fine, you'll learn it," because they knew that I had all this other experience. That's not a flex. I don't want people to be afraid of applying for Kubernetes jobs and cloud native jobs because they don't have Kubernetes experience. If you've got extensive experience, and I mean extensive experience in the Linux realm, particularly if you've got some Go development on top of that experience, you are a very prime candidate to work in Kubernetes, even if you have zero Kubernetes experience at all, because you've already got the basis on which to build the Kubernetes skills, which is exactly what I did. And of course, I'm still missing things. We're going to do rbac today. So this is a lot of talking, but what I've talked myself into ultimately is that I need to install an open free version of Red Hat OpenShift into my home lab, in addition to my own homegrown Kubernetes that I use for scanning the internet, stuff like that, for bug bounties or whatever eventually. And then also in addition to that, I still need a full containerized hosting environment, a container engine hosting environment like Podman on my main server. And that is where we'll just run containerized applications. And frankly, I need to get PBC as well, which is a huge batch processing system built by NASA originally, for doing massive machine learning jobs and running those. So those are some pretty major enterprise scale architectures that I need to include in my planning here, if I truly want to have my fingers, in all of that stuff. I mean, I don't mind telling you that having that level of knowledge is going to easily win you any kind of salary you could ever dream of, but not having OpenShift skills is bothering me personally, right? There's no need for me to understand OpenShift. There's also not understanding GCP as well as I should. And I also am light on my machine learning skills. So we support a machine learning group, and frankly, my management has asked everybody on our team to learn machine learning in addition to everything about Kubernetes. And I didn't even put that on the learning plan yet. I mean, I want to do it, right? Actually, data science, Nick does data science, Nick Wan. He's going to do a machine learning for beginners thing on Twitch at the end of the month. He's starting it up. I think he starts up in July. And I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I know the basics, but so that's my 15 minutes are over. The takeaway from this is that, and we'll talk about this in the beginner boost, we did a little bit already, is that, you know, on a Friday, you should be reassessing. Every Friday, you should reassess, what am I learning? Where are my skills at? What am I getting paid to do? Am I deficient in any skills that are required for the job? That's the number one thing. Number two, where is this going? Where is the industry going? And how are my skills, my skill progression, keeping up with where the technology and the industry is going? And four, where do I want to be? In 5 years, what do I want to be doing? Do I want to be doing the same sort of job, or do I want to be doing something else? And most of the companies that support learning on Fridays will allow you to learn skills that are completely outside of your job description, so that you can progress to the next level of your career. And if they're not encouraging you to do that, quit. Assuming you have another place to go. If you're a tech person, you probably do. So that is something you should do every Friday. Every Friday, you should assess where you are, where you want to be, what do you need to do that. And this whole conversation about my home lab here, my home lab was expensive. There's no doubt about it. And the reason I still have it is because I invested in creating a company, and I have the hardware left over from that company, half of which I donated to a charity that couldn't deal with the computers. They sat there for a year, and I said, can I have them back, please? And so now I have all this hardware sitting here ready to set up for enterprise lab stuff. Why do I say that? Because if you are planning to go to the next level, even if you have a job now or you don't have a job, you need to invest in yourself. And it's much better to spend $8,000 on yourself than any boot camp or any college. If you spend $8,000 on setting up your own home lab or for the service, think about how much you can buy with that. That's a lot of money, right? There's people that go into debt to pay for this and that course, and they still can't find jobs after that. So my recommendation to you is to put the money into yourself. In other words, buy books that are not dated, and more importantly than anything else, make sure you get a server. For $8,000, you could buy a huge refurbished server here that you could set up virtual machines on, and you could run anything. And then you can learn by doing, which brings us back to the topic at hand. The way that I was able to figure out how minikube worked was by experimenting with it. It's not documented anywhere. So I was able to determine that this file, the certificate authority line of this file, changes depending on whether you have a root CA in your minikube/search directory, which I only know about because there was some tutorial out there that said put your cert in there. And it's through that experimentation. So just to wrap up that little rant, and I'm going to go ahead and take a break here so I can get mentally back on task. And Mossy, no offense, I appreciate you bringing up that OpenShift thing. That really derailed me, but in an important way. And we'll come back to this. So just to wrap up on that before we take a little break here, please definitely consider where you're going to be going. Also, something to consider is the beginner boost. I'm just going to plug it really quick. We have the beginner boost at 11 o'clock on Saturdays. Income for that. All right, break time. All right, so we're going to go ahead and proceed here. So again, minikube makes a client certificate and a client key by default. Okay, so that's what that file looks like. The file that we want looks like this. So it's going to have that same thing in there, but it's going to have a users section that instead of having certificates is going to have tokens. Okay, that's the main difference. We're going to be using OIDC tokens for authentication that we grab from Keycloak. And that means that this file, this kubeconfig file, is going to need to be updated every time we need a new token, right? And that, there's a couple ways of doing this. One of them is that every time you use the program or every time you log in, it's funny because you could make it so that every time you log your system, then it automatically logs you into Kubernetes automatically. But in our use case, we've decided to explicitly, anytime you run klogin, to explicitly get a new token and force that every time. Because rather than to look at the refresh token and go, oh, or I don't need a new or the access token, or expiration, say I don't need a new access token. We want to force to get a new token no matter what every time klogin runs. So every time we run klogin, we want to update this user section to have a different access token, a refresh token, and ID token. Now, I think the ID token stays the same. I don't know, though. We'll go find out. And so what I want to show before this day is over is how to change these by hand, and then we'll write the Go code to change it automatically. Okay. But as you can see, there's much more going on in here than there is when when you just have this one, right? There's much more going on. It's not just client cert and client key, right? To tell you the truth, I do kind of wish that I could point to the key as opposed to embedding the token in the file. That would be so much better. But kubectl doesn't support that as far as I know. I don't think it supports it. I don't think it does. I mean, if it did, that would be so much easier. I'm just trying to think about this for a second. There's another thing that I've often thought about doing is YAML actually supports multi-line files. So what we could do is this. I'm going to break this one on purpose. This is one of the most annoying things about this is that when you do these tokens, these things really mess up your files bad, right? So I've never liked that. It's always annoyed me. I'm trying to decide if there's a way around this. If I do this, I'm doing it on my own time, though. I'm not going to charge my company for it. But so what we could do instead is we could say, we could FMT this. You know what I mean? Wait, no, we can't. I think we could probably get this thing to not be all on a single line. And then have white space be chomped. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think we could do that. I think we could do that, but I don't know how I would do it. Anyway, so right now it's all one file, and it's this big old long ass thing, So we can do that. How's that? That might be a reason to turn no wrap off. Yeah. Yeah. That might be a way to do that. Yeah. Anyway, that's what we need to do. Now this needs to be updated. So let's I'm going to try to change my vimrc to detect kubeconfig and to turn on no wrap, because I don't want that to wrap every time. Let me check here. Markdown, file type operator. Let me see here. Yeah, I think from the user config. Really? That's good to know. They need to do that, actually. They need to, because this is a command that you have to write. That's why I'm saying it's a pain in the butt, right? It's one of the biggest blockers to Kubernetes in general. I'm trying to decide. I'm just looking. I'm looking for the. I want to see the file name. Auto command vim preleave on .go files. I don't think I can include the path and the match for the vimrc. Yeah, and I can't just do config, right? Yeah. I don't know enough. Oh, here we go. For some files has to be a specific. This is what I wanted right here. Yep. AU buff new file buff read. Home kube config set no wrap. There we go. Yay. That's probably a permanent. I should probably make that change permanent. There we go. No, I'm not using kubelogin. I hate it. I hate kubelogin. Kubelogin is shit. How many times do I have to say it? It is. Kubelogin takes no. The users have to configure kubelogin. If they're going to configure kubelogin, why don't they just do their own configuration? That just shows how clueless the Kubernetes world is. They keep saying that kubelogin is a solution. They don't even get that how much you have to actually run with it. Not to mention the fact that you're trusting kubelogin with data. You're trusting the binary that, I mean, it bypasses the whole point of OAuth not having grant type equals password is so that you don't have users putting sensitive information through binaries. But kubelogin basically thumbs its nose at the whole thing. Yeah, they keep what they want is they want a thing like kubelogin to do it. You should never use kubelogin. You should make a custom version of kubelogin for your enterprise. That's the way to do it with embedded client ID. That's what we're making. That's what everybody should be doing. But nobody wants to do that because it's a big ass deal to compile their own Go code for that and maintain that distribution. That's what OpenShift covers, by the way. OpenShift does that very thing. So anyway, add, let's see, remove line wrapping from kube. I'm sorry, I get kind of testy on that one because people keep telling me to use kubelogin and they don't understand what they're saying, in my opinion. At least they don't understand the needs of most enterprises. Remove line from kubeconfig in .vimrc. I'm sorry, I'm kind of hot under the collar there. It's just, I've had to talk about that for more than every week. That and defending grant type equals password. I've had to talk about that a lot, so I'm getting frustrated by it. But it's just because I have to repeat myself, which is fine. Podman start -a wseal stack .new. There we go. Sudo copy.vmrc. Let's use scale. Cube. Yep. Yeah. No, it's fine. I don't know that I need to make a new image out of that one. Just out of that one change. But I am going to do that. I mean, why not? It just takes forever because it's a big old image. Okay. All right. So what is the goal here? So the goal here is to make all of those changes and get pods to work. Right now, it's not going to work, right? We get all these errors. Now, this is an interesting error. So this is actually making a connection to the API server, and it's saying, oh, sorry, your grant's out of date, right? So how do we get a new one? Well, we already wrote that code. We wrote it in Go, and we wrote it in Go, and we wrote it in Shell. So we can do get token and dump that to temp foo .yaml or JSON. And we can see this already. We already have this code, right? So here's all the code. This is, I mean, God, we could do this instead. Let's do this. Let's pipe it to YQ-P and then pipe that to temp foo.yaml. Okay, it's going out. That actually goes out and gets it to the Keycloak server. Oh damn! There's no cleanup apparently. I don't know. I think it's -p-o YAML. Yep. Oh yeah, you can do all this stuff from the kubectl command line if you want to. Yep. Yeah, you can definitely do that, but I'm not doing that. You can, but you have to run that command every time for every token. So getting the token and then passing it to that program, that is what we want to do, right? And you also have to add a provider for it, right? So you're talking about key path and client cert. So that's a different method, right? So we want to do token equals bearer, and the bearer token is not enough though. So because we want to have the refresh parameters on it as well. So yeah, I mean you can actually pass the token from the command line to kubectl and do that, but what we want to do is update the file, because the proxy, when we use kubectl proxy, you can't use -- token for that. It looks at the file. You know what I mean? So and that stuff is not, readily obvious, to tell you the truth. Foo.yaml. All right, so here's the stuff we need. So we have an access token. We have now the ironic thing of this is that the underscores are not compatible with this. It's super stupid. If they had actually used the same YAML data in the kubectl file for this provider, we wouldn't have to massage this data at all. but we do because it's not the same. So we have to go into to get a fresh token. We have to go. I'm doing this stuff by hand so I can show you what we're going to code. All right. So here's our access token, right? So we can replace this access token with, let's put the client ID up here, issuer up here. Access token, ID token, and refresh token all have to be updated. Okay. And there's just no easy way to get around this. So I'm going to write some funky bash code here, and I'm going to do yq.access underscore token from temp foo.yaml. Okay. And over here, I'm going to do ID underscore token because that's what we have. And down here, I'm going to do, and I'm going to fight the temptation to make this, bigger. Auth provider, OIDC, get OYQ. Yeah, JSON is YAML. So all I have to do is convert these lines into their outputs. So I go on that line, exclamation point, run it through bash, and I get the token. See that? And I just combine the token now. Same thing here, bang, bang, bash, boom, it replaces it with its output, bang, bang, bash, replaces it with its output, and we get the tokens. You can see why I turn wrapping off so that I can deal with one line at a time. So now I have the tokens, and they've been updated from the file that I pulled down directly from the query that just gets the raw JSON REST query to the OIDC provider, the Keycloak server. So now when I run the kget pods, I should get something different, right? Would it be easier to script as JSON? It doesn't matter. It could have been YQ, JQ, or any of them would have been fine. Both YQ and JQ are both there. I didn't have to do the conversion. I could have just downloaded it as JSON and done it that way, and then did JQ instead of any of the other YQ stuff that I have there. I just wanted to show, because it's easier to see it, the YAML data. Well, I was just demonstrating this by showing YAML data, and that the YAML data is almost the same as the other data. All right, so we have now updated successfully the access ID and refresh token. This is the process that klogin will do automatically for us when we finish it. We're going to take the YAML data that from the kubeconfig file. We're going to find the auth provider named OIDC, if there is one, and we're going to, and by the way, you can have multiple auth providers, right? Yeah, and in fact, we are going to have multiple auth providers. This one is named minikube, but in our production environment, we have one called prod, one called dev, and one called whatever. And these users, which is a really horrible name, that is not a user. The name is what you're logging into. What's the scope? What's the cluster, right? And then you put, this is the provider for that, and then as sugar on the top of the whatever, we're also going to update the current context, and we're going to add context entries so that people can do kubectl context and log into that context automatically. That is a separate section of the minikube file. Here they are up here, right? Of the kubeconfig file. So that's all stuff that we get for free by running our own klogin to do that kind of thing. Yeah, so that if you want to know how to do that magic that I did with VI and Vim and from the command line, which is, by the way, the reason you're supposed to use Vim, is the single greatest reason to use Vim is to be able to use Unix filters inline while doing your coding in Vim. Period. You can't do that from VS Code, can't do that from GVim, and NeoVim people who add lots of plugins don't know how to do that, and so they ended up looking for the best plugin in Lua as opposed to just writing a shell script. So if you want to know how to do any of that, go search for Vim Magic in my YouTube, and then, or I'll watch the beginner boost when we cover Vim, which is tomorrow at 11, Saturdays at 11, and I'll cover how to actually use VI. A lot of people have no idea what they're doing, and you're more likely to hear from them because they spend time making pretty videos instead of actually learning VI. Yeah, I said that. So here we go. We've got So what have we done? We now have a new error. That's the part I was trying to tell you. We're getting we're getting this beautiful error. Okay. And let me just remind you, when we started the stream, that I was raving about this really great tutorial. And look right here. This is how I actually found the tutorial. Is I was searching for this error, right? Now we know that this error is coming from Kubernetes that now successfully talked to Keycloak provider, as well as our kubectl talked to the Keycloak provider as well. We did actually that step we did independently, right? We called our command line tool to grab those tokens and everything and stick them into a file, and then by hand we put those information into the kubeconfig file, and then when we use kubectl to connect, it passed that stuff to Kubernetes, and Kubernetes is like, oh, your provider's up here. In fact, that's how it gets it, right? So if you look at these variables here, the way that it tells Kubernetes when kubectl logs in, contacts the Kubernetes server on whatever port, 8443, it's up here. It says it passes this auth provider to it, and it tries to say authenticate against this user, and it says, oh, hey, there's a realm up there. Let me go see if any of this token information. So Kubernetes then phones home. It phones into the Keycloak OIDC at that URL. It actually does. It accesses the .well-known. The OIDC providers must have well-known enabled in order to do discovery. If you don't have it, it won't work. You can't do this for Kubernetes. So we know Keycloak has that. What does that mean? Let me just refresh you on this. If you're going to Keycloak for the first time, if you're looking at all this stuff down at the bottom, where is it? Realm settings, clients. Oops, got to log in again. So see down here, OID endpoint configuration. If you click on this, this gives you the .well-known OpenID configuration. So what minikube does behind the scenes, actually what Kubernetes does behind the scenes is it says, oh, I have this issuer, right? URL. It's like, let me go check. So the first thing it does is it accesses this URL and grabs all of this data. It grabs the data. This is all the data about this OIDC provider, including where do I go to check for grant type equals password and all of that stuff. So you don't have to pass any of that. And then it checks these tokens to see who signed them, right? And it checks those tokens against this shared CA, right? Because they were signed by that root cert. So actually, it needs that root CA to make the connection to Keycloak. That's also, which is a different problem. But and another thing too is that this CA is also what's signing the server certs that are being served up on the API. So you got to have your root cert. That's the moral of that story. And so it goes and gets it, and it says, hey, you're good to go. And then it lets it in, right? And then it checks its RBAC permissions to see its user bindings, cluster rule bindings. It checks those to see if I have permission to do anything, and I don't. Okay, and the way to fix that, by the way, here is the unique identifier. Look at this. See that right there? That is the unique identifier that is automatically created. I read this on the Kubernetes stuff. This is automatically generated as the unique. This is the assumed. If you start the server, the minikube server, this is the assumed unique identifier for the users. Now, you can get around that by sending, see how this has OIDC user, whatever? If you look in the realm of the servers, let me show you. This is super interesting to me, actually. But if you look inside of the server, right? So let's parse the JIT. So here's the stuff that comes, here's the tokens that come. Right? If we do a get token and we run that through JQ, you'll see. So this here, this SID is the actual unique identifier for this user, right? Actually, no, here's the default. So the default identifier that Kubernetes uses, and you can change this by changing the parameters to minikube. I know this because I wrote them whenever the minikube startup script. I was deciding what to add, and this is what it uses by default. That is the unique identifier, right? And then there is a prefix that it puts on it automatically. If you do not provide the prefix, then it will use automatically. Where's my minikube? Okay, so if you don't do that, it will automatically use some other stuff. In fact, where did I have that documentation? Let me see if I can find it again. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Oh, good. I got to OpenIDC Connect tokens. This is it. This is like super important. So, God, I hope this is in my lab. I think it is. If it's not, it definitely needs to be. I'm pretty sure it is, but I am so paranoid I'm going to put it anyway. I'm going to put it in here. All right, so this information tells you the stuff that needs to be passed to your API server when you start it up. And the way you interpret that is that when you're adding minikube, this extra config variable passes this stuff through to the API server when it starts it up. So that's how we figure that out. And here we have, I changed mine to 512 at one point. I don't have that in there now, but actually I changed it to 512 and it wasn't happy the other day. I don't know about that. You got to be careful. I added some things and it was really not happy. This one, for example, I changed the CI file and that does not like it. Because it doesn't, by the time minikube runs in its KVM virtual machine, it doesn't know about this path on the host. So you'd have to tell minikube to create that file and copy it into it, which it can't do. So this does not work for setting the CA file. That took me forever to figure out. And so with minikube, the way to do it is to put those things in the minikube search directory and they'll be added there. You can add other stuff into the .minikube directory so that stuff gets loaded automatically into whatever the provider virtual machine is or whatever. In our case, it's a virtual machine. But yeah. So but what I wanted to come here for, because I wanted to see if I can change the group's prefix. So here's the information about the claim. Preferred user is automatic. Here we go. OIDC username prefix. See this right here? So prefix appended to username claims prevents clash with existing names such as system users, which is a thing. This goes. Okay, here we go. The OIDC username claim. So the JWT claim is used by default as sub, which is expected to be a unique identifier. So this comes in and gets. Where is it? You saw it already, right? Where was our? Wait, where's our thing? I can't remember. It's over here. Yeah. So by default, the unique identifier is that sub. But by reading further, we can see that that this is combined with the OIDC prefix. So by default, the reason that we're seeing this in the tutorial is because when this thing was set up, in this particular case, when it was run, it had extra scope and grant type auth code. This is using auth code flow. We're not. It's got the OIDC issuer URL, which is the same as us. That's interesting though. I think we have issuer URL, right? Yeah. Yeah, So that's super important. You got to have the issuer URL, right? And they're using a reverse proxy behind the client ID. That's the thing that's set up in your provider. This has a client secret. We don't need a client secret because we didn't make our user public. And they're using klogin. This is informational for the kube login tool. OIDC extra scope email. We don't need that. Grant type equals auth code. We don't need that either. So, but what I was going to show you is that they're missing something from this. So I'm trying to figure out where it was that I read it so I can show it to you again. I think it's here. Issuer URL, client ID. Client ID for all tokens must be used for Kubernetes. OIDC username claim. Admins can choose other claims such as email or name depending on their provider, however claims other than email. So preferred underscore username is there by default because of OIDC, so we don't need to do that. Prefix prepended here. we're using this. We're using preferred username, which is a part of OIDC and it's always there. But that's not the identifier. That's the claim, which is a little weird, right? I won't lie. That is like, well, where does that come in? So here it comes, right? Prefix prepended to username claims to prevent clashes with existing. For example, OIDC will create things like this. If this flag isn't provided, here we go. And username claim is a value other than email. The prefix defaults to, and this is why I have what I have. This is why I have what I have. I want to show you. So when I do get pods, I get this weird user with the HTTP in there, right? And here is the explanation, which it was hard for me to find, but I read it. I was like, oh, that's why. If the flag isn't provided by a user claim is value other than email, the prefix defaults to the issuer URL, hashtag, where issuer URL is the value of OIDC issuer URL. The value dash can be used to disable all prefixing, which I thought was interesting. So if you want to, I could have used dash there to say I don't want prefixing, right? I just want to use rbac Rob as the user, right? And I might not want to do that in my official one. But I didn't see that before. So OIDC username prefix. I'm actually going to add that. I mean, I could make it OIDC, right? And then it would be OIDC : rbac Rob. It says, and the user claim is a value other than email. And ours is. So I'm actually going to change my minikube startup to do that because I don't like it. I'm going to say, oopsie. What is it? OIDC username prefix, claim, and prefix. So we could say OIDC, right? And that will be the unique user inside of the system. We should probably do that actually, because otherwise if you're looking at all your users of the system, you're wondering how some of them are coming in, like, right? So system : basic user is one, cluster admin is one, but then we'll have OIDC : rbac Rob will be one, and then that will be the role binding. So let's do that. We're going to actually have to, now this is really annoying. Okay. I cannot just restart minikube. So we're going to try that. I have had to completely delete out the minikube file, .minikube directory to get it to work. So let's do this. Let's say minikube stop. Unfortunately, I don't think I can restart minikube and have it keep everything the way we want. I am super going to try though. It takes an extraordinarily long time for my minikube to start up and stop, even though it has crazy amounts of resources over there. I think it's related to my DNS not being set up on my network properly. I did it really quick and dirty because I had to redo my network and I didn't want to after Lightning Storm. So minikube start. I'm hoping that I can just reuse the existing KVM containers or KVM images that were created before. And just add that other prefix in there, but it's possible that I can't do that. I don't know. So rather than sit and watch this, I'm going to go ahead and pause the YouTube video. Oh wait, there it comes. All right. So prepared Kubernetes. There we go. User claim, preferred username, OIDC client. Wait, why didn't it get my other value? Oh, damn. Well, now I'm probably definitely going to have to... I think I forgot to put a slash. That's what I think I did. Yeah, I think I did. I think I forgot to put a slash. No, I did. OIDC username prefix. Did I spell it wrong? Why isn't it doing it? Well, as I said, it did not see my startup information. So I'm going to have to go through and if you want to reset minikube, the only way to do it is this dot minikube, right? Okay, so I'm resetting a minikube. Now I have to actually put the CA back in there. So I'm going to make dir-p dot minikube slash certs. And I'm going to copy the shared interim cert into the certs directory. And for some reason, it gets picked up by it if you do that. It's just the only cert in there, but for some reason it picks it up. I don't even know what minikube is doing to do that. It's using kubeadm to initialize everything, by the way, which I thought was interesting. I saw that in the error mistake. So then we do minikube start. And the problem with this is it's going to have to actually pull down everything again. So it has to pull down the KVM Docker images, or the KVM driver images, which are, yeah, they're ISOs. I think they're actually boot drives. Okay. So it's getting everything off the internet, and all of this stuff is getting dumped into .minikube slash. And at some point, if I keep using minikube, I'll probably get good enough at knowing what files need to be removed from there. Already exists with the, I was afraid of that. We're going to, no, this isn't going to work. The reason for that is because KVM driver is still doing its thing. Yeah, it's still got a VM here. Yeah. Can you point it to the ISOs? Probably. I can do this more elegantly. I haven't done it yet. So .minikube -rf add-ons bin cache config files logs machines profiles. I don't know enough about minikube to know. I know the search directory needs to be the way it is though, and I already added the thing in there, right? Oh, see, it made the other ones too. You know what, screw it. If somebody comes up with a more elegant way, let me know. Now, the problem I have, though, is that my provider is still running. Yeah. So I have to close that, too. So this is only because I'm using KVM provider, which I'm very new to using. Yes. We want to stop, I guess. Or wait, quit, reboot. I don't even know. Remove, delete, destroy. Verse. I don't know. What is it? Destroy minikube? Minikube destroyed. That was harsh. All right, so we don't have anything running. And that was getting in the way of starting up minikube safely. So make directory -p parents .minikube certs copy shared interim CA into my .minikube certs and start her up again. No, it doesn't. Minikube. You have to do the minikube delete, but if you didn't let it close out gracefully, it still leaves the KVM instance running, and then you get that error that spews like we did. So I kind of made that error happen by not being patient, but now I know how to kind of reset it, you know. So we don't have any minikubes because we completely blew it out. We're starting a brand new minikube. Just gonna have to download all the things again. You know, look, I don't like that it does that. I just know that that's the only clean install currently with minikube, and I've told you I'm not a good minikube user. At some point, I'll do it faster than that. I'm more inclined to use minikube these days because I know that it uses kubeadm under the hood than I am kind. I love kind, I really do. But because of that, damn, it did it again. I don't know where it's storing this shit. Error in driver during machine creation created domain error. Error domain. Defining domain XML KVM. There must be a network domain that got created with the is there a virtual LAN that got created, Mossy? There is, right? So just removing the KVM instance wasn't enough. I got to mess with the domain as well. I thought I did destroy a domain. That's just because I don't know how KVM works. Yeah, netlist or something. Yeah. So, if I remember right, it actually can survive this error because all it's doing is telling it not to make that network. CPU mode pass through. Start host failed, but we'll try again. Creating host, create error, creating machine. I think I need to get rid of it. See, here's the hard part though. So there we go. Okay, so that it says it worked. Did it really though? We're gonna find out. Enabling add-ons, kubectls configures minikube. Oh, you know what? I didn't do start minikube. Oh, so stupid. I did minikube start. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to see if these die. This should get rid of my stuff. No, look at that. It's still there. Look at that. So stopping it doesn't do it. It got rid of the VM, but it didn't get rid of the domain. Wow. Huh. How do I get rid of it? Net destroy. Destroyed. I think more commands should be named destroy, just so I can say it like that. Are we still having fun? We're having fun, right? What am I doing? Where is it? Wine 30 yet? What time is it? I'm having fun. I really am. I promise. Probably too much fun. So let's do what I wanted to do in the first place. Wait. rm-rf.minikube. Yeah, I know. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to pull the container. I'm going to pull the VM images again, which are relatively small, thank God. Then what? Where's my make dirt certs? Copy shared certs. There's my minikube cert. Okay, so are we ready? Here we go. One more time. Okay, now we're in the image. The way I know that it didn't work before is I didn't see all the arguments that it puts out on the screen, right? I'm gonna say it. Minikube is better at putting out information to the screen during its startup than Kind. Kind is more designed for people to know what they're doing. I am. Are you fucking kidding me? Minikube cache ISO. It survived last time, but why the hell? What else does it still need? Error in driver enduring machine creation domain. What was the error? Look what it did. It handed off this really awesome XML. I need to learn XML for creating a domain XML file. Host pass-through. Something about this. It didn't like something about this. Oh, there it is. Minikube machines minikube boot to docker.iso. Yeah. Vert.io. Oh, I wonder if it's the bus. I wonder if it was the disk. We didn't list the disks. Suffice it to say that minikube destroy does not destroy the underlying resources in the KVM system, which is a problem. There's probably a bug open about that. There's MK minikube, which we destroyed. I bet you that's it. I bet you there was a disk or a CD-ROM device that was still configured in VerSH. Hammock offlines. I bet you that's it. I bet you that's it. One of those. Now, last time we did this, it survived it, though. It was like, okay, well, we'll make the stuff that doesn't exist. No, no, no. This is not an error message in minikube delete. There's no error message in minikube delete at all. No. I wonder if when I do a minikube delete, if I have to pass all the same parameters so that it deletes exactly the same one. I bet that is. I bet that's the problem. When you do a minikube delete, it just deletes the last one that was created, which is supposed to have all that stuff cached. I'm not supposed to give it all the extra parameters as I do when I do a startup, you know? Does that make sense? So, because like when I do, so here's the start file, right? So what I'm wondering is if I need to do extra config when I do, I shouldn't have to though. This is all extra. This shouldn't. When I do a minikube stop, there is the minikube destroy, as far as I know. There's a minikube stop. Oh, there's a delete. There's a minikube delete. I've just been using stop. I haven't been using delete. I haven't been using delete. You're right. I think you got it. Good call. I think good call. This is going to fail. Yep. Yep. Minikube delete. There we go. That's what we want. Remove all traces of minikube from the cluster. Versh list. Versh net list. Oh, that's much better. All right. That is what. Okay. I feel dumb, but we'll go again. That makes me feel much better. You know what's cool about that too is it doesn't have to re-download the images. Yeah. I should have been doing delete. It's using KVM. VerSH is the system for dealing with KVM outside of minikube. With the undefined subcommand. Yep. I don't know why this takes so long. This takes quite a long time actually, even though it's already got all the images. Okay, there's what we wanted. So we got our prefix, user claim, and I'm taking a note that just stopping is not enough. You can't change the configuration of minikube as to how it was started and then stop it and then change the startup parameters and then restart it. It's not going to work. It doesn't work because that stuff gets written into the KVM stuff. So I'm gonna make a note about that. You cannot change extra args. Okay, so on the hard way that to get changes extra args changes to take using minikube that I have to destroy to destroy, not stop, and then restart with the extra arguments for them to be cached. That's a pain, but that's necessary. I don't know why my simulcast is not working lately. Anyway, so get pods -a. We got everything there, and we have our kubeconfig now. And you remember this is the one, but this is all different. Now we know that it's using the minikube CA because it's got this here. Now if I didn't put the CA if I hadn't copied it into the search directory, it would not have done that. So that file can be used anywhere. Anywhere, I'm gonna prove it. So if I copy .kubeconfig into shared, right? And I have to chmod plus R it because it's safe, right? And then oops. And then I go back to the klogin machine, right? Now, obviously, here, let's check the diff here. Let's check the diff between the kubeconfig that's currently running and the one that we just made. We just made a new cluster, so that this kubeconfig is completely irrelevant. So we do diff kubeconfig with the shared config, and you can see that a number of things have changed here, right? So, and by the way, I'm glad I caught this. So you have to create a copy of the CA cert file. So you can't just copy over the kubeconfig file because the embedded cert for the CA is not there when you're doing it this way. So you actually have to copy that cert over to the system that's going to be using kubectl. So here we have it. It's a different IP number. There's no auth provider information. We added all of that. And then it's got the client cert and everything, right? Let me show you what I mean by that. So if I just copy this over, if I copy over slash shared config and I overwrite my .kubeconfig file, kgetpods will fail because it can't find the cert, right? Because we told it, hey, I want that minikube cert, right? So we actually have to copy another file over. And I already have, well, you know what? I don't think I can reuse the same one. I'm going to try it though. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Because it's a different file. It generates a new cert for that instance of Kubernetes and it signs it with the CA. So I think I have to copy that cert that was generated during the minikube creation over and use that. And so minikube C, guys, what was I going to try? Profiles minikube client.key for minikube due to open profiles minikube key, no such file or directory. All right. Unable to read client cert minikube profiles for minikube due to whatever. Hey, how you doing? Thank you for saying that. So let me run that. Let me go look at that diff again. I got to remember which file to move over. So, oh, right. So I need to point it at the ca.cert file, which is the same CA for both systems, and that has not changed because the CAs don't change. So that's it's just a tiny modification I have to do to the kubeconfig file. So I just have to change this to point to shared CA. So shared is a volume mount that is in both of is on the source so that I can share that file across containers. I know it's a lot to take in. So kgetpods works-ish kind of thing. Why doesn't it work? Is it doing something different this time? Oh, I know why. Because it's a new... Wait, no. That should have worked. That should work. That should have worked. Unable to read client cert. You know what I think I need to do? I think I need to remove kubectl. Do I have a minikube over here? How do I have a minikube over here? Okay, there's nothing in there. What am I missing? Or something new that I don't remember missing. This is file directory. Why is it doing that? There's something new in the configuration that wasn't there last time. Yeah. Oh, it's do I feel stupid? It's trying to authenticate with this. You know what I think is interesting about that? Okay, so this is an important point. I'm going to write this in my learning. This is because it's not documented anywhere else. Minikube uses files instead of cert inline certs if dot minikube certs. So this is tricking me up. So it appears that the minikube command will create a standalone kubeconfig file that can be shared on any system to work with accessing minikube, accessing the Kate's API for that minikube from anywhere on the same subnet. However, when providing your own CA or interim CA in utility.minikube asserts before doing a minikube start, the resulting kubeconfig file has dependencies on file paths within the local. This is the key. Within the local .minikube directory that must also travel to any hosts on the same subnet that want to issue kubectl commands and the like using that information. This just adds a few steps to set up in such cases. That caught me off guard, because not only do we have to point to the root CA, but we also have to, if you're switching over to OIDC Connect, I don't need that at all. But I didn't catch that it actually changed the client certs as well. I didn't catch that. That's something that I only noticed just today. So that's a thing. So that's why these are not being found, because they're not there. I could actually make this work by copying those certs over, but I don't care to do that because I'm going to be overtaking. Let's see. Maybe could feel the credit card draining. Yeah, I know. I want to do stuff at home. Yeah, so we're going to still do minikube here, except for we're going to populate this section using the things that we need to do. And I'm going to get so good at writing this by hand. Eventually, we're going to write the Go code to do this for us. So we need the ID client. We need the access token. Wait, ID token. Is it ID token or is it ID client? I can't remember. It's ID token, right? I can't remember. Access. I'll go get it. Just give me a second. Access token, refresh token. Those all have to be there. I'm going to have to indent this. So the name, OIDC, and then I think it's config, actually. I think it is. I need to get so good at memorizing these. So there's ID issuer, ID issuer URL, right? Oh, I don't remember it. I don't remember it. Oh, I should have copied that. I didn't. Yeah. Pause token. No, that was me attempting a token thing, by the way. So, okay, so it's ID token, refresh token, and access token. Those are the main ones, but we need the issuer. I can't remember the name for it. I should have memorized it before I did this. I'm supposed to have these. I can look them up. They're in my code, but ID issuer URL. And I don't remember what it is. ID token, access token. It's gonna yell at me. Please enter username. I can't remember this. Gosh dang it. I feel bad that I didn't write that down. I should have wrote it down. Yeah. This is like all the rbac stuff. It's all the keycloak stuff. It's not going to be in there because I... God damn it. It's not documented either. I should just write it down. Kubeconfig. There we go. What? That is not it. That is not it. I don't know what that is, but that is not it. Client dash ID. There are different auth ground types. Yeah. Come on. Where are you? I can't believe I just spaced that. I can't believe I spaced that. There it is. That's what we need. I don't know if OIDC is the name or the type. I can't remember. So we need OIDC. Well, you know what we can do? Yeah, let's do this. Rather than do all of this, we can get rid of all of this. Yeah, we might put this in a script, actually. This might be the way to go. Update kubeconfig. kubectl. I mean, this is how you do it without changing the file, which is why they won't tell you what's in the file, because they want the freedom to change it to whatever the hell they want. Username. We'll call the username minikube. This is probably the proper way to do this, by the way. So, issuer URL. Okay, so I'll provider OIDC, provider ARG, IDP, provider ARG. GG:844. Man, we spent a long time setting that up. But we got it. Realms. I always forget the S on that. I don't think this has to be quoted, but client ID is minikube. Right, yeah. Client secret is minikube. Oh wait, I don't have a secret. Refresh token, so we're gonna grab that. Yeah. And we're gonna grab we're gonna do JQ. I know you're gonna laugh, but you know what? Holy shit. I can do this whole thing without Go completely. Yeah. How you doing? We can do this. We can say oh my god, I can code this whole thing right now. Yep. Yep. IDP certificate authority. We don't need that. Oh, path to the CA. Oh, look at that. And get your token, the ID token. It's just, they just a refresh token. Why not the access token? I guess it's going to get one. I don't understand why I didn't put the access token in here. Did I read your comment about what? The backend stuff. You glad you found the channel? Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Access token. So we got this access token stuff, and we're going to do this here. We're going to say, let's do this. We don't even need that. Because I already have this all in another piece of code already. So I'm just going fast because this is not meant to be. I want to get to the Go code. All right, so fetch, we need to do get token, right? Get token, and we're going to dump that into temp foo.json. All right. And then this guy can just grab it. This can just be JQ -r. Actually, it will be embedded, so it should do a -r already. So we can say .access _ token, refresh token, which should be the last thing, actually. This is quick and dirty. .access. Now, I guess kubectl will grab one. That's what I want to know. I'm going to try this with him without that, just to try it. That's the most important one right here. Okay, so, yeah. Done. Invalid argument ID token equals blah, blah, blah. And put the quotes around it because it's brain dead. I need a -r. Wait. Plus this bottom one doesn't have this. Oh shit. Oh, whoops. Another mistake. Boom. User minikube set. That was a lot easier, huh? Now let's look at the file, shall we? So, okay, so there's our shared ca.cert. We got the IP. We've got the access token, client ID equals minikube, auth provider minikube. User auth provider config access token got added. ID token, IDP certificate authority. That's interesting that that's a parameter. I didn't know that that was a parameter you could pass to your auth provider. IDP issuer URL and a refresh token. So we should be able to access it. This should work. Couldn't get, let's see, server API groups. Failed to verify certificate. Signed by unknown authority. Couldn't get current server API group. Let's get HTTP timeout. Failed to verify X509 certificate. So something's up with the cert authority. I need to copy the right CA over to it. Yeah. I do. I need to copy the no. Where are we? I actually have to copy .minikube ca.crt into shared. There. All right, we got it. We fixed it. Oh my God, this is so cool. But look what it's doing for my forbidden user. OIDC rbac Rob cannot list resource pods. It did not put a colon there. I thought it would put a colon there. I guess not. So good news. We're making good news. This is making good progress. Let's see if destroying minikube will get us what we want here. So, yeah. And I need to have the prefix be OIDC colon. Yep. So minikube destroy, minikube delete. I'm going to start a new minikube with the prefix. It's going to take a little bit. So I don't know how long it'll take. We'll see. I think the other one failed because I didn't fully destroy it. I think it was still messing with the other network. I didn't have to download the other images, though. That's good news. I feel like such a noob with minikube. Noob with minikube. What time is it? Time to take a break here pretty soon. So I'm going to go ahead and pause and take a break while we do this. Hang tight, YouTube. Here we are. We're back on YouTube. Welcome back. We got our file. We got our minikube instance to start up. I now need to transfer over those files so that we can have the cert authority over there and everything like that. So what does that mean? Well, first of all, we have to copy the .minikube ca cert file to the shared location, and we also have to copy the minikube config. Actually, we don't need to do that. No, we do, because it's got the IP information. So we're going to copy the minikube config over to shared as well. Oh, wait, I meant kube config. All right, so we always have to do this because it's got certificate information in it. So mod plus R. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking, I got sidetracked thinking about adding the IP address and URLs of our main servers in the kube config file for our enterprise, which are not going to be pre-populated. So yeah. All right, so then back over on the klogin machine, we can then copy that shared config file to .kubeconfig, and this will not work, right? Because it's got a CA in there that doesn't exist, and so we have to change it. We have to run our update program, and that should get the certs and should update the file. So let's actually now look at the resulting file, see if it works. Gigapods, and it still has the cert problem because it's pointing at the wrong certs, and the other account is still in there. So we need to get rid of it. So we're going to go into the kubeconfig file, go down here to the auth provider, and it still has. That's interesting that for this particular user, it still has the client certificate, which we don't have. That's interesting that it kept that, It is. It's interesting that it kept that because that's like two different forms of authentication, and we're not using this one at all. So we're removing that. This should work. This will give us a forbidden. Oh, wait. And then, of course, we have to change this one. I thought we did that one already. Oh, no. Cluster cert authority. So this is for the entire cluster. So shared CA. That actually might not work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that did work. All right, so that's exactly what we wanted. We're getting a forbidden. And now, I mean, this looks like an error still, but this is the error we want, right? Because this is an error that's being generated by Kubernetes against its RBAC rules. And there is no user for OIDC rbac Rob. We have to make one. So, again, I found out how to do this from this tutorial. And I'm trying to find it again for you. Where did I put it? Here we go. So the command to do this is, all we just need to do is we need to add a cluster role binding. Now, Let's go back on the minikube server for a second, so I can kind of give people a status of this. So when you do get pods, you don't get anything, right? -a, and so let me show you the. If you don't know Kubernetes, there's cluster roles and there's cluster role bindings, and these are the closest things to users that you're going to get in a Kubernetes cluster. And they, if you're used to administering a multi-user Linux machine, that they're the closest equivalent. So, and there's some that come for free, I found out. So we can do this. We can do get cluster roles, right, for the whole machine. So cluster roles and cluster role bindings, by the way, are outside the scope of any specific namespace, which is why they show up when we get them. There are also things that get missed a lot when people remove or clean up applications and stuff that needed to create them, or controllers create them. They get missed all the time. They're always leftover crap, cluster roles and cluster role bindings from ancient stuff that was removed years ago. It's a real problem. But what I want to show here is some of the standard stuff that's already here. They have these prefixes. This is Kubernetes. So we have this standard system basic user, which is, a user. And then we have the cluster-admin and then admin, right? And these are they already have RBAC rules associated with them. So in our case, we just want to be able to have it do a thing, right? We don't, we just want it to work in our minikube cluster, so just for the sake of development. So I'm not going to get fine-grained with all my RBAC setup and stuff, because it's not part of this exercise. This exercise is getting a kubeconfig file that works, and that can be generated automatically through a klogin program. That's the goal. So, but in order to get it to be able to actually successfully query against Kubernetes, we need to have it have some association with some sort of cluster role. And so we have to, basically what we need to do is we need to take that token, which has the OIDC : rbac rob identifier, and we need to say to Kubernetes, this token represents blah, represents this cluster role. And that binding of a cluster role to another user in the system, in this case a token, is a cluster role binding. Right? So you can do this so the command for this is over here. So we're going to create now this command has to be done on a system. If you notice the kubeconfig over here, this is why I'm saying you can't just, it's a chicken and the egg thing, right? This system is this system is authenticating using the straight up cert, and that cert, I don't even know how that is manifest. I have to go through and look at the Kubernetes stuff, but the cert on this minikube server has admin permissions because minikube decided to give it, the keys of the kingdom. There's probably a binding already set up for minikube. Yeah, let's actually do that. I'm interested. Let's do cluster role bindings. There should be one called minikube, I'm guessing. Yep, there we go. Minikube RBAC. So, yep, it is a cluster admin. So minikube added a certificate, not a token, that associated a certificate-based authentication to Kubernetes that associates itself with this cluster role binding and minikube RBAC, right? And we can probably edit that. Cluster role binding, minikube RBAC. I just want to look at it. So there's the service account, and there's the cluster role, and minikube RBAC. So it made a random name. When we created minikube, it created this. And there's the cluster role, cluster admin. Cluster admin is a default role that Kubernetes has, so it's just associated with it. Okay. And then a service account. So it made, it created a service account in the default namespace. Oh, with the name default in the Kubernetes system namespace. Interesting. So I'm trying to figure out where the RBAC rules are for this. I don't do RBAC very much. I really don't. I don't do Kubernetes RBAC stuff at all. I need to learn it. It's super important, but most systems don't need it. I'm going to look it up really quick because I'm just curious. Get RBAC rules for specific Kubernetes. That's something I should know how to do, so I'm going to look it up really quick. Auth. can I? Never used it. Not once. RBAC, authorized access. RBAC authorization API. Permissions and roles. Get role binding, cluster role binding. Okay. Does it have the RBAC stuff in it? Role binding? I could have swore I didn't have it. Lookup command. Do RBAC tool. I don't want to use the RBAC tool. I don't. Auth, can I? I've never used this before. That's not what I want. I want to look it up for somebody else. I want to look up the, anyway. Can you start with Kubernetes or RBAC? This is not, I mean, this is a learning day, but I still don't, I don't know RBAC. I don't, I'm just going to say it. I don't know it. API server authorization mode RBAC, which is the default, by the way. I think RBAC is the default. Describe service account. Service account, I think, has it in it. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Nope. Role. Namespace default. Role that RBAC. Okay, here we go. So kubeconfig. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting sucked into stuff that I probably don't need to do right now. I'm just really curious to see how the minikube default cert is being provided, because, okay, so let's get back to the point at hand. We need to enable this. So, and this is a command. So we're going to create a cluster role binding for an existing, this is the name of the cluster role binding, right? And we're going to give it a cluster role admin, and then we're going to create a new user using this cluster role binding that we could call anything, but in this case we're just going to just for this specific user. I mean, I think we'd have to make a unique name for each one, actually. Cluster role and user. Yeah, I think this creates a cluster role binding and it creates a user association at the same time. I don't think you can do two of these, though. I'm kind of curious about that, though. So kubectl create cluster role binding, which does not have a shortcut. I've been looking for it. At least I don't know of one. Create the cluster role binding, and then we're going to have it be, we'll just call it OIDC cluster admin, and we got to give it the username, which is me. Well, let's do the little role. Cluster role equals cluster admin. We already know that. There's another one called basic user. And then the user, so we have the role and the user, that's the binding. And then the user is OIDC :rbac Rob, which is why I did the prefix thing. And that should do it. Yep, that should do it. So, and that creates the cluster role binding, and get cluster role binding -o wide, and we could go get I mean, there's all of them, but let's go get OIDC cluster admin, and you can see so there's a cluster role binding and there's only one user in it. Now I could add another user to this cluster role binding, I'm pretty sure, but that gets us enough for what we want to do, right? I'm pretty sure that my configuration at work uses groups, which are, you can associate OIDC groups with cluster role bindings automatically, so you don't have to have individual users listed here. Again, that stuff is beyond the scope of getting kubeconfig to work. So the only reason I did that is because I want my commands to work. So I do the same exact command, and it should work, assuming we get it signed by the right authority. TLS failed to verify certificate expired and signed by unknown authority. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I actually broke something. So we want to, I copied the wrong cert over there. We want to copy the interim cert. We want to copy the interim cert over to, yeah, over to here. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I think I can fix this way. Yeah, this is interim.crt, because that's the root CA. Yeah, I messed up. This should work now. Or not. Unable to connect to the server. TLS failed to verify certificate X509, certificate signed by unknown authority. This is, oh. Failed to verify certificate. Huh. I wonder. I mean, I didn't even have that in the other one. I think this sort of appears the problem. I think it might be because this doesn't have the key with it. That's a different problem. We haven't had that problem before. Is our key cloak still up? Yeah, that's a new problem. It has something to do with the passing of the cert. I think when we started minikube, we might have done it wrong. Yeah, I think this. There's something about this that we're missing still. It's a cert. Either that or it's using a different algorithm. Filter verified. Connect to the server. It might be because the keys are not on the host. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the root CA in the config file without having to put it in. put the keys in the system, you know. I think that's happening because the keys are not in the key ring anymore. They're not in user or local. Their root CA is out of here. I'm pretty sure that's what's up. Yep, there it is right there. So I don't remember if that's been loaded though or not. No. What do I want? No, this is something different. This is different. Unable to connect to the server. TLS failed to verify certificate X59 certificate signed by unknown authority. To me, this means that the minikube is not signing the certificates with what I thought it was doing it with. I got this to work last night, so I'm missing something. I'm still missing something. What are we missing here? The error we're getting with the TLS is coming from Go, which can't initiate the connection with the API server. I don't know. Let's see here. So there is another server cert. So there's the minikube has the ca.pem file and or the ca.crt file, right? And that that's the CA cert, which may be copied to a different order. What I'm trying to decide is if it was the CA cert that's... I don't know where that file comes from, honestly. I don't know where minikube makes it. It just appears. I do know, though, that putting the minikube certs... and putting the interim.crt file in the interim certs, it makes me wonder if I need to put the root CA in there too. I didn't have to do that before. So I know that yesterday when I did this, I put the interim.crt file in the minikube certs directory, and then I started minikube and it pulled it out and did the right thing. I think what might be happening is when we stop and started the minikube virtual machine, we didn't, when we stopped and started minikube, we didn't get the, it didn't do the search thing. It kept the old search directory for some reason, and that's screwing us up. We didn't have a clean initialization, and I actually don't know what minikube does with that file. So I'm going to try one thing. I'm going to try to copy over. It could be that this CA for minikube got recreated and we didn't copy it over to the shared directory yet. There's an outside chance that that's true. So we could copy share, actually, .minikube CA .crt, copy that over and just shared. And then over here, I don't think this is the same. Maybe that this might be it. That was it. That was the problem. All right. So what have we learned here? I got to stop and think about that. So when you just when you delete a minikube and you start a new one, a ca.crt file is created under .minikube, which is not the same as the interim.crt file, which I preloaded into minikube/certs, so that when I gotta put this into words for myself because this is fucking annoying. All right, so when you start minikube, what it does, watch, this is what's annoying about it. So you would think that if I had made a minikube file, a minikube cert, so in order to reinitialize, I deleted the minikube directory completely, right? And I added the interim.crt file into a directory minikube/search/interim.crt. That's the CA for Keycloak that we're sharing across the board. It's also the one that's been put into my keyring essentially on the klogin machine. And then you start at minikube, right? You start at minikube, and minikube creates a file called .minikube/ca.crt. Okay? It creates that file. And that file is the one that has to be in the kubeconfig, right? That's the one that has to be linked from the certificate of authority for the cluster. Now, I got a little bit tripped up because there was another certificate CA authority listing in here that was popping up in the auth provider when we did our creation. And I don't think that is needed, to tell you the truth. I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt, but let me show you what I mean by that. Let's actually run this again. Let's update. All right, so that should update my kubeconfig file, and that didn't touch the CA line, thank God. That should have just only updated this. Now, that did add the ID certificate authority shared ca.crt. Now that's the IDP certificate authority. So that should not work. KGIP, I mean, that should work. It does. Okay, good. So that was a trivial addition that is really irrelevant. Who cares, right? It's the same as up here, the cert for the cluster up here. Now, I suspect that this... oh, interesting. No, you know what? This is interesting because this means that you could actually provide a different CA. So let's say you had a certificate chain that included multiple CAs, intermediate CAs. You could actually have, I'm guessing you could have... Yeah, you could have a different CA for the cluster. So let's say that all your Kubernetes clusters are under the management of a department, and that department has its own interim CA, right? So that CA could be different for the cluster from the cert that is used by the identity provider here. So that could actually be different. That's interesting. I did not know that. That I thought they would have had to have been signed by the same authority. But they don't have to be, provided that they're both signed by a top level. This is super revelatory to me because this means very likely, I haven't proved it yet, this means that you can have multiple identity providers as users inside of your kubeconfig file that all have different CAs. But as long as those CAs are signed by a root CA, and all of those root CAs share a root CA with a certificate authority up here, then you could have different CAs depending on the auth providers. That's like really important to know. All right, so but that's the only justification for having an IDP certificate authority entry in the config listings here, because I don't ever have one. You know? Yeah. I actually think that this might be one way to get around the problem with the kubeconfig file not having its thing. How you doing? Not having access. So, yeah, this is interesting. Now, this had to point to a file though, so yeah, it's the same file, but I wonder if I did this. I wonder if that'll work. Yep. See, this is what's so fascinating about this. Okay, so check this out. So the confusing part of this is that the interim.crt file and the .minikube/ca.crt file are not the same certificate. That they should be, right? But they're not. They're not. Watch. So if I look at the .minikube ca.crt, this is the file, right? And if I look at the .minikube, the one I loaded up into minikube first, interim, whatever, right? Oh, wait, maybe they are identical. Oh, I hope they are. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they are identical. That will make my life so much easier to understand. Please be the same file. They are not. They are not the same file. Nope, they are not. They're not. They're not the same file. So tell me, someone explain that to me. You know what? Are they JW? No, they're certs. How can I look at the internals of the cert? I base 64 decoded, I guess. Let's do that. Yeah. I have to know. I have to know. This is driving me nuts. Okay. Why do I care about this? Because something about starting at minikube with the .minikube/certs/interim.crt file is taking the interim.ca file, and in some way it's changing it, and it's creating a .minikube/ca.crt file that has to be listed from the kubeconfig file. Even though you found it? Oh, thank you. Yeah. So even though this file up here, this share ca.crt file, is not the same as the interim file, but I can list the IDP certificate authority down here as interim.crt because the contained CA cert is the same, but something about the X509 certs is different, and I don't know what that is. And it's driving me nuts because they should have identical information in them. So I am actually, just for the sake of absolute curiosity, trying to, because I was interchanging these things thinking that they would work no problem. And I mean, look, ca.crt, this works too, right? kgetpos.a, right? Uh-oh, what did I change? Oh, look at that. Now it's not working. What? What changed? What the hell? Oh. Yeah. I mean, that assumes you understand certs period. All right, so well, that's even more fucked up. I swear to God, I got that to work. Okay, so everything's working because nobody needs to panic. Everything's working. I'm just chasing rabbits now because I really want to know what's going on. Now it's still working. Look. Why is it working? Because it didn't have to get a new refresh token? Oh, I bet that's it. Okay, another curiosity. I changed that recently and it didn't work. I don't think it's getting a new thing, so it hasn't blown up yet because it hasn't expired. But if I delete the access token, let's do that. Let's delete the access token and see what happens. It should populate the access token with a new one. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't give a shit. It doesn't give a shit. No, it doesn't. I don't think it's re-authenticating. I think it's cached something, honestly. Yeah, I have to wait for the cache to expire. Yeah. Yeah, well, I can break it. Should I break it? I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna do my update. That's definitely gonna break it. Yeah. Oh, damn it! I can't break it now. It's broken when I don't want it to be, and when I want to break it, it doesn't break. What the hell? It's doing what I want. Stop doing what I want. God damn it. Okay, so I have got to know what's in those certs. I have to. OpenSSL. This is why you should know OpenSSL. I don't. X509. I want to see what's in there. X509 in shared ca.cert text, and we don't want the actual stuff. Yeah. Okay, so here's what we have. All right. I'm gonna let's output that to temp/ca.crt.txt. And then let's do the other one. Let's do shared interim. Simply, but yeah. Got me past the CA search today. It has a section called TLS explained. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, we have to do TLS for sure. CA interim.crc. Okay. So what I want to know is let's diff those files. CA and temp interim. Look at that. Okay, what is different? Serial number. Shop 256 with RSA encryption. Minikube CA. Oh, okay. So. Oh, okay. I see what happened. Yeah. It made its own CA and it signed it with the root CA. Yeah. It made a sub CA file. It is pretty damn complex. Yes, it is. Yeah. So here's the actual. This is why the files are different. All right. So plus it uses SHA-256 with RSA encryption. So okay. Oh, look. Issuer CN equals minikube CA. Okay. Now if this has, I'm betting you that this cert also has, I bet it has CA enabled true. It does. There it is. Okay. Okay. It's all clear now. It's all clear. I just figured out what's going on. I feel good about that. All right. I know what's going on. So let me recap what's happening here. So when minikube starts up, it looks for anything in the search directory. And if there's a certificate in there, I don't know what it does if there's more than one, but we know what it does if there's at least one. It's right in front of us. What it's doing, whether or not it's documented or not, is it's grabbing the .minikube/certs file, and in this case, interim.crt. It's grabbing that file, and it says, okay, here's the CA. This is the CA under which we will operate. And then minikube says, but I'm not just going to use that CA. It could have done that. It could have just used that CA. But instead of doing that, it says, no, I am going to make a CA under this CA. I'm going to make a CA under this. So the certificate chain would be, in my case, the root CA, but nobody knows about that because the highest level CA that anybody knows about in my infrastructure right now is the intermediate CA that I use to put into KeyCloak, which you can look when you go to the SSL certificates and you open up TLS certificates on that. So it's rbac space ICA is the name of it, right? So that's the interim.ca we've been passing around everywhere, right? That I put into .minikube.search. So I put it into .minikube/search. I put that in there. I run minikube for the first time, and minikube says, hey, I see that you have a root CA. I will make my own root CA. I'm going to make my own root CA. And how do I know it's a root CA? Right there. See that? This is what I was looking for. This is why you need to know OpenSSL X509 View, because the number one thing so far that I have had to look up when I'm looking at certificates is this a CA or is this a leaf? Is this a server cert or something that is used to just, do basic communication? So what ended up happening is Minikube says, I thank you very much for the root CA interim.ca, or .crt, but I don't want you. I'm not going to use you. I could just use you, but instead I'm going to make my own root CA that I'm going to use for everything in the Minikube Kubernetes land. And so it makes a new one. That's why the encoded files are different. They're different files, even though they contain essentially the same information. Actually, they don't. This one has just been signed by the other one. Right. So then you get C equals true, and it creates its own thing, and it probably used a kubeadm command for that we could go look up. And I really don't care to look that up right now, but I did want to understand this. So as you can see, the difference here, this yellow stuff, this is the stuff from interim.crt, which is also a CA, obviously. And it was signed with 512 RSA encryption because I made it. I made this one. This one was made by Minikube, and it didn't give a shit. It's like, I'm going to use, 256 RSA encryption, which is bad, but whatever. And so it said it shot 256 with RSA encryption. Minikube is doing all of this cert generation for us to help us out using kubeadm behind the scenes in order to get us a Kubernetes cluster that works. And so that's the explanation. So when it comes to the kubeconfig file that's on klogin machine, we now have an understanding of what's going on there, right? So this one up here, shared sca.srt, this is a certificate authority for the entire cluster that Minikube created. That was created and signed. This is a subcert from interim.crt. Now down here, this IDP certificate authority line can point to ca.crt and be just fine because that CA came from the interim.crt. But I should be able to interchange shared ca.crt or share/interim.crt without a problem because the one came from the other one. So that's where the cert chain is getting interesting, right? Now, see, this is already gone out of date, which is interesting because now it's like, failed to verify certificate file name, certificate signed by unknown authority. Yeah. So now it's having problems, which I find is interesting because we were just showing, I think it was cached before and it wasn't having problems before, right? So actually, I think the ca.crt here, I think what I said about them being interchangeable is a lie. And the only reason I think that we didn't know it was a lie is because it had cached authentication and we had to wait long enough for something to age out. I don't know what, but we had to wait long enough for something to age out, probably it's not the refresh token rate, that I know. So we can then put, right here, we should probably be able to put this to interim and have it work. Yeah. Okay. So, because that's what it should be. All right. So to repeat one more time, the IDP certificate authority is the root CA of the key cloak. Okay. And the certificate authority of the cluster is the CA created by Minikube, which happens to have been created from the CA interim.crt, but we don't know because so that is a distinctly different certificate. It's not the same. You can't interchange the two. You can't put the one there and the other one there because Minikube is using this one, which is a subcert from interim.crt. But this one can be explicitly defined. I think if I remove this, though, I should be fine. I think the reason that I'm fine is because kubectl is using the keyrings on the system. And I really, really want to validate that that's true. And I am going to do that right now. I'm going to do that right now because right now, one of the key problems for all of this, using this kubectl stuff, is that if you're using a root CA, Go is really picky about having all the interactions with anything having the root CA on the system, and that's what we spent so much time writing this for. So we wrote this thing so that it would detect whether there was a root CA, and if not, it would pass it in curl. And we did the same thing in Go as well. And it would pass the client ID, but if it didn't have it, we would pass the CA into the request. Why? Do you see where I'm going with this? Because now what it seems like is that up until today, I did not know that there was a field called IDP certificate authority that could be written to the kubeconfig file. I didn't know that. I probably should have known that. I didn't know it. And the reason that's important is because that might serve, I don't know, I'm about to test this, but that might actually serve the identical purpose of the --CA cert line in a curl request. Which does what? What that says is, oh, you don't know about this root CA? You don't know about this CA inside of the host system? It's not in your Etsy local share CA certificates or something? No worries. You can use the cert I'm going to give you. Right? And that, therefore, the application can still talk to things that are operating under a different root CA without the host system having it. Right? And normally, we've already decided in the case of our enterprise, if that is the case, we want to have that bubble up as an error to the end user and have the user go to their administrator and say, hey, why the hell is my roots not working? And say, well, you need our enterprise root updated on your host. We already know that that's the chosen path for the resolution here. But out of curiosity, I really want to know what happens if I eliminate the cert from the host system. Right now, it's on the host system. Right, I want to eliminate the host from the from the host system, and I mean, here's how we know, right? Because if we're gonna check it right here. If I fetch without the CA, like I'm doing right now, if I try to do a fetch, right? So if I do a get token, and if I try to do a fetch, right, this should fail. All right, that will fail if there is no host system root CA. I'm about to remove it and break it on purpose. So the way to do that is quite simply to do a sudo rm etc on this system, user share local, no, user local share CA certs. And this is on Ubuntu. So if I remove that, and right, and then I have to update my certs, sudo update cert CA certs, and now if I run that same fetch command, it should fail. You see how it failed? It failed because it didn't have access to the CA. Now, if I run the fetch with CA, which I've already coded up here, if I run this one, fetch with CA, this should work because it's going to pass it as a --CA cert argument. So now when I run get token, it should work, right? Because why? Because it now knows about the root CA for the HTTP requests that's been TLS, enabled. But this time it's passing it directly to curl as opposed to having curl pick it up from the host OS. Right? So my goal now is to accomplish the same thing using kubectl by potentially adding the extra argument that I didn't know about until today. So if I do a kgetpods, this will fail, right? It will fail because it doesn't have cert, just like we said, right? There's no way. And that, by the way, this is why I noticed this. I saw this error before, right? When we had set the IDP issuer URL certificate or whatever to the wrong one, to the ci.crt instead of interim.crt, it was giving this error, and that triggered me to thinking, oh, okay, so there's something going on here that has to do with that line, and this might actually enable kubectl to operate without having the proper root CAs on the host environment. And I'm about to test that right now. So if I do this, if I go here and I copy this, that means that if I add that to my .kubeconfig, if I add this line back, I have a sneaky suspicion that this is going to work because I believe that this is the equivalent of --CA cert in curl. We're going to find out. Kgetpods. Boom. That worked. Damn. Oh my God, I am blown away. I have totally learned something today. That is like a huge thing to learn. That means that kubectl does the system running kubectl can work with multiple different root CAs in the same configuration file. Get your head around that for a second. If it's coming to multi-cluster sorts of things. So let's say that you are doing you're like Portia's not here, but Portia said something like they have like 2,000 lines in their kubectl file, on their kubeconfig file. Well, now I know that there's at least one line here where each individual identity provider could have its own configured root CA, which means you could be operating in an enterprise or that has multiple root CAs that are all different intermediate CAs, and have them all. You could have multiple keycloak, LDAP, or whatever Active Directory. You could have them all there, and you could have them all terminated properly. And Go will do the right thing, because when kubectl calls it, it does this. It goes and grabs that file, that certificate. So I there's a lot going on in my head now, but I got to tell you, I am of the opinion that the tool that is going to manipulate this directory, this kubeconfig file, should actually call kubectl to do it. Thanks, your group punk, for subbing. That is a monstrously huge discovery for me. I don't have any certs here. And watch, I'm going to prove it. If I do get token, wait, this one works because why? Because this is, okay. So I'm going to write this in a Zet in a very succinct way. So, what is it? It's users.user.authprovider.config .config dash .idp Yep. IDP certificate authority equals that's what it is. Let's say approximately. I'm having fun, yeah. No, I use the client Go for that. The client Go does not update the config file. No, that's just for the client Go is just for talking to the I'm pretty sure that library is just for talking to the API. I don't think it actually allows you to manipulate the config file. Yeah. I actually have a proposal I need to run by my friends at work really quick. Yeah, I need to run. What time is it? Are we past the working day? Is the working day over yet? No, I got to hit him up with something. Yeah, I think the proper way to do this is to run the kubectl executable. The reason for that is because the format of this file has not been hard coded, nor is it guaranteed to be the same, but the arguments that are passed to kubectl are. So I think that is the way to go about doing it. I think that's the best way to do this. And I mean, it's the most standard way. What am I saying to do? Okay, so by this update config file, right? See this auth provider arg? Calling kubectl as opposed to the other stuff is the way to go here. Yeah. Set credentials minikube. What I don't know is if the access token. Well, no, we do need to actually refresh the access token. You know why? Because the dashboard uses that. Yeah, we found that out the hard way too. So yeah. I think I have my answer here. Another reason for this. Okay, so I mean this is just better all around. What am I talking about? Okay, so if the goal here is to get the kubeconfig file to be updated for your enterprise so that people don't have to know about client IDs or any of that jazz. You just they want to be able to run a program and have it work, right? And frankly, we want to create a plugin for kubectl akin to the klogin, the kube login command that's popular out there, but not that, because that requires giving it a client ID and a bunch of other stuff. I don't want to tell our end users that they need to start installing kube login. I don't want to tell them that. I understand why that exists. Yeah. I'm having a moment here because, well, we're not going to provide the IRD certificate authority. We're not going to do that for sure. So, yeah, I'm gonna copy these files over to shared. Get token goes to shared. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie. Shared. Sudo copy get token shared. I want to get these into my lab because I don't want to lose this learning. This is some really great stuff. So I'm pulling these into my lab. I'm going to save them. Yeah, I think get token is kind of, yeah, it's old. So let's do this. Let's say SCP home shared get token to here. I want to update to here. Get add dash dot commit update kube config. I think I forgot about some stuff here. So with OIDC authentication, see this stuff right here? That needs to be in start minikube, which we don't have yet. Damn, I got to make sure I get that over there. Yeah, where is that? Start OIDC minikube. Make sure to put root CA or return root CA into minikube search before running for the first time, so that it will be used to create minikube /ca.crt, which will be referenced from the kubeconfig file under cluster. Why isn't it? Oh, because it has to be just one. All right, so then let's see. We shouldn't actually have to do that, actually. We don't need to do that. We can just do delete. I was doing stop. And make sure the following line is in. Yeah. All right, so for your username, client ID, we don't need a client key. Client key is not needed for public users in Keycloak. I like that it's not. All right, so this is good news. I have made extremely short work of the Go code that will have to be written now, because I'm just going to call kubectl, and if kubectl isn't there, I'll tell them they need to download kubectl. And that will bypass all of the shit you have to go through for dealing with the YAML file, which is not guaranteed to change. That, you know, I should do all of the commands. I should equate all of those commands to kubectl commands that are going to make changes to the file. And, you know, we could actually do a preview. We could actually say in the tool, we could actually make it so it says, do you want to preview what this is going to do? And then capture that as opposed to running it. So we could like educate our developers while they're running it. And then they would see the actual kubectl command at the same time if they wanted to do it themselves. And we could promote use. There's just so many better things that are going to come out of this for our end user developers, for our cluster, because I'm going to use kubectl for everything. We'll still have a helper command, klogin, but it's not going to be anything like it is now. Yeah. Right now, it actually modifies the YAML file, and assuming that we can actually change other things like context and stuff, which I'm almost positive you can do all of that through the kubectl command. And I'm almost positive that the reason the YAML file is not documented is because documenting the kubectl config command is the right way to do that. And they want to promote use of that. If we are making changes to the file directly, like Kind and Minikube do, you know, that's fine, but it's probably a bad thing to depend on long term. Because, I mean, if they make any other changes. So anyway, so we get pods, get pods -a. What are you talking about, GG? .gg? As a TLD? Because GG. rbac.gg. Good game. Easy to remember, easy to type. So let's do that. If we did wait, let's try this. So we got to copy start OIDC minikube. So copy start into shared, and I'll go back onto my other system. Where's the lab? Did I kill the lab already? I think I did. I think I killed the lab. To tell the HTTP client about the root CA to use, even if the host system does not have it added. Yeah. I do not know why my stuff is acting up, striking me crazy. 6. Oh, that can go. That's the stuff we were looking at. Set credentials except running the below command. I think I have this already. Yes. Okay. The following configuration: client ID, client secret. Yeah. Certificate authority. Root CA PEM. Yeah. Let's see. Once you have the ID token expires, QCL will attempt to refresh your ID token using a refresh token. And client secret storing the new values for refresh token, ID token, and kubeconfig. So, yeah. Yeah. Yep. This is definitely the way to go. Option 2, use the token option. No, we're not doing that. No. Webhook token authentication. Access remote webhook service. Like cache authentication system. Use kubeconfig file format within the file clusters refers to the whatever. Specific authority server cluster. Wait, what? What the hell is this? Web token authentication. How does it? Webhook authentication is a hook for verifying bearer tokens. You have to go use the webhook service to get. Wow, that is cool. I did not know about that. And there are so many options. Too many. Yeah. Crisis context. Opaque bearer token. We're not doing that. All right. Proxy. Proxy is something we need to figure out, though, because the dashboard depends on it. Yeah. I need to set up a proxy, actually. Is brand keys to CLI. Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff in it. Yep. Are you talking about the stuff I'm writing into the CLI? Yeah, well, you're not doing what I'm doing. I'm providing login access to thousands of users in a major corporation without them having to know the client ID. A different scope of work. I justified the reason for this at the beginning. I don't need to do it again. Anybody who actually maintains Kubernetes enterprise scale knows exactly what I'm talking about. So, yeah, this is super interesting. This is the Kubernetes official reference documentation for authentication possibilities using kubeconfig. And as you can see, it's got lots and lots and lots of options corresponding to the authentication strategies listed on the other Kubernetes page. But yeah, and that's going to be good. Yeah, a lot of these are plugin installations. So this stuff, so the kube login program requires installation and configuration. Ours doesn't. Ours doesn't. It's a single binary. It just works. The main takeaway for me this afternoon has been that when needed, we can provide a root CA as an extra argument to the provider config, that's something we have never used before, but we could if we wanted to. And secondly, that modification of the kubectl of the kubeconfig file without using the kubectl command line is dubious, because doing it bypasses any potential changes to the API in the future. And I know a lot of programs do. Kind does, and Minikube does, but those things are happening in conjunction with the projects. So that is a huge takeaway for me, because that means that the YAML magic I was going to show you about combining YAML data fields is unnecessary completely, at the cost of a single, call out to an executable on the system using an exec command. And that should get it instead. Some people may say that that's kind of obvious, but I mean, the original program that we were dealing with did not do that. It messed with the YAML file. And so I'm actually getting the courage, by looking at all this stuff, I'm getting the courage of throwing out the stuff that I inherited from the previous developer, and doing it in what I think is a more sustainable way. So the other thing about this too is that if and when somebody says we have to throw out grant type equals password as a flow, we will be more prepared to do that, because we can interact with the existing established standards for that. So we could just say, hey, go put your token into this command and just add that, and then the token will just get propagated into the configuration file. Or we could say, just run this kubectl command to add it. Either way, doesn't matter. Let's see. Can a quarter that does dashboard for that? Oh, they absolutely do. They either that or they buy OpenShift. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Dude, Frank, I'm not going to argue with you. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. You're probably a great engineer, but you have no idea what you're talking about. Kubernetes has had a problem with, look, do I need to bring up the reason I'm going off is because we have Frank, is a good friend of ours on the chat, is saying, certainly this isn't a problem. Certainly you don't need a Go programmer to set up authentication for your users to Kubernetes. Certainly there's an easier way to do that. If you sense a little bit of frustration in my voice, it's because there should be a better way to do this, and there's not. There's fucking not. And there hasn't been for a long time. And if you had been in the chat earlier, you would have read the post that somebody made of a thread, which is a long-going issue on the Kubernetes source code about everybody asking for this and referencing kube login and a bunch of other stuff that doesn't really hit the base, but they're trying to do it. And that issue wouldn't exist if this problem were addressed in Kubernetes. So the answer is yes. At enterprise scale, if you're going to home grow your own Kubernetes stuff, you have to create your own Kubernetes login strategy. And that means figuring out what's going to go in the kubeconfig files for all of your users for every cluster. And the reason OpenShift, and I talked about this, the reason OpenShift is so popular is because it covers that base and everything else doesn't. So when you look at the bottom of the fucking Kubernetes iceberg, I'm going to show it to you again, because we're going to end on this, because I don't want to deal with this. I got the stuff I need out of this. So if you go to the Kubernetes images iceberg, this is where this problem lies. And I wish I could zoom in on this. Hopefully this one will let me zoom in. The other one didn't. This is a Reddit one, right? God darn it. Let's do this one. All right, so open image, a new tab. So maybe I can zoom in. Can you see this down here? Here, I'll give you the link, okay? I'll give you the link. I'll be nice. I'll give you guys the link. So I'm sorry, I'm getting a little hot under the collar, because to imply that this is just some easy thing where you should be able to run an application and give it to your users is naive and frustrating. Okay? So if you sense intention, that's where it's coming from. Yeah, somebody from Denmark says, "Oh, you've got this wrong, obviously," and I want to punch him in the face. So my friends, here it is right here. Okay. So, by the way, the person that's critiquing me has never fucking done Kubernetes in their life. They just think they're an expert on everything. They're one of those people from Denmark. So here we go. You got to deal with these people a lot. Here we go, right here. Down here at the bottom. At the bottom, it says configuring kubectl for remote access. This is the bottom of the fucking iceberg. This should have been one of the easy things in the pie in the sky. It should have been built into the Kubernetes architecture. It should have been a part of the base design. I agree completely, but it wasn't. It fucking wasn't. And it has to be built, and it's a cause of major frustration for me, for enterprise people all over the place. And so if you don't have somebody to address that, guess what? You punt and you use GCP, which takes care of it. You use OpenShift, which takes care of it. Azure takes care of it. Or any number of another turnkey Kubernetes solutions out there, including Minikube, which take care of all this shit that's under the water. But if you have to administer Kubernetes, you know very well what I'm talking about. So when I get, kudos and I get, amens from, enterprise architects who have deployed Kubernetes to thousands of people for multiple clients and consulted with the fucking president about how to do this securely, I take their input more than some dick from Denmark telling me what to do. Okay? So I'm sorry, I'm kind of pissed. I should probably shut up now. The SSH jump server still needs to log in. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm done talking to you. I'm also going to take a break so I don't yell at somebody else. Okay, so we're going to take a break now. Talk to you in a bit. All right, YouTube, we're going to go for another hour. Sorry for the rant. I got a little bit personal there and frustrated, so had to walk away, have some coffee, mellow out, and move on. So what are we going to do for the rest of the last hour? Compile and Go. Yeah, it's great. I have it. Yeah, read it like 4 years ago. Really great. It's also old. If you're going to study compilers and Go, make sure you look at all the existing compilers, like the Go compiler itself and the scanners there. You'll love it. There's like 4 or 5 compilers and scanners you can go look at, including the built-in ones for the Go language itself. A great video on writing compilers and Go, including when Rob Pike spends an hour and a half talking about the creation of the template language and the parser and compiler he made for that. Super, super good stuff, fun stuff. I really, really love writing parsers in particular, and to a lesser extent, compilers, but I haven't written a compiler. Transpiler maybe, but not compiler. Back to work. We are, for the next hour, so that's an hour and 6 minutes, we are going to be doing nothing but Go coding. And what we're going to do is take everything. We're basically going to take this script and write it in Go. And we're going to call it to the kubectl command. So, and we're going to add some other sugar to it. So we're going to add the ability to have multiple contexts, predefine those contexts, and to pre-populate. What's up? Are you giving me another espresso? Now I've had that's called a quadruple espresso.
Okay, if you put 2 scoops in that last thing, that was the 1 scoop fill.
I know.
And now I don't know. I cleaned it out. It fits.
It doesn't fit.
I didn't have any problem making it.
Yeah, well, I guarantee you that it has a problem. It probably didn't after it went through mine because I let it go through already. Dude.
No, it had a problem, and then I switched things and I cleaned it, and then it was fine.
All right. Well. As long as I get a bonus espresso out of it, I'm not going to complain. My German wife. What is with pedantic people today? It's like I'm surrounded by them, mostly because I am one. The espresso machine is not working. It is totally fucked up. I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to get myself in trouble. She's going to hear me, and she's going to come in here and with guns blazing. All right, so we have to. This is what we're doing. We're writing. So all of this code is going to go, and this update code is going to go. But more than that, we're going to have a program that basically you run it once, and it does all the right things, and it updates your kubeconfig to do what you want, non-destructively, additively. Okay. So a couple things it has to do. First of all, we're going to have to detect the use of certain usernames, prod dev and whatever, and then we're gonna add an array. We're gonna add a struct that contains all of those and pre-populate that. Now, there's a couple ways of writing this. We can write it so it's an embed and it parses a file at runtime, or we can write it embedded file at runtime, or we can write it as a file that just contains all the precompiled settings, which is probably the way to go. And again, we don't want this to be too heavy. This is going to be even lighter than it's been before, mostly because we've already got the HTTP request done. We've already got the OIDC provider information, including discovery, done. We don't need to add the root CA, although actually no, we're not going to add the root CA. We're going to allow the root CA to be an option per provider, so that client request can be taken care of through kubectl, and then we don't actually have to have any code that deals with that at all. No code whatsoever. And so I'm trying to establish how much of this klogin code here is even going to be necessary. So yeah, we got all that stuff in here. We're definitely going to need to use the v3 OIDC. So this stuff here, instead of it just being constants for the sake of testing, which is what we did today, now the other thing too is that actually says that it can point to a file. And I probably could have it reference an internal file. I'm going to be calling out the kubectl command, and we're going to be wrapping the kubectl command with an exec. So, because we're going to use that as our primary source of entry. So that code we can write probably really quickly. First, so yeah, that's just like, hey, call kubectl, right? We're going to assume it's in the path. We're not going to try to find it. What else? We're really not going to have that many options even to pass into it. We could, but we don't have that many. And yeah, I mean, one of the questions we have is whether or not the in order to get the certificates, I'm wondering if it would automatically do the login for us. I don't think it will. No, because it doesn't know about grant type equals password. Yeah, okay, never mind. All right. That code is still going to have to be provided. Okay, so yeah, I'm just kind of isolating. I don't want to write code I don't have to write here. So this is the grant type parser query request to his direct up HTTP post. That is going to have to stay. There's just no escaping that. So all that code can stay. We need to swap on the out. We need to switch on the output codes. Yeah. We created an auth token struct, which is a map string interface, map string any, because we wanted to hold all the return values. Truth be told, though, we really don't care about all the return values, even though we have them available. We really only need the ones that are going to end up in the file. So then if we did that, we could marshal it directly. As we're doing it right now, when we do the marshal, then we have to when we return the token, it's a JSON object, right? So we print it, it just gets printed as JSON. But we'd have to, I mean, we could still do that. We'd have to access it as a map. I mean, we might as well do that, because if somebody wants to look at some of the other data during debugging or something, they can actually do that. The way it is now, it would only grab out the specific thing. If it didn't, it's the bad part about unmarshalling with Reflect is that if it doesn't do it, you'd have no knowledge of whether it did or not, right? Another thing about making it a map string interface is you can actually check if the key exists versus checking whether the value is empty or nil. And if the key doesn't exist, that means it wasn't populated by the unmarshalling, and that therefore it wasn't parsed. And so you might have other things that were there, but that means it was nil and it wasn't a value. So you can actually check for the existence of stuff better if you're using a map than if you're using an actual struct. You have the flexibility. So I just talked myself into auth-token being remaining, I should say, a map string any, for lots of reasons. So because you can use the built-in detection to see if there actually is one, right? There's already a way to do that with a map. That does not exist if you actually made a hard-coded struct. So what is the main thing going to do? The main is going to prompt it for username and password. We're making a bunch of assumptions here. We're assuming it is a single user, and that they're authenticating against a central resource, and that resource is then going to provide access to multiple different clients using the same token. We are, however, going to make it so that, well, I actually have a very particular case here that I'm going to code, and that is that there's only one login, but that login is consistent across all three different OIDC providers. Because unfortunately, in our case, we have 3 or 4 or 5 different keycloak, even though they're all backed by LDAP. But it doesn't matter, because in order to authenticate against that server, those Kubernetes servers have been configured to point to those individual Keycloak instances, as opposed to a centralized Keycloak instances, the way how they should have been done. And we don't have time to fix that. So what does that mean? That means that our data model looks like, or the main model, data model, whatever you want to call it, it looks like it's going to have, when we have a single entry for a cluster, the idea of a cluster in our domain model is going to have I should probably draw this. There's a single Keycloak URL, issuer URL per cluster to get Keycloak. And, in the case where, that's probably better to hard code it that way anyway, because that way, even if it's the same for everybody, then it can just be redundantly copied over. The URL could be the same all across the board. But what does that look like as to the struct, the constant struct that we're going to put in our code that we're then going to use, right? Let's spend some time on that. So let's do that. So go test. Let me make sure this is all compilable code right now. Yep. Okay. So we're going to make... We're going to make, this is the file that we're making right now is the reason to do this instead of use kubeconfig. Let me repeat the justification for that. The justification for that is because we are going to include intimate knowledge of our enterprise clusters as they exist today, and their client IDs and their issuer URLs inside of a single binary. I'm going to pause on that because I want you to understand that is a distinct difference between making your own binary, simple, you'll see it's a rather simple binary when we're done here, versus using kubeconfig and documenting for your end users how to add complex configuration files just to get it to work, right? There are use cases for both, but the one that we want is simple. We want simple. We want them to run a program and have it do the right thing for the given clusters that we have been given administrative rights. So now this is based on our architecture, which means that we have a finite number of clusters that are known in advance that can be compiled into a binary that would therefore require a new release in order to add a new cluster. And that's a big, I pitched the idea of pulling down this information at runtime through discovery from a centralized endpoint. And that is not something they want to do. That's not something my team wants to do. That would be the way to do it, though, in my opinion. The way to do that, and this is something that kubeconfig doesn't do, by the way. You know, there might be an argument here, but I can't do this on the clock. But there might be a use case for creating an alternative to kubelogin that allows you to provide a known URL within a given domain, and you could use domain discovery and stuff. But the problem with any binary like that is that it's now going to be subject to security attacks, because somebody can man in the middle of the request to get the configuration file that contains the issue or URLs. If somebody has actually to take over that request during your login session, not only could they mine out all of the information that's being passed back and forth between those two, but they could send you to another site. And if you're still using grad type equals password in your enterprise, and some of you are, not all, but if you are, now you're also passing off user login information. So that is a serious fucking big deal. Don't do that. Don't do that. And, you know, so in that case, you want to be absolutely sure that people are downloading the binary that you provided for them to log into your clusters specifically, and you have total control. You have control over that binary. You don't have control over their kubectl file. They can mess with that all they want, but you have better control of it because you're now vetting that file to make sure it's correct. In fact, because we're, as an enterprise, you're releasing this tool, this binary for them to run in order to log into your primary clusters, you can actually put security checks in there that go look at their kubeconfig file and say, whoa, what the hell is going on in this kubeconfig file, right? You can put that stuff in there if you want. Those are enterprise concerns that are not manifest in kubeLogin or any of the other stuff that are out there, and those are the primary reasons that enterprises at scale have a need for somebody to really think about how are you going to enable your users to log into your root CA'd Kubernetes clusters with your own identity provider. That is a big deal. And having that point of entry maintained and managed closely by the enterprise is worth the money. It's worth the money. It's worth the trouble, because that will ensure that you are not getting owned. Now, should you roll your own? The age-old question. If it's security related, why are you not just using established security standards? Well, in this case, it's an interesting thing, because there is no specific security standard that would cover your specific enterprise, such as your own client keys, right? Client IDs, or, you know, your issuer URLs. Those are going to be very unique to you, and you want to make sure that your users are using the right information. And hard coding it into an app is one way to do that. And I mean, it's not popular. It seems to be like an anti-pattern. I guarantee it's not. It's not. Sometimes you actually do want to lock stuff down. All right. So where are you going? Wow, you're cute.
Dress in for the job you want.
I told them you wrote a job application. I didn't say anything else. What are you doing? Robot? You're doing like grandma robot.
I'm here for your entertainment value.
Are you? You must be getting ready for your Friday night.
I am.
And you're doing the Benny Hill slap on my bald head.
I am. No, I know what that's like, because Klaus did it to me all the freaking time.
You're so cute.
It was a love tap.
I'm gonna come raid you tonight.
I bought myself a designer handbag to celebrate.
Are you sure you want everyone to know this? Just checking.
Designer handbag.
Pause for station identification. Also to talk to Doris. Doris is headed off to her.
It's like at Pee Wee Herman's Playhouse when someone knocks on the door.
I love it when you knock on my door. I love it. Remember, we're so large. Remember when I used to scream at you for ruining my YouTube video? And now I'm like, no, just come on in. Come here.
Designer handbag.
You gotta show them. They can't see. Oh wow, it's a designer handbag. Does that have any identifying information in it?
No, it's the Patagonia tote.
Oh my god.
It's the Patagonia tote.
Yeah.
Because that's who I am.
What's the second? Let me see.
It's the Patagonia tote.
That's actually got Patagonia on there.
It's from Patagonia. It's their Patagonia tote bag, and I was like,
you still like Patagonia after the takedown? You still like them?
Yeah, but then I was like, because you know, all these art events, all these women bring these fancy handbags.
And you're gonna bring Patagonia.
And I'm gonna bring the Patagonia. But it's all
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Fill me.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Where was I? So yeah, we're writing some Go code. I'm also answering Slacks from workers. Oh, right. I actually floated the idea of doing a dry run to the kubeconfig changes and just to see what the commands actually were, and that is a no. They're like whatever, and I agree. I probably will put that in my version though. So, as to being able to just send an email with another binary in it, well, that's another reason to do what OpenShift has done. OpenShift has a login page. This is another reason. Earlier in the day today, I actually did about an hour-long rabbit hole discussion about a half an hour long about why I want to do OpenShift at home and why I think people should learn OpenShift in addition to on-prem Kubernetes and cloud-based Kubernetes, because all of them have a different value proposition when it comes to managing login information, managing the kubectl binary, managing the config file, and all of that. And as I understand it, I've never done it, but as I understand it, the OpenShift tool has a centralized page that can have multiple clusters, and each of those clusters has its own binary that you download from the authorized source web page through OpenShift to be ensured that you're getting the right binary so that you don't fall prey to people like what Frank's suggesting, where you send them an email that's got the binary in it, right? I mean, despite the fact that our entire enterprise has gone through, laborious training about not downloading executables from email, that would never work for us. It's still a bad idea to have people putting the binaries on their machine unless they're coming from known, established, good sources, and that's what OpenShift has really leaned heavily into. So you not only download the kubectl that goes for that cluster, which might be completely different depending on what version of the cluster it is. I mean, that's a real consideration, but it also might have a completely different kube configuration file, which is the fundamental justification for using kubectl config set credentials, which is what we're going to do today, to change the credentials in the kube config file versus directly changing them through YAML manipulation, which is what kind and minikube both do. The reason for that is because if for some reason the fields change or the order changes or any of that changes, we're using the standard tool kubectl to make those changes to that specific version of the config file. Okay, and so let's go with that. So we're going to create a new file, and we're going to just call it values.go. These are the hard-coded values that we're going to use. Has kubectl built in, and you can run it from within the app itself. You know, that kind of thing. I completely agree. Well, kubectl is a command line tool. There's going to be a lot of them. Part of this is stemming from the need for a dashboard, right? And the dashboard, you have to use kubectl proxy to even get the dashboard. There's a lot of people that would say you shouldn't be using kubectl to manipulate your cluster, but that's not realistic to say that. So we need to create some sort of structure. So what do we need here? So we have the idea of a cluster, right? So, and each of our clusters has information about it, right? So we could say it would be like cluster info, and we can make this into a struct if we want, but I think we probably will just use structs for this because, because this stuff is not, we're not going to be adding extra stuff to the providers and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, if you're using OpenStack, I feel really sorry for you. Yeah, OpenStack is a disastrously bad product. Yeah. Yeah, well, I had to mention OpenShift just because of the reasons that we talked. So, so we're going to do cluster info. What I'm trying to understand here is how much of this I want to make public. Probably none. So we almost don't even need cluster info. We could just say, cluster. Let's do info. Under cluster info, what do we have? I'm going to go ahead and just dynamically make some structs here. Type cluster info struct. Do we make it a struct or an interface? It's all going to be hard coded, so it'd be a struct. Yeah. Yeah. I feel sorry for you. OpenStack is a disaster. It is. I don't want anything to do with it. It actually, the fact that you use it and are on the team really provides a lot of insight, actually. Okay, so I mean, it's funny because I literally make commentary about the OpenStack project, and you fulfilled everything I said. I don't want anything to do with the OpenStack project. I'm sorry. I'm just going to put it out there. I don't want anything to do with it at all, even though there's a new one out, et cetera, et cetera. Convince me otherwise. I can be convinced otherwise. We're not talking about that, though. We're talking about Kubernetes klogin right now. Cluster info struct. I'm not reading chat for a while. Cluster info struct. So then we have the identity IDP issuer URL. It's funny because a lot of this stuff is the same thing that you would pass into kube login. We could probably get some ideas by looking at the kube login info. In fact, let's do that. Kube login has a configuration file. There's nothing wrong with us using. Wait, what? Azure has its own too? This is a client go credential exec plugin implementation. Azure, no. Kube login. I just switched to Azure kube login. No. This is the one. What is it? 128. Okay, let's go get it again. Int 128. Oh, I already have it. What? Oh, he did kind of OEC. That's right. Clone. We're going to go grab that real quick. So, client credential plug is a client go credential plugin. It has problems though. I already told you. I'm not going to go through it again. But first of all, it has to have a documentation file, right? So this is the section of kubeconfig that updates. Yep. And the fact that it's get token. Cluster rule binding, Kubernetes API server, kubeconfig file access. What I'm trying to figure out is how it's handing off those plugin commands. I think it. You see how it says user exec? Yeah. I don't think you can do kubectl get token. I don't think that's an actual command. No, these are arguments to the command itself, to the binary. But what I don't understand is how they're not setting up the executable. Yeah. That's the part I want to figure out. Okay, there you go. It's actually OIDC login. So it is a binary called OIDC login. Yeah. Yeah, and when you install kube login, it's installing these as binaries, and they're going your path, and that's okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Let me look at this for a second though, and see what we can figure out. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And Bloomberg concerned by using OpenStack. You're pretty much confirming everything I've ever heard about OpenStack and its project. You totally have confirmed it. They think they know better than everybody else, and that they've got the solution to everybody. And if you don't agree with them, then they want you to hit the fucking road. I've heard that thing from some very, very high level people that I will not name who are here. And I respect their opinion way more than some OpenStack fanboys. Sorry. Yeah, oh yeah, CERN uses it. Awesome. NVIDIA uses it. Awesome. No fucking way. The fact that the entire thing is built on Python and only Python and never will be on anything but Python says everything I need to know about the project. That's all I have to know, is that they are impervious to suggestions about any other language whatsoever. We're not going to have this fight. Frank, I think I might need to time you out because I want to get some stuff done and you're bringing up shit that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm doing. So please stop, okay? Because you already distracted and derailed me last hour. I don't want to have to go through that again. That's your one warning. If you talk about anything about what I'm not doing on the screen right now, I'm timing you out. Okay, so we're now, let me see if I can get back to what I was doing. You need to set up the OIDC provider, cluster role binding, Kubernetes API server, and kubeconfig like this. So user's name, OIDC. Yeah, no, I'm done with you. I'm like really done with you. I mean, like, I'm like really, really done with you. Bye. I don't want to hear comments like, you should come listen to the actual professionals about what you're talking about. Those kind of comments, look, I know I'm inflammatory, but I don't have to put up with that shit in my thing. Bye. Enjoy your professional life someplace else. I don't want you in my community. All right. So let's see here. Let's get back to what we actually cared about. It's the second channel you've seen him get banned from. But he knows better than everybody else. God damn. Okay, so the thing that's sad is he has actually really good things to say, but I don't want to hear them. And he has no sense of reading the room at all. He doesn't read what we're doing in the room. He just wants to distract and flex the whole fucking time. Let this be a lesson to you people. You can be the most capable technologist on the planet and write about every single thing you do, but if you get banned from every forum you're ever in because you're the professional and everybody else is a plebe, you're never going to actually get to do anything because everyone else is going to shut you out immediately because you're an asshole. And I know this because I am that guy sometimes. Okay, so I'm just telling you, don't do it. I really want to get back to what we were trying to do before we got distracted. This is why I don't fucking stream, by the way. Okay, where's my wine? I need wine. I don't need coffee. Oh, okay. This will be much better. Calm down, Rob. Calm down. By the way, Frank, if you're still watching, I'm sure you're a wonderful person. I just don't want anything to fucking do with you. So go do it someplace else. I actually think I may have banned him as another account already. I think it might be another person who just made their way back. Another person from Denmark got banned some time ago. I don't ban people very often. Honestly, I don't. And I've had to ban 2 people from Denmark for the same problem. Red wine. Okay, so here we go. If you look, and I'm putting myself out there, and that means that I'm going to get people that think they know better than me, and most people who do know more than me. I am very open to input. I'm open to input to a degree. Okay, to a degree. People who just dominate the chat, who don't even seek to understand what we've been talking about up to that point, are not productive. They're not helping. So, I don't want anybody to be afraid of me because I banned somebody and they think they're going to get banned. I am more likely to be forgiving, but that's like the third time, and no. If you're solving a GitHub release, a GitHub plugin mechanism. So just to make note of my, just to prove that I actually am open to other ideas. I've been saying that kube login is stupid and nobody should use it, and I've been hyperbole. I've been saying a lot of shit like that, and I'm now looking at it because I want to gain from it. It's been any benefits that we might be able to provide. So when you use kube login, this is a completely different tool from the thing that we're making, right? So this particular tool provides, when you install it, it provides two binaries, get token and OIDC-login. These look like arguments, but they're actually not. When it shows up in your kubeconfig file, it uses a user exec, which means it calls a command, and it calls itself, in this case, kubectl, and then these things have been installed as a plugin. If you don't know about kubectl plugins, they're very simply binaries that exist in the path. And so when you run kubectl space and then you type the thing, it will find those plugins and it will run those things, right? So anything, you can read about the plugin mechanism, that's all it is, right? And so one solution for your end users to give them a plugin, and that's what kubeLogin does. In this particular case, you can see it through the installation information up here. You brew install kubeLogin, but over here you'll notice that you have to put OIDC-login, because why? Because it's probably already been taken. And what that will do is that'll put those binaries in that place. And I believe that each of the binaries has to be a separate binary. It's not like they can do multi-call actions or get, actions on these things. It has to do each one individually. How you doing? I missed you. I missed the bikers. We're going to go biking a little bit later. So OIDC login, get-token, OIDC-issuer URL. So your client ID and your client secret. So in this particular case, if you were to use this tool, you would have to tell your users to add this to their kubeconfig file. And the reason that I want to make a binary that populates the kubeconfig file without this is because I want to make it easier for our end users to just run something, have it just work. And I've been talking about that a lot, but I seem to have to repeat that in order for people to understand. So here's how you actually call it: kubectl OIDC login. This is a binary that's being relocated, and then it has setup, and then you pass in this other information. It looks like you can do this instead of updating your YAML file. This will actually do the updating for you. OIDC URL, OIDC client, and a secret is redacted. You don't need a client secret if you're using grant type equals password and you're not using client secret IDs. I think it's ignored anyway, to tell you the truth. I don't know. So anyway, this then becomes you get a token, and you can put the token in, and the token gets updated into your file. You can verify the kubeconfig works with your provider acceptance test. So that then gets written into the thing. The only reason I'm here is because I am looking to see what they use for their I want to see what structure they used. They may already have a structure, and I could just make one somewhere. I can use my own. I can make it from scratch, but I'd like to leverage existing patterns out there if they already exist. I don't like redoing it. So here we go. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They already have which is funny that they would have a provider struct, because that's provided by the OIDC package, which they don't use for some reason. Why are they not using the OIDC package? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Okay, so somebody's using it. We got to see who's using it. Okay, they have a client and a factory. Okay, PKG client go. But why didn't they reuse the structure? I don't understand why they didn't use the provider structure from the OIDC client library. That they made their own. Why are they defining an interface and then, oh my God, this is made by a Java programmer. I can tell already. Yep. Because they're defining an interface without needing it. The only time you ever need an interface is if you have at least two different things that use the interface. And in this case, there isn't. It's a really common Go mistake, especially from Java programmers. There's two things that will give away a Java programmer who's writing Go code every time. Really unusually obnoxious long names like authorization response. That's probably an auth2dev. I don't know what auth2dev is. I'll have to go look. Oh, it's its own package library. No kidding. Yeah. This is somebody who doesn't write Go for a living. They might write it now, but they started out writing Java, I guarantee you. And the second thing is they'll write interfaces without needing them, because Java requires interfaces to be defined up front. And you don't need those. You can add an interface after the fact. Discover and just do web requests. Yeah, I think they probably did. I think I agree with that. Yeah. Auth request extra parameters. This is yeah. Okay, I'm glad I looked. I'm really glad I looked. They got an HTTP client. Okay, so this is cool. They bundle their HTTP client together with the provider. Oh, look, they go OIDC provider. And rather than use the actual OIDC provider from the OIDC provider package, that is a fail, man. Yeah. Yeah, this is why are they wrapping the context? Oh, they're wrapping the context with the HTTP client because they wanted to put their HTTP client in addition to the OAuth HTTP client. Okay. I mean, I'm just calling it like I see it. You can argue with me if you want. Why are they using channels? Server ready channel. Get token by auth code performs the auth code flow. Oh, that's the thing that's waiting around to answer the request. That's what they. Another way I know that this is made by noobs is that they actually suggest redirect to localhost, which is never ever something someone will do in production code. I do it in my cute little auth OIDC flow or OAuth flow tool for writing scripts that use like Twitter and Twitch API integration, and I'll be happy to do that. But anybody who suggests hard coding into your client configuration for OIDC to make localhost the redirect is wrong. They're wrong, and you shouldn't do that. The fact that this exists and it's got that big of a following out there that someone would cite it in an issue on the actual Kubernetes project is kind of scary, actually. So it's verifying the token because it's using authorization token flow, which you have to do. Yeah. Yeah, no. There's nothing in this package I want. Nothing. That's why I wanted to look at it. Look, and you can disagree with me. There's nothing in there that I want. I'm making my own. Plus, it's also all that stuff is exported. Why the hell are they exporting all that stuff? They don't need to. Whatever. It's all exported by default, which is a fail as well. I don't want to go there. So, IDP issuer URL. I could just call it issuer URL. And this is something interesting if you know about Go. Even though the struct type is not private, is not exported, the fields are. So what that means is that if there's something out there that returns an instance of this struct, that the fields of that struct are still going to be accessible to the other people calling it. If you don't do that, then they can't get at them. So this means that nobody can just use cluster info unless they use something that returns cluster info if they're trying to use this library. Otherwise, I can put the whole library under internal and then they couldn't get at any of it, which I actually think I want to do. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That's the best way to do this is to do your development under internal and write it as if it was all exported, and then nobody can get at any of it until you export it. So that's what we've done here. We wrote some utilities for prompting the user for username and password authentication using LDAP against the KeyCloak server, using grant type password, which is deprecated, but I'm not justifying that again. That's just how it is. And then we can add other things here. So this is where I could do internal values, values.go, package internal, and we could say, so at this point now I'm comfortable like writing regular exported code. I doubt very seriously that the creator of kubeconfig even knows how the package internal even works, because there's a lot of Go programmers that have no clue about it. I didn't know about it for like 6 years because it's not documented. Watch. What is so special about Golang internal package? It's not documented very well. You'd have to know the name internal. This is not like something you would read elsewhere, right? You have to know that the word is internal and not. The first time I learned about it is I said, why is everybody using internal? There's like multiple versions of the package name internal. What's up with that? And I actually searched for this and found it. It's not documented anywhere. I try to understand how they organize Go tool using internal packages. Let me show you what a structure I have. That's the stack exchange. Let's say Golang internal. Let's just search for that. I want to see if it's officially documented anywhere. Let's try this one. Go slices. Nope, that's not it. Golang standards project layout. Let's go. This is a Golang standards project layout. This is not an official project. What is this? This commit. Wait. Well, let's see. What is this? Added Ukrainian translation. What the hell is this? Golang standards project layout. What the hell is this? I gotta find out. I have to figure out what this is. I know. I'm all over the place. I don't care. Ask me how much I care. Yeah, it's a failure of mine. I follow rabbit holes all the time. So what? I don't know what this is. If this is an official Golang project that outlines project standards for laying out standards for laying out projects, I want to know about it, because there has not ever been one of these. I know there's been suggestions about how to do it, and this is being supported in multiple layer. You know what I'm saying? So, what have the last logs been? It's all these people. Man, this is starting to look like a standard document. So I got to document this if this is true. Of course, the Russian one is executable. Did you see that? How funny is that? All the other README files are properly permissioned, and the Russian one is executable. What does that tell you? They wanted to make it red. They wanted to make it stand out. That's funny. That's funny. So we're going to read the English one. Boring English one. You dare me to submit a patch request to change the permissions on the Russian README? Start an international incident because the Ukrainian translation just got accepted. This is basically out for Go application projects. It's not an official standard defined by the Go team. Damn! However, it is a set of common historical and emerging project layout patterns in Go ecosystem. Some of these patterns are more popular than others. It also has a number of small enhancements along with self-supporting directories commenting a large enough real project. If you're trying to learn Go, and if you are... Why would you put that... Why... Okay, I am not impressed. They're putting this stuff in back... Why would they do backticks? Why would they do backticks in their Markdown? Oh my god. Markdown noobs. They have embedded backticks just to get the formatting to... Oh my god, this is horrible. Fucking learn Markdown, people. Learn Markdown and use it properly. Oh my god. Do you have any idea how many times I have had to read through shitty Markdown? All the time, because nobody would just spend 30 minutes learning it. As your project grows, keep in mind that it'll be... I'm not impressed. I am not impressed with this at all. With Go 1.14, potentially generic. Yeah, okay, no. Effective Go, yes, read it. Definitely read it. I have an Awesome Go command line. I'm an Awesome Go Strike, rdbxrob/awesome-go. Go there, read that. That identifies things you can go read. I was hoping I was going to get some information here, but so far not. Style guideline for Go packages, etc. More about naming organizations. I mean, it does have some good stuff. Just the markdown's just shitty. Yeah. Anyway, I was hoping it was going to actually show about the layout of the internal. See, there's an internal right there. See it? Git grep internal. readme/internal. Let's read it. Let's read the readme. Maybe it actually documents. Here we go. Private application and library code. This is the code you don't want others importing in their applications or libraries. Note that this layout pattern is enforced by the Go compiler itself. Boom. That is it. And apparently this is covered in the Go documentation internal packages. Interesting. I want to find the actual documentation for this. I've been wanting to find this forever. It goes you into internal to not export packages. This is my documentation of it that I wrote 2 years ago. It's also the markdowns, also not as way I use it now. Okay, so do not export symbols. It's actually also got uppercases and stuff. Implication too much of the API exposure. Yeah, I want to find the official documentation for this, and then before I do it, is it taking me time? Yes, I don't care. Whatever that URL is, I'm going to steal it. I'm going to steal that URL right now. Yep. Yep. And I'm actually going to go visit that. Why isn't it saving? My Z is fucked up lately. I don't know what's going on. It's not saving after I do anything. I don't know why. I broke something. It goes, wait. The program, where is this? What page is this on? Goes package system makes it easier to structure programs and components with clean boundaries, but there are only two forms of access: local, unexported, and global exported. Sometimes, wow. Sometimes we wish to have components that are not exported, for instance, to avoid acquiring clients of interfaces to code that is part of the public repository but not intended for use by outside the program. The Go language does not have the power to enforce this distinction, but as of Go 1.4, the Go command introduces a mechanism to define internal packages that may not be imported packages outside the source tree in which they reside. To create such a packet, place it in the directory named internal and in a subdirectory of the directory named internal. So once again, read the official docs, because I've read 20-something books on Go, and none of them talk about this. Its path, it verifies that the package doing the import is within the tree-rooted parent of the internal directory. For example, a package abc/internal. This is where I saw it, because there's like multiple. Sometimes you have like 4 or 5 people. I don't know why, but they have like multiple internal names in their path. Can be imported by the code in the directory tree-rooted at ABC. It cannot be imported by the code in ABC or in any of the other repos. For Go 1.4, the internal package mechanism is enforced by the main Go repository. From 1.5 onward, it will be enforced for any repository. See the design document. I mean, that is a big deal right there. That is a big deal. Yeah, that's such a big deal. I'm gonna quote it. Oh damn! I thought I had set paste to off on this. I guess not. All right, so yeah. Yeah. Wait, I'm just going to do it the hard way. I really don't like this. I wish they had used a different syntax for this, but this is legacy, because in the old days of Usenet, they had that stuff going on. So I wish they would have used some sort of boundary for the whole thing. It would have been a lot better in Markdown. But all right, so there is a Go internal package. Why the hell is it not updating though? I don't know why it's doing that. I just want that to update. Yeah. Boom. Okay, it's doing the right thing again. Finally. Yeah, even though I got the wrong title, that's fine. All right, so enough about that. Package internal. So what are we going to call it? We're going to call it cluster. Type cluster. I'm not even going to say cluster info. This is actually a naming thing that people will fight about. Should you put info or meta or thing like that? Probably not. You want it to be, just usable as a name. And yeah, I'm going to spend time on it because everybody's going to use it. It's not that big a deal, but so we have a cluster. A cluster has, now I could just make it a map and put whatever the hell I want in there, right? That's what Node people would do, but I'm not. I'm going to make a struct. So when we have a cluster, we have, what else do we have? We have an issuer. Issuer. This is called domain modeling. And in case we have a cluster, we have an issuer. OIDC. Yeah. We have, you could almost say provider there, right? But we don't have that. Now this is where things get interesting, because and this is where that other kubeconfig thing was encapsulating the OIDC provider. Actually, I don't even think I need this one. No, you know why? Because I can say that this has a provider, and that provider can be a pointer to an OIDC dot provider. I can save that, and I can look that up. So it doesn't look like the right one. We don't want that one. We want CoreOS. I don't know why. Undocumented. I don't know. What did I have it before? Where is it? Oh, it's v3. That's why. This should actually fix this now. There we go. Okay, so this already has an issuer, an auth, token URL, all the stuff that we need. We don't need anything else. That's already got everything, and that's what I was complaining about with the kube login one. We just need a provider, right? So we just need a I mean, I should call it an OIDC provider, but what else? We need to have a name. This is actually it turns into user. we have the default context, but we don't really need that. We just need, that's it. We just have the name and the provider, right? No, we need the API URL. Yeah, derp. API URL is a string. I mean, we could make it an actual URL if we wanted to. We can inform these decisions based on looking at what's in kubeconfig already. So there, oh, server, there we go. Cluster server, cluster certificate authority. I mean, the reason I'm doing this is because these fields are going to be populated from that. So should I allow us to provide our own certificate authority to the cluster? Probably. Can you set that from the kubeconfig line? We have to, there are a couple things to figure out here. So kubeconfig, config, set credentials, set context, set cluster. Certificate authority. You can set all those values from the command line. Yep. Proxy URL for the cluster. Server for the cluster entry in kubeconfig. TLS server. Damn. Why would it be TLS server versus server? Is it the same thing? You know what? Let's just. I mean, is that stuff already in the Go client library? I mean, it might already be in the Go client library. It's worth looking. Let's look. Was it Kubernetes client Go? I can't remember. I want to see if it's already, they already have the structure in there. It's Kubernetes client Go. Okay. Cool. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. Here we go. Big old library. I mean, it's very possible that stuff's already in there. And so I don't want to redo shit that's already there. I really don't. Not especially since we're taking time to redo this. Extra cluster trusted bundle. I have to know my way around this library, which I probably should like totally memorize. Cluster IPs, service spec, cluster scope. I'm trying to just cluster CIDR. I'm just trying to look for the domain model or did they have a model directory? Nope. Auto cluster configuration. Oh, they're just using the local config. Kubernetes new for config. Client set. Create a client set. Status error. Namespace get context set to do. This is just hard coding a kubectl command. That's all it is. Yeah, this is just coding stuff you do from the command line. This is stuff people write in controllers and thing. Yeah. That's all. That's that out of client. Most of this stuff with client Go, as I understand it, is designed to write controllers and things like that run in the cluster. But I was just curious to see how much client stuff it has in it. Simple client set. Get namespace, get resource. It makes a channel for the pod and grabs it for cache sync. Pod test and pods. Yeah. Yeah, that's just a Oh, yeah, work queue would be like multiple jobs at once. Klog. Relate time former index. Nothing there I need. In cluster client configuration. Yeah. This is not something we need. I'm just interested in it. Yeah, they actually have a container for this, for it to run, yeah. This is how you would run this is the basics of how to run a controller without the bottom line part of it. It just gets to default pod. What the hell? Is this doing anything? Pods list. Yeah, it just keeps getting, it's just basically doing a get pods command from within the thing. No, I don't, okay, so far nothing. I mean, I doubt seriously that they're going to do anything to manage kubeconfig here. Yeah, there's nothing in here at all that has anything to do with it. Oh yeah, there is. Create, update, delete, deployment, readme. Tools client command. What's this about? Client config.go. Client extension. New config. You get an API server client. Prompt to credentials. Context config access config. Client command API dot config. Where's that? Config. OpenSSL conf library configuration. Not the same thing. No. I guess maybe it is. Huh. Client config. Tools client command API. This might have something in it. Let's go check. Config access is used by subcommits methods as package to upload and modify appropriate config files. To upload and modify the config files. This is something different. We're not uploading anything for kubeconfig. I doubt this is anything of use. Get environment variables. Get low precedence config. What the hell name is that? Oh my god. Fucking Java programmers. Iterates through clusters, auth-infos, and context, and uses it. This is what we're looking for. Yep, we're getting close. So, because the clusters, auth-infos, the auth-infos is the stuff under users, by the way. It's actually auth-info, but it's keyed to user in the YAML because history. It's so fucked up. And context uses the location of origin. So the post kube files. This is interesting. This is actually going to proceed. You know what? This is part of the other thing I should probably mention. A kubeconfig environment variable is not a single file. It's a path with a colon possible if you want. And it collectively adds all the kubeconfig files into one thing, and the just like a path would. This is some people don't know this about Kubernetes kubeconfig. Nobody does that, but that's what this is doing. This is like traversing the entire library of config files and grabbing them all and sticking them all into a thing. That's why it's iterating through it. So it's a good bet that the config file information stuff is actually here. In fact, I think I remember looking at this before because it hard codes it when it rewrites it, which means if you have anything extra in there, it gets blown away, which is super annoying. God, it's using reflective equal. Search every cluster, auth-info and context first from the new. Yeah. Config to write clusters, key. Config stores the map. Yep, this is it. So we found it. The question is whether we want to go through the hassle to make it work with this, or we make our own. Everybody else makes their own because this is a pain in the ass. So, but at least we found it. So this is tools client command. Client command provides one-stop shopping for building a working client from a fixed config, from a kubeconfig file. They forgot the slash in that. This is old. I mean, there used to be a kube, now it's that. This is old. From a command line or from merge combinations, sample uses from merge config files, etc. Loading rules equals client command dot new default client configuration loading rules. Oh, God. Config overrides. You want to change override values. Kubeconfig equals new non-interactive deferred loading client config loading rules. Oh my God. Config kubeconfig dot client config. Oh my God. What does client config do? That is a method of new interactive default fucking fuck. I hate this. Kubernetes code is shit. Seriously. Who thought this was a good idea? I mean, this is why, look, when I complain, where's the wine? When I complain about the Kubernetes source code, this is why, because I keep running into dumb design decisions like this all the time. And these are throughout the entire Kubernetes code base, by the way. So I think it's going to all fall like a house of cards if it's absolute shit. But why is the name so long? Because they're dumb fuckers. That's why. They're idiots who came from Java or C++ who thought it would be a good idea and had no fucking idea how to code Go. If they had read one paragraph of the Go style guidelines, they would have known that Pike would be chastising them and spitting in their face for choosing a name like that. Instead, I can't even parse a Kubernetes config file without typing that bullshit. Do you want to know why everybody decides to make their own structures for parsing kubeconfig files? There's your answer right there in front of you. I gotta stack away for a second. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to calm down, but you know, I have to calm down. You know, people, I have to sometimes call this stuff out when they see it, because people just think I'm an angry old guy and they don't understand why. Today, this has contributed to my anger. Seriously, why didn't someone, how many, calm down. You have to understand, this wasn't just one rogue programmer who allowed that name to corrupt every single bit of code that's ever going to interact with the most important file for all users, the kubeconfig file, right? The single most important file that anybody will use. So somebody who flippantly earlier, not knowing, and I don't remember who it was, recommend, why don't you just use client-go? There's a case.io/client-go. Surely there's some code in there that's already, you know, encapsulating the structs and the data structure of the kubeconfig file so that you don't have to rewrite that shit, even though every other project, Kind, you know, OIDC, and all these other ones have done so. Because why? And so I said, okay, fine. I'm going to burn an hour going to figure out why it is that nobody's using it. And then and you come across this, and then you find a naming convention like this bullshit that's in the top example. This is the package example. This isn't some like accidental naming thing. This was deliberately put on the front page of the package documentation to tell you how to parse your kubeconfig file. And this wasn't just some rogue programmer on the Kubernetes project who decided to make a long ass name and didn't get caught. This shit was approved. This was a PR that went to some whoever, and it was approved by a team of Go developers who said, oh, that looks like a perfectly great name, to force every single developer who is ever going to parse a kubeconfig file to type out. They felt like that was completely acceptable. Not just one person, but probably at least 10. And they passed that, and they allowed that in their project. And that is Kubernetes in a nutshell. If you want to know why I'm upset about Kubernetes source code, and I think it's going to fall on its fucking face over time, is because the code base is full of this shit. And I didn't like discovering this. I did not like discovering this. I wanted to be a huge fanboy. I wanted to be, oh, I'm going to contribute. I'm going to make a thing. Imagine me making a PR request that renames that bullshit just to create an alias. I could actually, you know what? Don't get mad, get busy, people. Don't get mad, get busy, people. Don't get mad, get busy. I can, you know what we could do? We can make a PR. We can make a PR. The alias is this. You guys know how to make aliases in Go? It's actually really brilliant, and it wasn't supported in the earlier versions of Go. It's just supported in the latter versions. You just assign the identifier to something else, and then you can reuse that identifier with the shorter name throughout. Holy shit. I need to make that PR. I need to make that PR, because then I can get people using the actual Kubernetes client-go package instead of writing their own. We need to do that. I need to not get mad. I need to calm down and stop blaming and spitting, and I need to just do it. And what we need to do is something like this. So we need to find out, first of all, where client commands lives. I'm off the clock, by the way, in case anybody's wondering at this point. At this point, I'm just blowing my Friday on this bullshit. Java people admitted that. Yeah, they totally did. Yeah. Coming also from Java First Language guy. Yeah, me too. Enterprise Java programmers. That's why they establish interface for everything without needing it. They have no idea what they're doing. And yet all this code is running on it. You know, this makes me think Rust isn't so bad, right? Because at least people coming to Rust are not going to make mistakes like that. They're going to make different mistakes, but not that. You know, and I mean, I would rather have look at shitty Rust code than that. Seriously, I would, and that's saying something if you know me. I know, don't jinx it. I know. You're absolutely right. Okay, so command client, what is that? So client command, what is client command? Client command. Hey, you know what? Let's combine these three lines into one line. Client command got new default client config loading rules dot config overrides dot new non-interactive deferred loading client config. Oh wait, no, it would just be this. What I don't understand is, look at this. They had to pull the config overrides in order to pass them to this shit. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Okay, so this is the top level. I just threw up in my mouth from reading that. Sorry if it's dumb asking, why do I think Rust is bad? Oh, I've documented that a lot. I mean, just do a search for it. You'll find it. I can't talk about it right now. I actually like Rust. I know you don't believe it. I do. I think it depends on the tool, and I think Firecracker is a great project to be done in Rust. I think the Android development is a great project to do in Rust. I think everything else is bullshit. And I think the Rust governance team is full of shit, and I think a lot of people are coming to that realization besides me, including huge Rust fanboys. That's all I have to say about that. I am not anti-Rust. Anyway, go Firecracker. I think Firecracker is fucking awesome. You know what else I like about the Firecracker project? They got no problems mixing Go and Rust in there because they're not idiots. They're not bigots. They actually know to use the right tool for the job, and sometimes the right tool is not Rust, and sometimes the right tool is not Go, right? So, get off your dogmatic. That goes for me too. I'm speaking to myself. Okay. What are we doing here? I am spending 2 seconds to decide if I can submit a PR to this thing. Because I want to know if this piece of shit identifier that everybody has to type is something worth finding. And you know what these kind of people will tell you? Oh, you should be using like something with a language server, or you should be developing in Golang and Eclipse or some fuck. That's what they'll say. Then the identifiers wouldn't be a big thing. Then you save yourself writing documentation and comments. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Close and post on Reddit. The KV closed down? Damn. Kiwi's a great project. Kiwi's a great Python graphics user project. We made an app in that a long time ago. In 2015, I've used Kiwi all the time, every day. Yeah. Kiwi's a fantastic graphics UI for Python, and we were seriously into Python back then. I'm not seeing it. I'm trying to find out where this thing is defined. And I'm not finding it. I'm trying to figure out where that struct is defined. Oh wait, it's a function. That's a top level function. It is a top level function. Of course it is. Oh my god. Don't you love this? Don't you love this? Look at this comment, by the way, everybody. Look at this beautiful comment. If you write a comment like that in Go, I will find you. I will come and I will find you and I will scream in your face. Do you know why they added a comment here? Because they wanted coverage to pass. They wanted to improve their rank on some stupid thing that makes sure that they have a comment. So they make a comment that is the name, which takes up most of the line, and the remaining words of the comment are creates a config and takes in arguments, which is pretty much true for every fucking function in Go. But they had to make a comment about that in order to get a better score with their tool that reviews whether their source has comments or not. And rather than put a shitty comment that's completely unnecessary and spend time thinking about a better name and writing an actual comment that documents it better, they decided to write that comment and get a higher score in some completely stupid, unnecessary tool ranking about how good your Go code is. I'm telling you, if you do that, I will find you. Promise me you won't become that kind of person. Do not code like that. All right. So, new non-interactive deferred loading client config creates a config client config. Are you fucking kidding me? They can't even get the name right. They can't even get the fucking name right. Okay, so there's my first PR request. Their names are so fucking long, they can't even get them right in their own fucking comments. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. This is so bad. Oh my god, it's so fucking bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so bad. I think I should just read Kubernetes source code and laugh about it. That'll like make me very happy. Oh my god, this is so bad. No, the comment's not even correct. The name is wrong. It's got the word client in it twice. That's not my Vim stuttering. It actually is wrong. Not to mention they crammed all this shit on a single line. I seriously, I want to do a blame. I want to do a blame on this line. I got to know the developer who wrote this because I'm going to laugh my ass off at them for the rest of my life. Oh, but they're contributing in their free time. Why would you make fun of them? That's such a mean thing to do. This code is running. This bullshit code is running in thousands of Fortune 500 companies and like responsible for like, I don't even know how many trillions of dollars of like, of like, you know, GDP across the world. It's just fucking crazy to me. And look at this right here. Client config, client config down there. Look at that line. This is why hackers run all over us, because this is like some bullshit code that nobody can understand that, you know, ends up causing people to die because it's too complex and just gets worse and worse as it keeps going along until somebody can't make the right change, adds a fatal flaw, and all of a sudden the accelerator pedal stuck in Toyota Camry and hundreds of people die, dozens of people die, and they lose because spaghetti code was the reason, and they have to pay a NASA engineer to come to that conclusion to tell them it was a spaghetti code inside of the assembly because of all of this bullshit. It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. If you look through the code bases of the most important code running on medical equipment, voting machines, like firmware for automobiles, things that control your AC and stuff like that, you look at code like this and you think this is just bad naming conventions, but I guarantee you that it extends to shitty code that can be owned. And the fact that it's all open source just makes it even worse, because now everybody can just go find those bugs. They don't. Because they're not masochists. They don't want to they want to do something else with their time. Like, oh, I don't know, go to an art opening, which is what I wanted to do tonight. Instead, I'm complaining about Kubernetes code. All right, calm down. No, this is the actual code. This is the Kubernetes code. This is production Kubernetes code. To go public later this year. Yeah, of course they are. Restructuring fees and API because they're not making any money. Yeah. No. Profit is the death knell. You got to go watch that line from Silicon Valley. You got to go learn from Russ Hanneman why you never want to make profit. No, because then you're just pretend. Nobody knows how much you're actually worth. Go watch that scene from Russ Hanneman on Silicon Valley about making money. All right, code for radiotherapy plans. It was terrifying. Oh my God. Yeah, this is why it's so hard to be, you know, Maluba. It's hard to be an engineer because, dude, you should see. I'm gonna straight up say it. The code that I saw running on American Express while I was at IBM, I get chills. I get fucking chills. And I had access, and other non-vetted contractors had access to that code. I could have taken down the American economy like that with bullshit code. I had re-access, of course, but because I knew it, I could see it. These are like unmarked servers, you know, and stuff like that, and the security labs and stuff like that. And this shit is running out there, and this is why security is so important. Why do you think there's a 38% increase, 33, I think, in security analysts jobs every year? Because all the engineers, all the people that are being rushed code to market, including massive projects like Kubernetes and other things like this, all these people are rushing this code to market, and their little pointy-haired bosses are telling them to do it and just shut up because their deadlines are coming up and their things are coming up. So they write shit like this, and then it ends up being a ton of security flaws, and they're like, oh, well, we'll pay for have some security guy. We'll add a bug bounty program so that we don't have to pay actual security teams, or better yet, our actual engineers to generate good code that has peer review, that's done well and vetted up front. Instead, those managers will push shit out, and then they'll, after the fact, reactively hire pen testers to come in and find their bugs. And if they can't find them, well, it sucks to be them, right? The bugs, they didn't find the bugs, so it must not be that bad a bug. That's the entire IT industry in a nutshell, right there. And if that doesn't give you fucking chills every day, I don't know what will, because that is all of our core systems that we use every day, including the airlines and the military and the medicine and our banking systems, and all of Kubernetes that runs across the world is all subject to this shit. And that's why, you know, people who actually know, who are reading through source code like me and stuff like that, we say this shit to people and we just sound like we're sky is falling, sky is falling, sky is falling. Why is you making such a big deal about everything, Rob? And they don't understand that the whole world is actually falling all around them, and the hackers are the only ones who get it. They're the only ones who understand. The hackers and the software developers who actually aren't a bunch of poorly paid, overworked Java coders. We got a raid right in the middle of my rant. Did you get a raid in the middle of my yelling? I hope you didn't hear me spitting at you. Oh, raiders from Coding Garden. Coding Garden, thank you so much for the raid. Mid-rant raid. I'm just complaining. Coding Garden, you're not one of these people, are you? Coding Garden, you got to go. You probably want to... Look, I don't like holding streamers who raid hostage. What did you do on your stream? I mean, you know, all that stuff. Go rest. Go rest. But if you don't want to rest and you want to hear me rant about dumbass long names that make code unnecessarily complex combined with comments that are incorrect multiple times that don't say anything just in order to get a higher score on your code vetting, whatever the fuck, to be able to pass some like code developing style guidelines set by some asshole who doesn't even actually understand it. With this, if you don't get our shit together, I think they probably will. I think, Mommy, I hope they do. I hope somebody steps in and fixes this shit. The thing that's really crazy about all of this is that most of the code that's running is completely open source. So, for example, that bug you remember the SolarWinds bug? That SolarWinds bug was entirely visible to everybody anytime. You could have gone in and looked at it anytime. Look, you don't believe me? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You want to own a whole bunch of people? Okay, guys, how do you identify a PEM file? This is not even hacking. I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to even hear it. I'm just going to show you how fucking bad this problem is. Okay, how do you identify a PAM file? Begin private key. Let's see how many people we can own today. Begin private key. Hey, here's somebody's SSH private key. I probably can't do this on stream. I'm going to be banned. Some dumbass saved their RSA SSH private key to GitHub. How long did it take me to hack that person? Oh my god. It's like let's see, what else can we find here? I could probably actually, the truth be told, GitHub has actually gotten good about notifying and blocking that stuff because it became such a problem. I mean, that was 2012, yeah, but you'd be surprised. Some of them are probably honeypots. I don't know. Some of them probably are honeypots. I don't know. Begin private key. I don't know. Let's see what this private key does, shall we? Oh, that's their actual name. Alex ERP. Who the hell is this? Oh, popular repositories. They made that the name of their repository. This has got to be a joke. This can't be real. This has got to be some fun joke. But my point is that it's actually not that hard. Services in general doing better as well. Discord will DM you based on keys. I agree. They have in general. They have, and I'm gonna stop saying that. In fact, yeah, if you use stuff like that. So you guys are still on YouTube, by the way. Your comments are not on YouTube, but my responses are. I'm gonna calm down now, and I believe it or not, this was just let me recap why I'm here. Okay. The reason I'm here is because I wanted to be a good person, and I wanted to see if the official Kubernetes client-go had already, thought about the, having a standard way to parse the kubeconfig file, which is necessary for anything that wants to interact with Kubernetes at all. Right. And because before I go make my own struct and do my own thing, I already got all the OIDC stuff interactions taken care of. And that's all been done. And we completed that over the last 5 days of what we want to call them of co-working. By the way, if you're new to the stream, I've been streaming every day for 4 or 5 hours a day while I co-work during this stuff and just kind of talk through it. I'm also playing Witcher, trying to get away to go see an art show tonight and riding my bike around IRL, and then we do a beginner boost for absolute beginners who don't know anything about Linux or terminal every Saturday at 11. So I'm just going to put that out there really quick. And so we came into this Kubernetes thing at the request of somebody else, which is still named Master, despite other things about Master and main. And we went digging. We were like, okay, well, where is the stuff that deals with kubeconfig in here? And I'm in Eastern time zone. Yep. And Saturday 11 UTC. Yeah. If you want to catch up on this stuff, since we have new people, it sounds like we had some responses. Let me go ahead and say it. If you go to skilstak.io, I wander a lot. I'm not as Coding Garden's very organized and pretty. I mean, my God, he's got such a great site and everything. I'm not. I'm a big mess. But I do have a quick start. And we use Podman to get people up and running with Linux desktop as fast as possible who have no experience with Linux whatsoever. And you can go watch the video that goes with this right here. So skillstack.io, just click on Boost. If you want to read more about the Boost, you can read it here. Here's the things we're going to cover. It's going to take 32 weeks or so, 2 hours a week. But if you want to join us, please, you're very welcome. That's tomorrow at 11. I do IRL and other stuff too, and Witcher and sometimes Overwatch, and sometimes I ride my bike on stream and blah, 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 blah. Okay, enough of that. You can follow me and find out what you like. Anyway, so I'm very opinionated. I yell and I can get mean sometimes. So that's all. Coding Garden is like a saint. I mean, he's like the nicest guy ever. He's like so nice to everybody. He's always so well groomed and like put together. I'm not usually because I'm working while I stream and because I have to deal with shit like this. But every to each his own, right? And we got to have it. I aspire to be as good as Coding Garden on some of that stuff. But I get into some pretty deep details with Kubernetes administration and in my home lab. I since I'm in brag mode, you kind of got to do that. Here's my home lab. If you want to go see it, this is my current home lab. I've got like something like 50 machines. And I'm setting up multiple clusters with, I'm setting Firecracker micro VMs up on here with Podman and Kubernetes, and I've got a VLAN going on and all that jazz. So if you like that kind of thing, setting up your own home lab, and how to do that and get started, something else I really like to talk about. So, everybody says I'm an Adam Sandwich doppelganger. I've heard that like 3 times now. It's very flattering. Thank you. Yeah, I need to start getting, original models of the USS Enterprise and hacking on them. Anyway, yeah, my wife is an artist and stuff. We got a lot of new people in the stream today, so I appreciate everyone else, my veteran friends, allowing me to talk about the stream a little bit, especially YouTubers. YouTubers, thank you as well. So everybody knows, I do post all of my VODs to YouTube. I actually usually I'll pause the rants and music and stuff like that and send them up to YouTube, but occasionally I'll include one like I have here. So let's go back to what we were doing. Thank you, Portia Phil, appreciate that. Yeah, Doris is going to be at her art show today. If you're into art, you want to buy art, you want me to help you to buy art, you want to go to some really kick-ass art galleries. My wife is a professional artist at a pretty high level, actually, and we regularly go to that. In fact, this afternoon, we are going to go downtown to Charlotte, and we are going to do IRL streaming at an art show. So we'll be drinking wine and riding around in urban environments and calling out the boobas and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm going to have my external mic, my external speaker turned on or not, because people always like, the cat calling people in passing sometimes. Anyway, it's fun. Let's go on. Let's move on. The only thing I really want to do here is finish my kubeconfig program. So, just to recap what we've been doing. So, we set up an OIDC provider. Here it is right here. We actually wrote the code to set up the OIDC provider here. That is all in my lab, by the way. Let me send you the link to the lab. If you want to go get all of my notes, they are in the lab. I maintain labs so you can follow along rather than show notes. I'm just going to try this just really fast. rbac rob/lab. And then when you get to lab, you should be able to click on Kate's keycloak login. And here is all of the notes and everything for the last week about setting up what we're doing. Just in a nutshell, we're setting up our own root CA with an intermediate CA, and then we're using that to configure Keycloak to run Keycloak login in a container in Podman with a root CA terminated. And I'm very proud of this little lock right here. I don't know if you can see it. You see how it has a lock right there? That's because I actually populated the root CA certificate into my web browser and all throughout my test environment so that I could practice doing enterprise like root CA authentication and pull down tokens using the Go library, which requires a root CA signature. And then, so in addition to that, we also set up minikube to use to have that, and that stuff's all documented. So for example, so this here is so here's our containers. Here's what we're trying to do. And basically we're trying to make, the end goal is we're trying to make it really easy for a beginner to log into my enterprise Kubernetes clusters by running one command and having their kubeconfig updated with all the data that needs to be there without having to know the client ID and, the client's secret and, the OIDC URL and all of this other stuff that you would have to tell an end user or developer in order to use tools, equivalent tools like kube login. We're going to put all of those things into a single executable that then can be signed and checksummed and distributed to our developers, and they can run it, and it will update their kube config with the proper context and all the right things. So they just run it and then call it a day. And anytime they want to log in again, they just run it and they just log in and they tell us what cluster they want to log in, and then we'll go get all that information and populate the kube config file with those updates. So that is the goal, right? There are other tools that already do this, yes, but they require a significant amount of knowledge or a training to even get to use them, whereas this does not. I'm using this in production right now. The reason I'm looking at it is because we discovered that our dashboard using kubeproxy wasn't working, kubectl proxy, because we were lacking the access-token configuration value, which I have since added, and we also wanted to enable TLS validation, which was disabled in the HTTP client of our Klogin program by default, just because we didn't want to force everybody to have the proper root CAs for the enterprise on their host. So we've experimented with different ways to do this, including passing the root CA as a --CA cert argument to curl, which is effectively the same thing. This is basically what we're doing, or to setting them up in the .kubeconfig file, which is a new setting that I was unaware of. It's one of the reasons I'm spelunking through the source code, because it's not documented. IDP certificate authority. So this will actually allow you to pass the cert authority in the kubectl command to log into this specific cluster. Using this particular key, access token, OIDC token. So that is a thing that allows you to avoid, host configuration. If you don't want to put the CA in the these are things that are not normal user problems, right? People that use the cloud or develop for the cloud or anything like that. This is only stuff that hits you in the face if you're an enterprise platform engineer, because enterprises have a lot of considerations when it comes to root CAs and security and stuff like that, and a lot of times the root CA within an enterprise that's configured on every host that connects to those enterprises isn't even signed by a public CA. So most of them are, most of them are, but not always, right? And if they're not, that's a big deal, right? Because if they're not signed by a root CA, then those hosts that you give out to your users and stuff like that, they can't access your VPN, they can't access your system. So that's, that's a lot. It's kind of a mouthful, but if this interests you, this code has all been written already. So this is how we start up the Keycloak server. It took us a day and a half or so to get to this level, for me anyway. I'm very new to Keycloak. I've administered it for a while, but I've never set up my own. So we went ahead and set up a dev server. And Keycloak, even though it runs Postgres and it's got a whole bunch of dependencies, it does have a single container version that you can run, which is very nice. Authentic does not have that. And you can set up what ports for it to listen on. You pass the username and password to it. and it pulls down the image, and then this is a cert that I generated using OpenSSL. We debated about using CFSSL. I probably would do it that way next time, but we went ahead and did the hard way this time. Do you hear your neighbors in the apartment? How much does it cost per month? Do you hear your neighbors in the apartment and how much my apartment costs? I think I do hear my neighbors in my apartment. Yeah. Why, do you want to move here? You want to move in my apartment? I'm not going to tell you how much I pay. I can't, because of reasons. Let's just put it this way. I pay less than everybody else. Don't tell, though. Because the management of our apartment complex, they got their heads up their ass. Shh, don't say. And they haven't raised our rent. Don't tell anybody. Anyway, so we're kind of between houses. We got stuck in COVID in an apartment and kind of stayed. You're looking for an apartment, but there's so many things you have to look at. Yeah, it's true. All right, let's talk about that maybe during the break. I kind of want to finish this. So where did we leave off? We left off by not having, here's minikube that's using all of the OIDC information, in case you're wondering. That took me quite a bit of time to come at. Also, the fact that you have to put the root CA into the minikube certs in order for the CA cert file to be signed by it so that your subsequent requests will use it. Anyway, so what we want to do is we were starting to write this Go program, and I was trying to do the right thing. And I started writing the values file, which is, I wasted 2 hours ranting. And I started writing this cluster struct, and I was like, damn, I feel dirty. The reason I feel dirty is because this stuff probably already exists. And that sent me down the path of ranting, because I went down to find out where it exists. And sure enough, they try to make it exist, but it's that shit that we found, and it doesn't really exist. It doesn't really exist. It's horrible. It's not really organized very well. I was really hoping to be able to reuse the structs that are already in the client-go library, and now I can't. New config.context. See this right here? That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. I should be able to use that. No manual entry for context. Really? Pfft. Yeah, so I'm going to keep looking at this because we got to figure this out. So I want to figure out where this struct is so that we can actually use it. New config. See this authInfos? AuthInfos, those are the user sections. So these things actually correspond to the kubeconfig file. They actually do, and that's why I want to use them if I can. Then I don't have to create yet another struct, and I can use the official library. But as you can see, the official library is shit. There it goes. There it writes it out to the file and everything. Get config from file destination file. Search for the new clusters. God, I'm so sweaty. It's because I'm yelling. I kind of want to put my fan on. Can I put my fan on? Yeah. Let's go here. Deep equal. I'm trying to find you gotta say get starting config. Config access get starting config. Okay, where do I get that from? Why isn't any of this even handled? So client. Let's see. Modify config access, new config. So this is the return value. This must be an in or out. That's all I can say. Yeah, because it's returning an error. God, that's such a Java C++ thing. Relativize paths, Boolean. Modify config takes the config object, iterates through the clusters, blah, uses the local origin or specify, uses the default destination. There's some multiple file reads, but it's very easy to follow. Preferences and current types should always be set in the default destination file since we can't distinguish. Should have most of the differences. That means this code will only write into a single file. If you want relative paths, that's fine. Let's see, new config. What is client command API.config? So it looks like it's under the API directory, so we're going to go in there. I'm still looking, man. I'm going to try. I'm going to be a good person. So we're going to go into the API directory package here and see if they have types here. ZZ generated deepcopy.go. I'm sure that's not a problem. Types, API machinery, package runtime. Oh my God, this code is so bad. Where possible, JSON text match to CLI argument names. This is why I am doing this, my friends. See this stuff right here? God, this still has to-dos in it. With it. Oh my God. All right, so where possible, JSON CLI. So this is the config struct that I was looking for. I finally found it. It's under, let me just repeat, client go tools, client command API. And this is where the kubeconfig file format comes from. Kind is mapped to kind. Are they using YAML? Nope. So how are they even parsing this? Package API types, type legacy field from package API types.go, type meta, API version. So again, these are all from the kubeconfig file. Preferences, clusters. This is the closest you're going to find to documentation of the kubectl file. It's not configured at all. Clusters. So I'm going to prove it to you. vi.kubeconfig clusters. So there's clusters, right? So there's API version. The thing I think is funny about this is that these are being indicated as JSON even though they're YAML parsed. So I'm super confused how they're unmarshalling it. I'm guessing they're not unmarshalling it. Preferences. Do we have that? Yep, we have an empty preferences section. Okay. We have a cluster section, which corresponds to clusters. We just showed that. We have an AuthInfo, which maps to users, because that makes sense. Right? Remember I said earlier that users is not actually users. It's authentication information that's been named users for legacy reasons. That's where it comes from. I knew that from before. Context. So context, we have that. Contexts. And what else we have? We have the current context is there. We have extensions, which is extensions. Extensions are... Why are extensions under context? They're not supposed to be. There should be an extensions section. Huh. I guess it's not supported. See, extension stores additional information useful for extenders so that it reads and writes don't clobber unknown fields. That was the idea, but no. It's just JSON for config. Yeah, you definitely can, for sure, yeah. Well, JSON is YAML, so. If you add fields in this struct, please update is config empty. Okay, so this is the preferences. So this is... This is the only documentation for the kubeconfig file. Cluster. So what is a cluster? Location of origin, server, TLS server name used to check server certificate. If TLS server name is empty, host name used to contact server. TLS server name. So you can have either one. Is to check server certificate. Oh, so it uses the host name. Otherwise, it uses the TLS server name. Okay, interesting. So if you have a cert that has a different name, interesting. Okay, didn't know that. Again, none of this is documented in anything that talks about the kubeconfig file. You have to go to the Go source code, and which took me forever to find. So this field has drove me crazy. This field right here in our current code is set to false, and I'm sorry, it's set to true because it won't do validation with it set to if you have this turned off and you don't have your root CA set up on your host, you're screwed. You can't use kubectl against that host, against that auth provider. So insecure skip TLS verify. Skips the validity check for the server certificate. This will make your HTTPS connections insecure. Yeah, and you don't ever want to set that to true, ever. You just don't. And ours is. And I got to fix that. That's what spurred this entire shit. Certificate authority is the path to the cert file for the certificate authority. Now, this here, certificate-authority, that is a bigger one. No, wait. This is per provider, right? No, this is per cluster. Yeah. Okay, so this is the cert authority. This is the CA of the cluster itself. This is not the CA. I mean, the CA of the cluster will have to be the same or under the same CA for your OIDC provider. That's super important. Minikube does that. But that is like really important. Otherwise, otherwise your cluster won't authenticate properly. Now it's funny because that is all the certificates needed as well. Certificate authority data. Yeah, if you have data, it's the actual certificate. If you do that, then your kubeconfig file is transportable. Otherwise, you have to pass around the cert file with it, which I found out with minikube. And what else we have? We have proxy URL. What is that? Proxy URL. Proxy is the URL to the proxy to be used for all requests made by this client. URLs with HTTP, HTTPS, and SOCKS 5 schemas are supported. If this configuration is not provided in the empty string, client attempts to construct a proxy config from HTTP proxy, HTTPS environment variables, which you people should know about, right? If you use SOCKS proxy. If these variables are not set, the client does not attempt. So that's only necessary if you're talking over a SOCKS proxy, which most are not. Unless you're talking outbound, if you're like inside a VPN, you're trying to talk to some Kubernetes thing that's on the other side of your VPN. And I imagine they might have to do that for some of the GCP stuff, actually. I wonder. No, they don't. Not in our enterprise because the GCP networks have been routed internally. So, yeah, I'm just trying to think how they. Okay, wait. Disable compression, Boolean, disable compression extension. We don't need that. I didn't know that was a thing. Extensions is like random extras. And we do have extensions on minikube. So minikube decides to add when it was last updated, the version of minikube and some other stuff. So that's interesting. So actually, I might choose to use the extensions when I add my auth provider, when my kubectl login thing runs, because I can provide information about when the last login was provided. I can provide information about what the current version of the klogin binary that has the embedded client ID in it and stuff in it is used. I can put that all in there. And then we had location of origin. I need to take a break. I'll talk to you guys in a second. Here's some music. I have decided we actually are going to use this after all. So that's really where I can leave this for tonight. As much as I don't like it, it is the right thing to do since this is the actual struct that's used to create the kubeconfig file. So I'll be using the same exact structs that are used. I'm probably not going to use all of it. But like, for example, I don't think that I think I can use the OIDC provider here. That's in the AuthInfo section. But I believe that's an argument to this. So let's actually try this. I'm going to leave that up for a second. I'm going to go log into the klogin box here. Podman exec it klogin bash. So let's go into internal and values. And I'm going to, rather than make my own here, we're gonna use the existing one, and I'm gonna stop complaining and use it and try my hardest to redo this. So we're gonna use constant declaration. Actually, if we use a variable declaration, we can actually change it, but I think we can get away with a constant here. So we can do const, internal values. You can say values. I'm just gonna say values, and internal config, what can we call it? We could say kubeconfig. That's really what it is. Internal.kubeconfig, and then what? And then we have that equal. This is equal to one of a. What is the package name for Go IDC? Is it actually? I didn't catch it. Why isn't it here? What the hell? Oh, package API. Yeah. All right. So that is the stupidest name. Yeah, I'm gonna import this as an alias because that's crazy. I'm not using that. Fuck. Client CMD API. I think that's what they use. The caller of this actually uses. Almost positive. what is this? So github.com/Kubernetes client go tools client CMD API. All right. And then down here we'll have a client CMD API dot what was the top level? I missed it. Is it config? Yeah, config. There we go. All right, so that should resolve. Okay, there we go. All right, now we're playing. Now we're dangerous because now we're doing exactly what they do. It keeps trying to fix it, but whatever. So now we can actually instantiate this with some values. Yeah, RWGram is great. I love him. I haven't watched him in a while, but yeah, he's a great guy. So we're gonna do. We don't need to populate any of the other things here. The hard part of this is very simply that I don't need this because I'm going to be passing this off to a kubectl execute line, but I kind of want to use the same configuration structure, even though I'm not going to be populating it with everything that I necessarily need. So let's go through and decide the stuff that I do need. So we need the name. The name corresponds to the user, right? So in our kubeconfig, we're going to have more than one cluster, right? I wish there was a domain model for this, like a UML domain model or something. I'm half tempted to make one to show the association, you know. I mean, we really need that. That really needs to be made. That's something I would like to contribute, actually. There is no documentation about this, the contents of the kubeconfig file on the internet. I swear. I'm going to try using kubeconfig files. Cluster access kubeconfig. What is kubeconfig file? I mean, it tells you what it is, but it didn't tell you what it's in it. It doesn't break down what everything means in it. I mean, it tells you some of it, but none of it is exhaustive. None of it covers every possible value in there. There is nothing. There is no exhaustive documentation of every possible value in a kubeconfig file. There's nothing. And not even, there's nothing that talks about what the extension section is or anything like that. I mean, why doesn't that exist? It's driving me crazy. Don't get mad, get busy and make it, right? I mean, I'm trying to prove myself wrong here. Can explain with practical examples. Let's see how good this one is. Create a service account. No. Certificate authority. See, it does nothing cover. There's nothing exhaustive. There's nothing exhaustive. There's not. Look at that. It just covers one thing. The secret token is like, oh, hey, here's one specific. Here again, once again, this does not cover every possible value. There needs to be a fucking official domain model about this thing. Did you find one? Config view? I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I'm going to go click on your link. Reference documentation, config view, show merge kubeconfig files. Interesting. Get the password for the E2T user. Maybe they want to do that because they don't. But this doesn't document the stuff. Right? I mean, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Thank you for that, Mossy. kubectl config view. Okay, hey, look, it's my kube config. Does it have like describe? I don't know. The template string or path to template file to use instead. Oh, we can use the templates. Nice. Minify, merge, flatten, allow missing templates. That's cool, but not what I'm looking for. I want documentation of the fields and what they mean. Every fucking field. Do people not think that's a priority? This is the number one way to deal with Kubernetes, and it's not documented at all. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. I look, I want to be wrong. I am telling you, I want to be wrong. Prove me wrong. Find me the official documentation of the kubeconfig file instead of something that goes into a specific configuration for a specific use case in a specific company, which there's a ton of that. There's a ton of that, but none of it is exhaustive. None of it covers every possible value except for the source code. This tells you the config file is always a .kubeconfig, which is not true. You know, you can have one anywhere, right? Depending on what's in the kubeconfig environment variable. I told you it's a path. Configure access to multiple clusters. I'm sure that's going to get us closer, but I doubt seriously that it is. Yeah, it's not going to be exhaustive, but it is. It's going to get us closer. Yeah. This is going to tell us how to have multiple cluster contexts. Yeah, this stuff is all essential to understand what we're doing here. But this is again not. It does show it's some different configurations here. You know what? I get this sense that the Kubernetes people in general are terrified of documenting their YAML formats, and the reason I think it is because they want to be able to switch the API version at any moment and change what goes in there, because eventually we're all just YAML programmers. That's what I think. I think that the Kubernetes team, the larger team in general, is reticent to document anything because that stops them from being able to change anything. And so they don't want to document it as existed, and they don't want to document the individual fields, which they should. Maybe this is a way that I can help. So, you know, JSON, yeah. kubeconfig saved. Linux, PowerShell, contacts, expected the home. Wait. Yeah, this is all standard stuff. You got to do this. But there's way more to it than that. There's way more to it than that. So, you got another link? Let's try it. I mean, hell, I'm willing to try anything. 2 kubeconfig files. Yes, you can have 2, as we just saw. Kubeconfig merged. Oh, you can flatten them? Oh, config view actually combines the 2. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for sharing that. Well, we already knew that configuration. See, there's the colon. See that? People don't know this. Master and kubeconfig link. I'll have to do that. See this right here? See this colon? Raise your hand if you knew that kubeconfig is a path instead of a single file location. In terms of like, it's a path. It's a delimited multi-value array. And all of this stuff crunches and flattens on top of each other. And there's a command we just found that Mousy just found for us. My day's been better. I've had better days. Today was not my favorite, but it's okay. Mastering the kubeconfig file, organizing cluster access to kubeconfig files. We're going to check this one out. Mastering by Ahmet Balkan, published in 2019. kubeconfig is behind all this kubectl stuff, having written kubectx. Nice. So this person is the author of kubectx, which everybody tells me I should be using. I've interacted with kubeconfigs long enough to write up some tools. This is a person you want to listen to. Thank you for finding this resource, Mossy. This is fantastic. Yeah, I love that you found this resource. You're a gem of a human being. You're a gem of a human being. Thank you for finding that. Where is my lab, by the way? Oh, here we go. Love kubectx and Cubans. Yeah. Well, those are fantastic tools that get around the problem we've been discussing. And if the author of kubectx has something to say about kubeconfig files, I am all ears. I am all ears. So mastering kubeconfig is a gem of a find. Hopefully all of you that are watching out there in YouTube land are here. Get this little gem. We're going to go read it right now. So tip 1, know the kubeconfig precedence if you're using kubectl. Here's a preference that takes effect while determining which kubeconfig file is used. By the way, this when people who manage me, when they say that I tend to deep dive, this is one of those times. You use kube on my Friday afternoon at 6 o'clock. Shit. Oh, we're not going to make it to the thing. We're not going to make it to the art thing. There's no way I'm going to make it in time. I feel horrible. Oh, well. There's no way. Even if I got on the road right now, I wouldn't make it in time. We'd get there by the time the thing is over. I'm very sad. Anyway, if you're using kubectl, I got to finish this, though. If you're using Kube, I'll just play Witcher tonight. Dude, I am sweating. You know what? I have not been working out this week. I haven't been doing as much working out, but I tell you what, I am drenched in sweat by the end of every day of streaming. It's like a fucking workout. It is, but it's worth it because I'm doing a lot of good stuff. So I'm not going. I got to text my wife. I'm going to pause the video for a second. Go. Yeah, I do. I get a little bit obsessed. I won't lie. Maybe I can ride on my bike tonight or something, like indoors. You know what? I tell you what. Tomorrow, maybe we could go outside for a ride. I'm not going to make this. I'm really sad that I'm not going to make that. So I'm going to play Witcher and I'll ride my bike today or tomorrow or whatever. Tomorrow we'll ride outdoors. Let's go outdoors and ride. You know what I mean? We'll go outdoors and ride around the neighborhoods and stuff like that, in case anybody's wondering. Back to what matters to you probably. I'm reading this kubectl. I know this is how boring I am. I passed up an art show to read about Kubernetes files. I'm such a lame human being. Where did it even go? I am struggling. Okay, here we go. Are we still there? Is everybody there? This is going to be a long ass video to upload. Oh well. No, the Kubernetes preference. Okay. Use kubeconfig flag if specified. Use kubeconfig variable. Yeah, I know about this. With this, you can easily override kubeconfig. Yeah. ChatGPT app with Python should be interesting. Nice. Good. Look at you go. Or kubeconfig. This is what I tend to do. I mean, this stuff I know about. Okay, good. The beware briefcase. Lol. With tools like kubectl CTX, it works with multiple contexts at once. To do that, you need a merge kubeconfig file. Tip 3 explains how you can merge the kubeconfigs into a single file, but you can also merge it into memory. By the way, the tool that I have right now does not allow you to merge stuff. It will overwrite. It does. I mean, it observes. It keeps your other stuff, but if those values are present for some other reason, it just pulls them away, which is another reason to use the kubectl add function and the command lines for interfacing with it, which is what we're going to do in our Go code. We're going to call kubectl config edit and do it that way as opposed to manipulating the YAML file. The reason for that is because of the ability to have multiple kubectl files, which is not supported by most tools. To do that, you need a merge kubeconfig file. Specify multiple configs. You can do it like this: the colon in between context 1. Tip merging kubeconfig files is this merge tip. That's really great. First time I've seen that. Extracting context from a kubeconfig file. Minify flatten context 1 goes out.txt. Wow. You can do config view just to grab some of it. Very cool. In this command, we extract data about context.1 from our in.out. Minify flatten. That's very cool. Use kubectl without a kubeconfig. You can pass everything. Client cert. Yeah, we've done this. Insecure, skip TLS verify. Can't do that though. It gets tricky and impossible to use your kubeconfig. It's complicated, like when you have an auth plugin with various fields. Yep. I was just gonna say that's what we have. Don't forget to use your kubeconfig to empty, accidentally picking up somebody else's kubeconfig file. Interesting. Bonus tip. Looks like this is it. This is all we get. Bonus tip, kube config based on a directory. Many people complain accidentally execute commands on the wrong cluster. Yeah. In most cases, this happens because you're in a directory manifest for cluster 1, but you applied cluster 2. This is so true. You got to be very careful with that. A10x. I think Frank's back. So to prevent this scenario, you can use dir-env tool, which lets you automatically set environment variables based on the directory tree you're in. What? Wait a second. You can use the dir-env tool, which lets you automatically set environment variables based on the directory tree you're in. This way, when you navigate to the directory of a cluster 1 manifest, dir-env will change to that. Wow, that is a great tip. Built with Nix. Wait a second. I have to read this. Tanifa. You never dir-env is an extension for your shell. It augments existing shell's new feature. Excuse me, that can load and unload environment variables depending on your current directory. For each prompt, dir checks the existence of the env file. Oh, you just loaded in your. This is nothing magical. It's just putting something that executes every time. Yeah, I mean that's actually a relatively simple solution. They probably just added into the PS1 prompt command. Yeah, damn, that's like really obvious and easy now that I see it. Here's how you do it. So if you're creating your own prompt, as I do, I don't need no fucking Oh My Z Show or whatever the shit. You can make your own prompt if you're a boss. I know. And prompt command. So this is the command that gets run. So I actually build my own prompt here using this function, and then the command, I tell the prompt command, so the __PS1 runs every single time the prompt enters. Yeah. And so that tool, the dir environment, all it's doing is it's just added to this. If there's a .env file, load it. You don't even need to do that. In fact, I already have an env thing for that kind of shit. See this here? This envx function, what does it do? When you run it, it looks for the .env file in there and it puts those into your environment. And then I have new from, this is actually, no, that's a repo. So this is where it actually exports all the .env files from your home directory. So I just have to modify this function and run it in my PS1 prompt, and I wouldn't even have to do a dir config. Yeah. Runs every time too. Exactly. Well, not every time you CD. No, I mean, sorry, not every time a prompt prints. So anytime a prompt prints out, all of this function runs. So what we could do is we could put that and then put another command in here, or put all of this into a single function, and we could actually just look for the .env file, the envrc file. The problem with that is you've got to be really damn careful, because whatever's in that file, you better be sure to parse it properly, right? It supports hooks for the common shells like bash, cell, and fish. You don't need this. We can totally write this into the standard. Yeah, this is cool. This is a good idea, though. I really like it. It supports hooks for all the common things, blah. But without cluttering your .profile file. Because dir-env is compiled into a single stack fast enough to be, but you have to install it. I'd rather it just be in my bash.rc file. No, fuck that. This is horrible. I'm not adding this, but I like the idea. Create a new file. Echo to dir-env allow dot. Show that the foo variable is loaded. Exit the project. This is cool. This is a cool tool. It's just unnecessary. It's a great idea, though. Yeah. You know what I like about it is if I follow the same conventions as it, then it will be compatible across the board. It could be a convention that everybody just gets used to using, kind of like .env for containers. So I like it. I like this idea. This is a great. I think we should start making .envrc files. I do. I think we should start having .envrc files. Oh, look. The allow is important to prevent untrusted code. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I mean, the worst thing of all would be, especially since environment variables are functions in Bash. I reversed that. The functions are environment variables in Bash. You guys know this, right? So that's how Bashdor was done. Bashdor, the biggest Linux bug in history, was something called Bashdor, or I mean, depending on what you want to call it, shell shock. Shell shock came about because people forgot that environment variable functions in Bash are environment variables. So you could, by loading an environment variable, you could actually load a function into the shell. And that is how Bashdor happened. And that was a huge, big fucking deal. You can go read about it. What was shell shock? And to this day, Bash gets, bad reputation because of shell shock, because it only happened in Bash. And Z-Shell will tell you, the people in Z-Shell will tell you that they've never had that problem because they don't do functions the same way. And that's not untrue. So, but this hasn't been a problem in a very, very long time. That is not the same thing. Shell shock suffered bug also is Bashdor, but it never was found to be used in the wild. Shell shock was also Bashdor as a family of security bugs in Unix Bash shell. The first of which was disclosed on 24 September 2014. At the time the bug was discovered, Bash was installed on macOS and Linux as the main interpreter. Why this old vulnerability won't go away. Yeah, it's probably still out there a lot. Anyway, if you're a hacker, go look at it. It's one of the best, most famous bugs of all. Why it's relevant in 2020. Shell shock critical vulnerability due to the escalated privileges afforded by attackers, which allow compromising attacks to shell shock. Layman term, shell shock is vulnerability exists containing a vulnerability version of Bash. Execute commands with higher privileges. Up to version 4.3 that causes Bash to execute, which is Mac was running Bash. Mac was running Bash 3. Whatever the fuck, because they didn't want to use the GPL v3 license. If you really push them on it, that's why. And so they had this bug for a long time. Executed for a lot longer than 2014. Executed from the environment variables that causes Bash to execute unintentional Bash commands from environment variables. Threat actors exploit a vulnerability, can issue commands remotely on target hosts, while Bash is not inherently an internet-facing, internal, external facing. So anything that translates input into an environment variable, and you'd be surprised. SSH, I actually broke into the higher level bandit challenge by setting the term environment variable in SSH, because it gets the bug was executing the environment, just the content of the environment variable, which was totally stupid. You shouldn't have done that. But if those data inputs are not standard, I might be getting that wrong, but that's what I remember. The coding standard process that ensures that code is not part of the input. Attackers may launch HTTP requests. Web servers are not vulnerable. Shell shock's not even hostile service. Here's a line of codes. New function. See, it has to be a function. See, if you have a function, you can drop in and get a shell. Yeah. Was it found in the wild? Did you find some? One sleep command. Shell 6 and rapid. Anyway, that's a fun side note. The only reason I went into that is if we're going to start automatically running anything in the .bash rc and the .env rc file just because of the prompt, obviously you can see ways that could be taken advantage of, right? Because if I download somebody's GitHub repo and they put a .envrc file in there, and I cd into the repo with this, and I execute their code without authorizing the execution of their code, and they put a function in there, you see where this goes, right? So no. It's a bad idea. Yeah, no, that's a fucking horrible idea. Nobody should do that. That's totally stupid. Don't do that. Don't use durenv. I don't care what that person says. Don't do that. If you do that, you're an idiot. I have completely changed my position on that, having thought through it. It's cool and all, but it's fucking dangerous. Do not do this. Do not do that. Okay, I'm done. No, don't do it. Just don't do it. No, now you know why. I'm pretty sure this person doesn't know that, which is kind of sad. I don't know, man. That kind of worries me that they didn't know that. What am I looking at? Oh, I'm looking at the... Yeah, okay. To prevent this scenario, you can use durenv tool, which lets you automatically set environment variables based on the directory you're in. This way, you navigate to the directory of the... I bet you I can find a root access or like an elevated privilege permissions error in the durenv tool. I should submit a PR on that. Should we turn this Friday night into a hackathon? I bet you I can hack anything that's running durenv by just having them navigate to my GitHub repo. I bet you I could do that. I kind of want to do that actually now. Now I'm kind of like invested in it. And we like blow it sky high and say, don't use it. I just thought of a way to totally hack it. I want to look through the source code and see if they do any vetting of the incoming input. I doubt they do. I seriously doubt they do. So all I would have to do is define an environment variable with a special syntax for a function, and then that I could make that function auto load, and then I could make it be one of the standard functions like underscore PS1 or something like that executes all the time. It doesn't matter though, because every time they CD into that directory, that function's going to be called, so which means it's going to probably eval the function, which means I could probably put code inside of the eval. I'm pretty sure we could hack that shit. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could get somebody to just CD into your Git repo and run any arbitrary shellcode that you want. Yeah, I'm almost positive that you can make that happen. I don't think I would recommend that to anybody. This way, when you navigate, I don't know that for sure. I haven't tested it yet, but that seems very, very possible. This way, when you navigate to the directory of a cluster 1 manifest interview, we'll set kubeconfig cluster 1 and prevent the disaster, only creating other disasters. This recommendation worries me a little bit, actually. I mean, I think that they would likely have maybe not. Maybe they've already tested that and found out that that's secure. That won't work, will it? Though durenv specifically has a command that you have to run to all execution of env file. Durenv allow folder. Oh, they have gateway. It has a gateway add. Oh, so they're whitelisting. Okay. All right. No, that's cool. I thought they were carte blanching anything that's env in there. Okay, I missed that. Good. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm glad I'm wrong. I'm going to make I feel like a little safer. What you're saying is that durenv will not execute anything in .envrc unless it's been whitelisted, unless it's been added to a list of supported folders. That means if I CD into somebody's GitHub repo, it would not do it until I added it, right? And if you add it, they're explicitly authorizing that env file to run every time, right? That makes sense. That means that the people who made it are not completely brain dead. It also is, yeah. I'm sure if it's the default behavior, but it definitely has a functionality. If that's not the default behavior, I'd be worried, but I imagine it is. Hook it into your shell. Create a new project folder. Show the foo environment variables loaded. Wait, see, this demo worries me. This is why I got that impression. This demo worries me because there was no authorization of that. You see what I'm saying? Show that the foo environment is not okay. No. They're demonstrating that it's secure and it's not loaded, and then they authorize it. Let's see. Create a new env. Okay, so they make. Okay, let me understand before I critique it. Let me see. Okay, so echo env foo goes to envrc is not loaded. Security mechanism didn't allow for the load env. envrc is not allowed. Echo export foo to envrc. Wait, does it have to be an export statement? This file is bash code that is going to be loaded by durenv. Oh. Well, you can't load it like that. You could source it and it would be fine. You need to put a dot in front of that. I don't know why they would even do that. That's... What's going on? The security mechanism didn't allow to load the env since we trust it. Let's allow its execution. I don't know. That's what we're trying to find out. durenv allow dot, durenv reloading, export plus foo. This is the key right here. That's the part I totally missed. I mean, I glazed right over it. Yeah. So this is good. You could do the same in bash rc without durenv. Yeah, you could do the same. What you could do is you could just add to your bash rc. You could just you just edit your bash rc and just add a list of the files that you want to allow to be loaded. Call it a day and you'll be done with it. You don't need durenv for this, but you definitely need to add an allow mechanism. In this case, you could do it through explicit path additions to explicit path additions or environment variable additions to something that would be parsed in your bash rc file or a separate file or something like that. You could actually have you could either put it in your bash rc, you could put it in a separate file, and you could say, your file would be your authorized path file for this, and then it would parse that, and if the path matched, then it would run it. See what I'm saying? And then you could write a function to do allow that just adds it to that file. Yeah. And that function could be inside your bash rc, so that you don't have to distribute a different binary. The security mechanism didn't allow to load since we trust it. Let's allow its execution. Without the security part, it's a 5-minute project. But for those who want the additional security, it's much simpler to just install that and call it a day. Yeah. I mean, I would rather have a portable. Look, you're not going to be able to install a binary on most systems, multi-user systems. That's why I'm sorry, I'm a multi-user guy in the head. I'm so used to using multi-user Unix systems that installing a binary durenv just to manage your profiles is not going to happen, right? So adding that equivalent functionality to my bash rc is more valuable to me because that would travel with me wherever I went. So if I went on a system and I just copy over bash rc vmrc and my tmux config, I got everything I need, right? As an alternative standard for .env files. Yeah, it is. It's nice though. I like it. I do like it, but I got kind of overly critical of it before I saw the allow. That was bad of me. That was bad. I'm sorry. I was wrong on that. If it overrides existing EV bars, that's a good question. See, that's another thing. If you could go crazy with this, right? And you could add that file, the config file, to say allow, deny, override, and you could have different scopes for it and stuff, right? You know, about to be set, but they are just lost. Yes. My concern would be that people would put secure information in their envrc files and they would forget to ignore them and stick them in GitHub somewhere. That would be my worry. However, I do like the idea of being able to include envrc files inside of a directory so that other people can use those environment variables without having to necessarily run a program to set them. But yeah, if it's up to trying to env and restores it, unloading the env would make it more sense. Yes. I feel like that may be something devs missed. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not bad. It's now that I know that it has the explicit allow, and that looks like that's on by default according to this quick demo, I'm good. I'm good with it. As well as the other prompt settings. Mine wouldn't. Does this blow away other prompt settings? The only way this works is to add it to your prompt. What does it do? Does anybody know? Oh my God, it wants an eval. Don't do this. Please promise me you're not going to do this. Don't fucking do this. You should. You know what you should do instead? It's effectively the same thing, but do this instead. You should never, ever do an eval in bash. Ever. Oh my God. Do that instead. That's how you do compilation as well. What this does is it sources a file, and this creates a file handle and sources it rather than passing it to eval. I mean, it's effectively the same thing, but it's way safer than the eval. And it's much more standard. If you don't want the dot, you can put source here instead. Don't ever fucking use eval. Please. Looks like envdir needs a shell. Yes. envdir needs its own shell? Damn. You know what? Let's install it. What the hell? I mean, I already blew my Friday. Let's install untrusted code from the Arch repositories. This is why I use Ubuntu. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy. Where the hell am I? I know that's what we want to know. Hook, bash. You've been using since the 90s? envdir since the 90s. Yep. Foo. This doesn't have to actually be. Oh, there we go. What does my PS1 look like now? Use the prompt command. Oh, look what it did. Well, that's not too bad. That's what I was going to do. That's exactly what I was going to do. You know what? I'm glad it didn't blow away my prompt command. So it has that's why my prompt didn't change. It kept my prompt and it injected itself as a function in front of the prompt, which is interesting. That's kind of cool. Run delivery allowed to improve its content. Why is it giving me an error, by the way? Oh, it only gave that error on the first one. It only printed the error once. Did you see that? Yeah. Loading envrc. Uh-oh, it didn't export it. You know what's interesting is it's not just env. It's like the entire. You could write. Okay, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. This is like a separate bash rc file. This is watch. What? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Now, so what I find interesting is that so something that's cool about it is it does detect that the file name changed and it disallows the file if the thing changed, which is cool. So now it reloaded it and then it ran the export. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but you know what's dangerous about that is it's like, I mean, it will do anything. It will fucking, it will run anything. You know what I mean? What if I do this? What if I move .envrc to wait, I already have it on .env, I think. No, I don't. Okay. What if I move .env rc to .env? Unloading. Did you see that? Oh, damn. That is cool. I like that it's this idea of having something run with every prompt is kind of interesting. Yeah. Env found not found. Yep. Yeah. Was that not news in minikube delete? You changed any of your setting? Oh no, he's just talking about earlier. Earlier I was doing minikube stop instead of delete, and that was what was fucking me up. He's just telling you you're right, as usual. Yeah. So, I mean, that's fun and all. Yeah. That's fun. That's fun. Yeah, I guarantee you we could do that same thing with the bash function. I may actually add it to my standard image. I don't know if I want it, but I mean, I'm more inclined to explicitly run a script to do shit that I want like that. It's not fun. All right, so let's go back to what we were doing. I don't know what it was, and stuff. Yeah. We were looking at master and kubeconfig. That's what got us on that. And that was that tutorial, which, to be fair, didn't really have much in it after all. I thought I was going to have more in it. It didn't. It did not have much in it. I mean, it's pretty obvious stuff. There's not really anything in this tutorial that's not known by anybody who actually understands kubeconfig. I will say this, though. The flatten view technique is useful. I like that. That's my biggest takeaway from this. Tip, know which context you're pointing at. Yeah, definitely need to do this. Cube on. I've been wanting to do this, actually. I don't know if I would do this, but, you know, what's that? I think I might want to mess with my PS1 function and have it, instead of detecting whether there's a git repo to look at, I think I also want to check out if I'm logged into Kubernetes. And I want it to tell me what context I'm logged in as. And put a little steering wheel. That would be a great addition. The avian repos. Getting over it, yes. You see what I'm saying? So, like, the idea of printing your context every time, I print my context so frequently. I mean, this, to be fair, I would rather use K9S than this, because K9S has already given me all that stuff, and I'm a big fan of it now. I've kind of converted over now that my kubectl is stronger, and I don't have to remember all those commands. I can just use K9S. I think I'm more inclined to do K9S than to modify my PS1 prompt for this kind of stuff. So I'm not going to go for that. I think that's unnecessary, extra cool stuff. kubectl plugins to tame your kubeconfig. Kubectl config, remove dangling entries in kubeconfig. Merge, split, or import kubeconfig files. What? That's a thing? Oh, these are plugins. Oh, these are different plugins. If these are, again, if you put it in your, all of these, by the way, you put them in your executable path, and then kubectl will see them. Kube service account, kubeconfig. Generate kubeconfig as a service account. Interesting. Switch between kubeconfig files. Merge, split, or import kubeconfig files. These are people that are working with lots of kubeconfig files. Save GKE context to separate files. Create a GKE cluster, gcloud, kubeconfig file. However, you can set kubeconfig for gcloud to sync cluster credentials. This is actually an ongoing problem, is that everybody always modifies that kubeconfig thinking they're the only ones doing it. And yeah. Hey, Ben, or Ahmet, LinkedIn, I feel so sorry for you. Yeah. Anyway, so I mean, I like it. It's worth reading. I'm glad we read it. So back to what we're doing, and then I'm gonna end for the day. So the last thing I want to do is finish that Go code, which is I think over here. So we were trying to decide whether we're going to use the official command API or not. And I think we landed on using it. I'm just going to close my extras here. Keycloak login. We'll stay here for a bit. This is a README file. Change this to lab. And, oh, well, we got two of those open, so. Oh, yeah, let's keep this one open. And so what am I doing here? I am only going to add the things that I need to add to it, and I'm going to be using this to call. I'm going to be calling kubectl anyway. So I don't even know why I went through the pain and suffering to use the right thing, but we're going to do it. So we need the name, which equates to the users. So we have this. This is called auth something. We got on that thing because I was trying to find official documentation for this thing. See how it says AuthInfos? So we have to do this. We have to say AuthInfos, right? And we're going to make one. So we're going to make an AuthInfos, and I don't know. I don't know, let me try it. Let's see what happens. So this is a map string AuthInfo. I think I can get away with this without that because it's implied by the type up here. So I don't have to explicitly write it. I don't know though. Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, we're doing inline definition stuff, which is kind of hard, actually. So, because we have to have an actual full-blown AuthInfo, right? So mapstring AuthInfo, I mean, I know that this will work. And then in here, I need to, this needs to be, each one of these needs to be an AuthInfo. And I don't know how much of them I have to define here, though. So, yeah. So we need to put in AuthInfo. I think some of this will be done implicitly, but I'm going to do it anyway. And then we have to go read about AuthInfo. Now I could just do this, right? You know, I don't know. I don't know. Let's try it. I'm trying to figure out a way to shortcut this. Let's actually just try the client certificate, which is client certificate data. Roland, how are you doing? Let's do a pointer to a file that contains a bearer token. What? I didn't know you could point directly to a token file. I knew you could pass a token from the command line. I did not know about impersonate. That's the first time I've seen it. Huh. Interesting. Nice. Yeah, I'm just, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm starting to think I should just, I mean, one of the things we could do with the klogin tool is actually just download a token and store it in a file. You know? If we do that, we don't have to do all the refresh token shit. We don't have to do any of that. That might be the way to go. Then I don't have to do all of the other stuff at all. I'm actually really curious about this. I'm going to do this. Because we have to have an access token anyway every time we log in. So why not just download the fucking token? Other than telling it about the CA that it goes with, which we don't need because we're going to force them to update their host ring. Yeah, this is worth looking at for sure. If that's true, then this is so. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And then we just make a cache that's got the token file in it, and we're done. We just have a cache file. We don't even have to do anything. We don't have to modify anything else. Yeah, it saves even more code. This is your POSIX app. Logging. Oh boy, I don't know. That's a tough one. Standard error. Anyways, let's do this. So, holy shit. Give me a second here. I'm my brain is like being blown away by this. Oh my god, look at this. This one's token file, and the other ones are all dashed. A pointer to a file that contains a bearer token. I bet you less than like 1% of Kubernetes people know that that's a thing. Syslog. Most people send all their stuff to Elasticsearch and mine it that way these days. That's what most people do. Prometheus, something like that. You know, or Splunk or something. They don't use this. That's my understanding. Seriously, if I could just point to a token file, you realize what that means, right? That God, if this works, I am gonna. This is not documented anywhere. I swear to God. And I don't know how new it is, so it might not even be documented anywhere. We're gonna do this. We're gonna take this access token. Wait, config user. Let's see. What is this? This is an AuthInfo, right? So this is an AuthInfo right here. Right here. This is an AuthInfo. I'm trying to figure out what that stuff translates into. Dude, we don't even need to do OIDC anymore. I don't have to have any of that fucking shit in there. I can actually, oh my God. I just don't even believe that this is going to be a thing. Do you realize what this means? Oh my God. Oh my God. If this, this is going to work. I have a feeling this is going to work. I do. I have a feeling this is going to work. You read the source, Luke. Token files are pointed to a file that contains blah. If both token file present, token takes precedence. Token file. Temp token. I mean, I got to do this. You know I got to do this. Yep. Get token. Wait, what? Why did you get token prompting me all of a sudden? It didn't before. Oh, we're doing fetch OCA, that's why. No. I hard coded it in this one. I thought I did. Oh, my environment's not set anymore. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, Kate's user case pass. Kate's. Oh no, my super secret password is exposed to the world. Okay, it failed. You know why? Because my C is not in there anymore. I got rid of it to make a point earlier. Yeah, I got to add it back. I got to add it back. What am I don't know. What am I doing? What are you doing, Rob? All right. I got to copy it again from shared interim to user locals share CA certs. Oh yeah, watch this. And then sudo update CA. Oops. Wait, what? Purple Elf, what's up? What is up? What is up? Oh, certificates. How come it's not working? Did I spell it wrong? Nope, it did it. All right, let's try it again. How are you? Thank you for the raid. I hope you have a great Friday night. I screwed mine up by working too much. Don't be me. I did. I was going to go to the art gallery opening and I missed it because I was doing Kubernetes crap and ranting about bad Go code. I'm going to go tomorrow, yeah. I don't either tomorrow or I mean I'm down there all the time. So tonight's Frontline Friday though, so they have like, you know, stuff out on the front lawn and thing. But yeah. Kate's scary stuff. Yeah, we yeah, completely. I may play Witcher later tonight just to relax a little bit. Nothing about art. You know, I didn't either when I married an artist. I mean, a little bit. I mean, a little. I used to run tours of the Hermitage Museum while I was a cruise director and tour guide in Russia. In another life, yeah, I used to take Americans through and help them get their passports back when they would be robbed on the train and shit. People don't know this, so some people don't know, but I majored in Russian and French and I lived and worked as a travel guide and tour guide for years before I went back to coding and stuff, boring tech stuff. So, but yeah, so I ended up marrying an artist and she's, you know, she's doing her thing. All right, let's go. Let's see. Witcher 3. Yeah, I'm on my third day of playthrough. I'm doing the Triss line and it's my favorite game and I'm going about it really slowly on hard and I'm not like turning my food on all the time, you know, you can with that thing. It's hard. I died 3 times to the noon rays. 3 or 4 times at least. To the noon rays in White Orchard, I know. Which I loved. I loved that it was hard. I actually had to use Yarden like properly. If you know Witcher, you know what I'm talking about. With the Triss line, I mean the Yennefer line is fun and everything, but the Yennefer reminds me of my ex. Hot and bitchy. If my ex hears that, I'll forever save to YouTube. I mean, that's my ex. You go look her up. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna poke the monster because I don't want to get attacked again. It's a long story. I don't want to talk about it. All right, next. So AIX. What are you guys talking about? What are you talking about? You're talking about fun things. Stop it. I want to do fun things. I'm almost done. Okay, wait. Pause. we may have actually just figured out a way to get away with one line in the kubeconfig file. And we won't have to do any of that OIDC stuff at all. So and the only way we found this was by looking through the source code. We're going to try this method right here, token file, which is not documented anywhere. I swear to God. I swear to God, it's not documented anywhere. What's this? The projects only AIX. That's it. I don't think there's anything else. I don't think there's much of anything else. That's pretty much it. Solaris left the flock like a long time ago. The POSIX, compliance. Yeah. If you're just joining us, by the way, and you want to do something beginner-y, tomorrow we got rated, so thank you for the raid, Purple Elf, again. And tomorrow 11, Saturday's 11, we do a thing called Beginner Boost, which is helping beginners get good on the Linux terminal. We have a bunch of stuff on skillstack.io, including past videos and documentation about stuff where you can go get going if you want to do that. So little plug for the beginners out there who may be here who didn't abandon already. I imagine most people have abandoned already, but that's fine. I'm just going to put that out there for you if you want to come do that. All right, next. Store concepts be people who like to be Geralt and some people like to play as they think Geralt should be. Ew, that's an interesting observation. Yeah, because I haven't read the books, and my wife has. Yeah. Because I play Geralt. Geralt is this nice guy who just wants to make money and be loved and everything. And yeah, I got to read that. Another thing too, they changed the personality of Triss and Yennefer between game 2 and 3, and Triss acts a lot more bitchy like Yennefer in 2, and in 3 she's just kind of like nice happy redhead, and Yennefer's the kind of the bitchy one. And I think they did it on purpose. I don't know why, but I haven't read the books, and so I have no leg to stand on. So, but I really do like it. A serious puzzle cap. Triss has the strangest arc when compared to the books. Yeah, I have a feeling that's true. It's one of the reasons I want to play the Triss. They clearly don't. So somebody told me about the books yesterday. They said that the books want you to go down the Yennefer line, according to the books. Yeah. But that the Triss line in Witcher 3, clearly they want you. I mean, it's Yennefer's in the first cinematic. They want you to get into the Yennefer, like the whole unicorn reference and all that stuff. I mean, they really, really, really want you to go down the Yennefer line. And which is why I want to go down the Triss line. I'm just curious to see what happens with that. I don't know. So anyway, CD Projekt Red will handle the Origin Witcher remake. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, they're already on the shit list from the original author. CD Projekt Red. All I got to say is they made a great game because it at least had some kind of actual writing involved. And Cyberpunk, no, it doesn't. I mean, from what I'm seeing, it doesn't have any relevance to it. But neither did Witcher. Good games have good writing, bottom line. And Witcher 3 is the only game that's made me cry. I'm not even kidding. When Dijkstra goes on his rant telling Geralt he has to pick a stand, he has to take a stand, that happened right in the middle of the election in 2019. And it just, I was just bawling. I was bawling because I was trying to be Geralt. I was trying to be neutral. I was trying to not get involved and everything. And it was like, no, you've got to take a stand. You can't. We need people to take a stand in the world. And I seriously, I was like bawling like a kid. Side quests are 10 for 10. Oh, are they really? Oh, I know. I love the side quests. I'm doing all of the side quests. It's taking me forever. I'm getting all the Gwent cards. It's like I've been like 4 days. I'm still in White Orchard. I'm still going to be there forever. And then I'm going to do Blood and Wine, which I've never done. And the other two, I have those. I have them. I just haven't done them. Obviously, it's Friday night. If you're still here because you want Kubernetes, thank you. And the other writing the quest of Witcher 3 is so incredibly good. Yeah, absolutely. The Blood of Mine DLC is amazing. I cannot wait to get to it because it's new. I've never done it. Also, I rushed Skellige. I wish I hadn't done that. I wanted to get through the plot line. So I rushed Skellige, and I really, really wish I hadn't done that. Skellige is fantastic. We're a good influence. You definitely are. You want background noise. Gear Shift, how are you? And then writing quizzes, which are so incredibly. Oh my god, yeah. I can't. Let's do some. Okay. I got my vodka. I gotta go. I'm gonna have to take a break and step away. And I gotta relax and eat some food and stuff. I should probably have a shower. I did have a shower at the beginning of the day. Probably need another one though. After streaming for 10 hours or whatever. I think most people rush Gallagher. I don't know why. It's beautiful, But I wish I hadn't. The scene, the playthrough when you're Siri and you're playing through and you're defeating like all those things on the way. That is like got to be one of the best moments in gaming I've ever had. It's like so amazing. It's so epic. Just love it so much. Can't wait. We're gonna play some Witcher tonight. Yeah, crazy amounts of lore and scale. I know, and that's the thing. I want to read the books too. I'm kind of mad. If I read the books, I'm afraid I'll get mad. Anyway, like other people have, and I don't want to ruin it. So anyway, I just have to test one thing. Okay, so the only thing I'm going to test here is can I use a token, right? So we've changed get token to fetch a token. There's my token, yeah? Okay, so we're actually going to get a token. We're going to pass that off to JQ and get the .access token. Now, I don't know if it's the access token or if it's the ID token. You know what? I just realized the reason this won't work. Because I won't be able to do the proxy with this. I don't think I'll be able to do the proxy with this. I don't think. Let's try it. So let's write that access token to temp foo. And then let's just try to do a get pods. Temp token is this file directory. Oh, whoopsie daisy. It would help if I wrote it to the right file. Get pods. You must be logged into the server unauthorized. It's got to be the ID token because it's got to be the ID token. This is, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you have any idea how easy that is? Holy shit. All I have to do is download the token into their temp space of the user and we're done. And then I just have to, oh my God, I just saved myself so much coding. Just by looking at the source code. I mean, it took me forever to see it. I cannot wait to show people that. Look at my kubeconfig. Look at that kubeconfig. I have one line. My friends. One line. Go get the temp token. It's like, what? It's not up to date? Your refresh token's gone? Okay, I want to know, the thing we have to know now is if kubeproxy is going to work. I don't think it's going to. Let's see if it'll fire up the dashboard doing that. I doubt it will. If it doesn't do, that's the whole thing that triggered this is the kubeproxy, the dashboard stopped working in our environment. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Ermagerd. Podman it dash. Oh wait. Podman it Podman execute klogin bash curl we gotta go find the dashboard. The dashboard is on 8001. Okay, so curl HTTP, is it HTTP or HTTPS? HTTP 127.00.1, which is localhost : 8001. I know, I'm reading it. No. You're passing token as a yeah. You're passing as a command line option. I didn't want to do that. No, I wanted to save it to a file so they could keep using it. Does that make sense? If you follow what I'm saying there. I kept wondering why not using a V file. What sounds good. I mean, look, this is one of the reasons. So if this works, oh my god, it totally works. You got to be fucking kidding me. I mean, it totally works. 100 of those in your kubeconfig with the tokens in them. What I want to know, Porsa Filth, is like, look, see, did you see this? Did you see the final result? The final, you saw that it's just got one token file in it. That's it. And then the command that I run, all it has to do is populate that file with the token in the end. Because every time that they log in, all that other information is immaterial. We don't even need. I mean, I could probably put an IDP CA in here if I wanted to, right? I'm guessing. We have different cluster, yeah. Yeah. So the only other thing I would probably want to do is just like add context to it, right? So I would say, look, if you want to add, because it wouldn't, the server information for the clusters, they would not, the cluster IPs would not be in the configuration file for an absolute beginner. So that's a different thing, though. That's a different thing. So there's three things the klogin program does that I have. It populates the authInfo. It updates the cluster information if there isn't one entry for our given clusters that we have. It adds it, and it let's see. All the machines have the root CA by default, so we don't have to mess with it. Yeah, and we do too. We're actually going to push our workstations to get the root CA installed as opposed to having it be in there, right? But what I want to know is if you do, I gotta test this. Like if you look, if I create a program that always calls kubectl config add cluster or whatever, or updates and modifies an existing cluster, I want to know if it's gonna upsert it. Does that make sense? Because then I could just call it every time and it wouldn't matter. It would always add the clusters that are not included, and in this case it would just be prod. Yeah. We have 3 clusters, but we only have one, the main one. You know what? This is like so easy. We don't even really need it. Oh, we don't. We don't need the kube login thing at all. Yeah. I'm at the point where I'm almost ready to not even have a tool. I really am. I am at the point where we should just tell them to put a token in a file and call it a day. Yeah. Yeah. At 7 p.m. on Fridays. Mark. I like to test and prod at 7 p.m. on Fridays. I do. It should have the file requirement CA, name, token, and context if you want. Yeah, the context I think it needs to add, right? Yeah. But I mean, we're to the point where the modifications that it makes to the kubeconfig file are so minimal that, yeah, I don't know. I'm actually seriously questioning that we even need it at all. It's like telling them to go add something to their kubeconfig file. I mean, these are machine learning end users for Kubernetes. They don't know their kubeconfig file too well, and they probably don't want to know about it. I don't know. I'm just thinking about. Actually, the truth of the matter is that when I use it, I want to just be able to go klogin and have all my stuff get logged in. I don't want to and have it download my tokens and just call it a day. I don't want to have to fuck around with downloading files unless I have to. And by the way, if you do that, we can use the token OAuth. We can do the auth flow instead of the get, which we might have to do anyway. You know. I mean, because one of the options could be just a web. Rather than have an application, we just have a web page, and then they go to the token, they click on the token, and save the token in a given location, and then boom, we're done. The users need only log in once, grab their config, and then it's just always say, yeah. 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 Until the refresh token hits, right? How? What I want to know, I guess, does when you get a token, the ID token has got to have the ID token has got to have it's got to have a refresh token expiration. Well, it does in OIDC. Okay, so when Kubernetes checks the OIDC value of the token, it probably checks when it expires. It's like, nope, sorry, that token's expired, and so that dumps it out, and that tells you to go get a new one, right? And the app, in our case, the command line app or whatever, would have to be rerun because the user's got to provide their username and password at that point. What is this man doing? How are you? Can someone write it to me? Do you speak French or Russian? Vous parlez français ou bien vous говорите по-русски? That's the only one I speak. I only speak French and Russian. Sorry. What am I doing? I am Spanish. Oh, Spanish is a great language that I don't know. I want to learn it. I do. I really want to. It's a beautiful language. I do. I really want to. I mean, this is a huge breakthrough. I mean, this is a really huge breakthrough. And we get by using Kate's as a service. Yeah. You said kube by default. Flagging production cluster with a loaded gun. Oh, I think that's beautiful. No, that's yeah. Our biggest problem is that as an admin, I have cluster admin rights on all our clusters, and so I can be on the dev, infrastructure cluster, or prod at any moment. And sometimes we're doing stuff on dev that's going to make it into prod. And by the way, this is the reason. Can I just say, if you're a Kubernetes developer or you're doing apps and stuff like that, it is so important to put explicit namespace tags in your YAML for everything you're making. Raise your hand if you have not done that on accident. You know what I'm talking about. If you forget to put -- namespace, you know, the worst please tell me what I'm doing. Pen testing Kubernetes container? No, not really. Writing me for chat. I am that's why we don't let the devs dictate that. Yeah. No, they shouldn't have any business doing that stuff. Yep. So yeah. What am I doing? Quintillo, I am was trying to make it easier for people to log into Kubernetes on our systems at home. I mean on our systems at work by testing it at here. And I'm trying to get to the absolute minimum necessary kubeconfig information. And I believe I have just gotten there. Oh, damn. Oh, my wife is texting me. I might have news right now. We might have a celebration tomorrow. We'll have a celebration. I don't want cannibal. I want can I. Can I tell my friends? I have news. I think I have news. Wait. Oh, damn it. I can't tell you until she officially signs a piece of paper. God damn it. Oh, I want to tell you so bad. I want to tell everybody so bad. We have some good news coming. I will wait. I will wait. Have fun. I know. Anybody who watches my co-working streams knows that by the end of my co-working streams, I have nothing to. There's not very little work going on. There's a lot of ranting going on. But what else is new? Oh damn. Interesting. How come I can't type? Okay. All right. Well, I can't tell you any of that yet. It's great news, though. It's great. It's great news for my wife and our family. Super happy about that. But I can't say anything officially yet. I can't. No, she's not pregnant, in case you're wondering. That would be a miracle. Anyway, token file. That's it. Okay, so we're done here. I mean, we're literally done here. Do you realize I don't even have to have a Go program for that. No, I don't. I can do a curl program for that. I could have a shell script. I am going to make a Go program for that, but I can write that Go program in like no time. All that shit that I did by deep diving to find out like about this and try to find out, and make a structure that's like supported by this, all this stuff. Didn't need to do any of it. You know why? I'm glad I did do it. Why? Because this, I was like, I want to be a good citizen and use the pre-existing Kubernetes source code structs that are already there for us, as opposed to making yet another struct that emulates what's already there. And so I tried to do the right thing, and I came to the code and I found it and complained about the naming and all that other jazz. But in the process, I found a completely undocumented possibility called token file. And by doing token, I swear to God, it's not documented. I swear to God, it's not documented. I'm going to prove it. kubectl token. You know why? Because it's got a capital in it, as opposed to underscore. Everything else has got an underscore in it. How to use user admin. I'm trying to prove that it's not documented. So to finish my story here, so by finding that, I was able to, instead of writing the Go code that gets that one thing, I can actually just I can just write HTTP requests for each of these things to grab the file, and I can just hard code a specific HTTP request using the OIDC provider objects, which I can just build directly, and this code can be really succinct and specific, and it doesn't have to be, it can just be functional, as opposed to being all object-oriented programming, having a struct and everything. And basically it can look like the curl code, right? So this is the curl code. So you curl down the same stuff. You do grant type equals password. Boom. I get my JOT, my JWT, and then I dump out the ID underscore token part of it into a file that's in temp, because it is temp and it's going to go away. And then I just add a line to the kubeconfig for the kubeconfig, and I don't have to do anything else. The kubeconfig line just points to the token file with a unique name, and if somebody wants to update that, they can. And then I can do kubeproxy or whatever from that file. And then in addition to that, I can update the context and stuff if those are not already there. And that's extra work that I need to do that I wasn't planning on doing today anyway. So I'll be doing that work tomorrow afternoon or Sunday, but that's like super easy. So this Go code is going to be done in an hour. But I had to do a ton of research and lab setup to get to the part where I could write the ultimate, simplest, most accurate Go code possible. I even tested this with the proxy. So yeah, K proxy, which is how you see the dashboard, if you want to see the dashboard, that's how you do it, right? And I already tested that. That's what this is. So this is the dashboard. What happened there? Why am I not seeing the dashboard? Okay, get pods. Oh, I'm not logged in. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Because my token expired already. What's my refresh rate on the token? You know what I'm saying? God, it's got to be. I don't know what my refresh time is. It's got to be not very long. Yeah, token file. Minikube. So that should be. I got to get a new one. I'm gonna get a new one. Here we go. Here we go. Ready and boom. And then let's do get pods again. Okay, get pods. Okay, and then we do proxy. And then we do this, and we get, there we are. There's the dashboard. We get a dashboard. So, I mean, that's not the dashboard URL. The dashboard URL is something else. I don't remember what it is, but it's built in, by the way. Yeah, it's built in. I gotta find it. Kubernetes dashboard URL. This is the standard documentation. There it is. API v1 namespaces Kubernetes dashboard services. Holy shit. I hate that you have to do that whole fucking thing. I don't know. I think you have to do all of this. I don't remember though. Yep. Dashboard not found. Colon proxy. Dashboard colon / proxy / Kubernetes dashboard not found. V1 namespaces Kubernetes. Oh, I have to install the dashboard. Derp. I forgot to install the dashboard. It's like one command to install it. Yeah, I forgot. There it is. We forgot. YAML. I forgot. I'm going to install it now. I am. Oh, bad me. Wait. Kube. YAML. All right, now we have a dashboard. Huzzah! 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 Where's my proxy command? Where's my proxy command? All right, we'll do it again. Proxy. Curl dashboard. Where are you? Booyah! Look at that. Look at that beautiful thing. I could probably links this. Oh my god. I wonder if it links. Nope. Good for you, Kubernetes. You require JavaScript for the Kubernetes dashboard. Wonderful. Is that service ported? Should I do a port forwarder? I think Podmine might actually no, because I didn't forward that port. Never mind. So that's not gonna work. I could SSH port forward it if I wanted, or I could just curl it and just read the HTML and call it a day. So yeah, look at all the scripts it has to load. WebKit scroll bar, Kubernetes dashboard. All right, we have solved so many problems today. This has been a huge success. As I mentioned, crazy simple. I mean, I wish I could show you how complicated the klogin code is compared to this. And yeah, so the creation of the token is the way to go, including for the dashboard. and forcing them to rerun it for a different time. Now, we still have some other stuff that needs to be added there, but providing all the, and we're still going to need to get to the provider information. That stuff is still going to be there. That's still work that has to be done, right? So, but really all we need to do is do the OIDC provider line and then fetch it with the CA. And then we'll be writing that code to use Cobra, which I hate, but we're going to use it because that's the standard. In fact, the matter is we don't really have a lot of extra. I might keep Bonsai. I don't know. We don't have a lot of commands that need to be documented. We just have, just the klogin thing. We just want to log somebody into prod and call it a day. I actually might pull apart the cluster realm. I think I might actually do that and check to see if the group of the user is admin, and if it is, then log him into the 3 clusters. Otherwise, only log him into the 1. Yeah. And we're not going to touch the current context. We're going to leave that alone. And I think that's going to do it. I think I think I'm going to be done streaming today. And that is tremendous success, because it's going to make the login a lot simpler, especially since most of the people that have to log in are only logging into a single system. So that's really, 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 really good news. Anyway, so I'm glad you're there. I'm going to go ahead and take a break. Oh, wow. Yeah. And we're going to go do that. Use charm SH. I can't use charm SH. If I'm going to use anything instead, I'm going to use Bonsai, which kicks ass. This is the standard. This is Bonsai. This entire documentation and stuff is markdown that's embedded in the program. Way better than anything anybody else could do. Sorry, just better. Don't get mad, get busy. Help last. It has help embedded. It has tab. It has it has nested completion. It does not require any additional lines. It requires 1 line in your bash RC to enable completion. And it is fucking awesome. So I am not going to Charlotte. I was going to. Are you down there? I was going to, and then I blew it. It's too late for me to see anything. Everything's going to be closed in 10 minutes. So it looks like I didn't make it. Yeah. I think Bonsai is better than everything else. In fact, I'm going to keep Bonsai. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to drop it. There's no reason to use Cobra. My stuff is so much better. I mean, it's so much better. I'm sorry to say it. It really is. It's the documentation's better. The command line completion's better. The composition of the imports is better. It's just way fucking better. I'm not going to use Cobra. I've just decided I'm not going to, because I don't need it. There's no extra command. There's 1 command to run, period. Klogin, enter. Other than that, it's run help. It's prompted for your username and password. That's all we need. In fact, it can be run as a plugin without any difficulty at all. And it shouldn't be fucking with their context. They should know how to do that on their own. So the tool that I'm not even, I'm not even going to use Bonsai. The only reason I would use Bonsai is because the documentation is better. That is the only reason. Bonsai has much better documentation ability. And my program is basically, it contains a manual about how to use the tool, but in this case you don't even need anything. The tool itself only has 1 usage. Klogin, enter, boom, you're done. It writes a token file in the right place and you're good to go. After that, you can just do your case, whatever, and it will detect whether you're an admin or not by looking at your cluster roles that are propagated from LDAP, the LDAP roles. and then I can look those up and I can decide, oh, you're a cluster admin on our system here. Okay, well, let's go ahead and log you in. Same thing, RBAC rules we do in Kubernetes. Let's go ahead and add a couple more contexts and stuff for you because you're an admin, and we'll be done with it. Go forth and argv. Yes. Okay. So so this has been the end of this video. YouTube, thank you very much for sticking with me for the day. That was been a very long day. And hopefully not all of it has been, ranty and offensive, but you've found some value here. If you have, come on by, give us a like and sub and all that, and come by the GitHub, right, and like on those on those repos. And visit us in Twitch. Come visit us in Twitch. Bye.